Chapter 1421. It was a palace made of bronze. At the center of the palace, there was only a brass crane neck lamp. The crane's neck was long and slender, drawing a smooth arc in the air. At the tip of its perfectly straight beak, there was a peach-sized candle. It was this candle light that illuminated the whole palace. The candle light was weak, and many corners of the bronze palace were immersed in darkness. A skinny young Gu master was standing on a huge brick of the palace. Coincidentally, there was a huge red pillar next to him. It was so thick that it would require 3 adults holding hands to encircle it. The candle light was blocked by the pillar, causing half of the young Gu master's body to be illuminated, while the other half was shrouded in darkness and shadows. It was Han Li. Right now, Han Li's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not decide what to do. I was too careless. This senior Zhen Yuanzi, although he is a righteous path Gu immortal, his true inheritance is not something someone like me can obtain. Being able to reach this step, I have already exhausted all my efforts. There were even several steps that purely relied on luck. Han Li had experienced these. He was very clear about the dangers of this bronze palace. Now that he thought about it, he felt a lingering fear. In fact, righteous path inheritances were usually not dangerous. Demonic path inheritances were full of schemes, and were extremely dangerous. Zhen Yuanzi's inheritance test might be dangerous, but it was nothing to Gu immortals. But to Han Li, who was still a Gu master, it was too dangerous. Han Li was a person with strong luck, and because of his connection with Feng Yuan's luck, he had many fortuitous encounters, and now had rank 4 cultivation level. At his age, without a Gu immortal backing, this was very rare. Han Li stood on the spot, not moving. He tried to turn his body and look at the path he had taken. He wanted to retreat. This Zhen Yuanzi's Gu immortal true inheritance was too high a level for him. Although it was extremely tempting, Han Li had completely woken up now. He pondered for a long time before trying to move his right leg to the left and right. At the next moment, his vision suddenly changed. I moved forward instead? Han Li quickly looked around, and his expression turned pale. He discovered that he had already left the giant red pillar behind him. He was now more than 10 steps away from where he had been standing. He was 1 step closer to the brass crane-necked floor lantern. So long as he could reach that place, Han Li would be able to obtain the acknowledgement of Zhen Yuanzi and inherit his true inheritance. However, Han Li had already decided to retreat. This step forward was just a blind cat catching a dead mouse, accidentally bumping into it. His true intention was to leave this place, but he ended up moving forward instead. It was easy to imagine that if he had chosen to advance in another direction, he would have ended up in a terrible state. As a rogue cultivator, Han Li's foundation in the Tao of formations was extremely shallow. To put it nicely, it was the skill of a country bumpkin. He had relied on his intelligence, calm thinking, and luck to make it this far. Among these factors, luck was the most prominent. As a result, Han Li became less and less confident. Because luck was very unreliable. If a rational person only relied on luck, it would be a gamble. I'm gambling with my life. It seems that retreating to the right is safer. Han Li observed his surroundings. At this point, he was completely confused and could only rely on his intuition. Then he took a step back. Whoosh! His vision changed again, and the result shocked him. This time, he had advanced by more than 10 steps. The brass crane-necked floor lantern that represented success was already within reach. Han Li could almost touch it if he stretched out his arm. Of course, Han Li was still a hair's breadth away. So close was the end of the world. Han Li hesitated. In this situation, he couldn't help but waver. After all, success seemed to be within reach. He only needed to take 1 more step. But will I be able to do it? Han Li fell into a difficult decision. Time passed quickly, and he felt as if only an instant had passed. The difficult choice made him sweat profusely, but in the end, his clear reasoning overcame his greed. On the path of cultivation, how can I rely on luck? Han Li let out a breath of turbid air and relaxed his body. At this moment, his mental state had risen to a whole new level. He began to search for a path of retreat. This bronze hall was merely a manifestation of the formation space. It was like the palace that Feng Yuan was staying in southern border's giant dream realm Gu formation. Han Li's current position showed that he was at the center of the Gu formation. However, the path of retreat was very clear now. Even Han Li, who had a weak foundation in formation path, could see it. Han Li's mind was clear as he retreated along this path of retreat, getting further and further away from the brass crane-necked floor lantern. I hope the rest of my journey will be as simple and smooth as this. Han Li had just said this when his vision suddenly changed again. He was shocked to find that he had arrived in front of the brass crane-necked floor lantern. What's going on? Han Li could not understand. A consciousness slowly awakened in the lantern. An old voice resounded in Han Li's ears in a daze, as if it had just woken up from a dream. Not bad, fated person. You were able to see through this formation and arrive in front of me. It has already proven that you have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li blushed with shame. I was actually thinking of retreating. That voice became clearer and more organized. Hehe. This is the reason why Zhen Yuanzi set up this formation. When the brass crane-necked floor lantern is so close, any choice of moving forward is a mistake. Only Gu immortals with great intelligence and deep understanding of formation path can see through this. Understanding the path of retreat is the true path forward. Or those Gu immortals with weak formation path attainment, but who know when to advance and when to retreat. They have a good disposition and have a chance to inherit the true inheritance. Han Li suddenly came to a realization. In that case, I'm the latter type. Also, aren't you Senior Zhen Yuanzi's will? Of course not. I am Formation Spirit Immortal Gu. I was created by Senior Zhen Yuanzi. No one knows about it. That voice replied. Han Li was confused. Formation Spirit? You still don't know? Blessed lands have land spirits. Grotto heavens have heavenly spirits. And Gu formations also have formation spirits. Why are you a Gu master? You are not a Gu immortal. Suddenly, the formation spirit's voice rose. Sorry, I was really just a fluke. If I do not have the qualifications to inherit the true inheritance, can I leave? Han Li smiled in embarrassment. The formation spirit was very puzzled. Unbelievable. You are not a Gu immortal. Then how did you pass the several steps? How bad is your luck? Oh no. Han Li had thought the formation spirit would praise his luck. The formation spirit's voice was shaking. Very bad. Zhen Yuanzi's original plan was to choose a Gu immortal as his successor. You do not have immortal essence. You cannot suppress that immemorial desolate beast green claw ghost winged lion. You inherited the true inheritance. This Gu formation is about to collapse. But you cannot subdue the green claw ghost winged lion that has just awakened. Why aren't you running? No, how can you run? It's over. I did not expect that I would die just like this after inheriting the true inheritance and becoming my new master. No, there must be another chance. Han Li was not willing to give up like this. It is useless, the difference in strength is too great. Sigh. The formation spirit Gu's formation spirit had a pessimistic attitude towards this matter. Like it said, the Gu formation started to collapse, and the entire bronze hall turned from solid to phantom. The wick floated up and landed on Han Li's shoulder. The true environment was revealed. This was a huge cave in the desert. Large amounts of sand started to fall. And without the support of the immortal Gu formation, this man-made cave that had experienced the vicissitudes of life started to collapse. Han Li was left with no way to escape. In front of him, there was a green claw ghost winged lion that was the size of a small mountain. It was currently sleeping. If a Gu immortal followed Zhen Yuanzi's arrangements, they would be able to subdue it. Even if they could not subdue it, they could wake it up and not make things difficult for the successor. This was actually one of Zhen Yuanzi's tests. The green claw ghost winged lion was an immemorial desolate beast. If the successor was outstanding enough, they would be able to control this green claw ghost winged lion. But Han Li was not. Not only that, he might even be devoured by the green claw ghost winged lion. Sand and rocks continued to fall from above, crashing on the green claw ghost winged lion's body, waking it up. Han Li attacked fiercely, but his mortal killer moves were like light breezes on the green claw ghost winged lion's body. The green claw ghost winged lion suddenly charged forward and opened its mouth, swallowing Hanli into its stomach. Chapter 1422. An alluring red cloud was flying in the sky. Green Ghost Desert is ahead. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on the red cloud with her eyes closed. She was very relaxed. She had a curvaceous body. She was wearing a yellow and red muslin dance dress, revealing her snow-white belly, arms, and feet. On her wrists and ankles, there was a golden jade bracelet. On her fingers, there were many gemstones, blue, green, and red. They were all shining together. Her eyes were deep. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were slightly green. Even though they were half closed, they were filled with allure. A translucent red veil covered most of her face. Her tall nose bridge and red lips were faintly discernible under the veil, causing anyone who saw her to have the urge to investigate further. Dancer Hong Yun was a rank 7 Gu immortal filled with allure. She was once a demoness who dominated Western Desert, but she offended a righteous path rank 8 great expert. At the crucial moment, Thousand Transformations ancestor saved her. Thus, Dancer Hong Yun became one of Thousand Transformations ancestor's concubines. Unfortunately, Thousand Transformations ancestor did not like her. Even though she was alluring, she could not compare to Fairy Chui Bo in Thousand Transformations ancestor's heart. Intense winds blew past her ears. The red cloud was soft like cotton, but also elastic. Dancer Hong Yun was lying on it like she was lying on a bed. It was very comfortable. This was Dancer Hong Yun's signature method, immortal killer move, dancing red cloud. Even though she did not have a good relationship with Fairy Chui Bo, they even fought fiercely for favor. Now that Fairy Chui Bo was in danger, Dancer Hong Yun immediately used her fastest speed to save her. Of course she was unwilling, but at this time, she still had the will of the Thousand Transformations ancestor on her. This will was to help Dancer Hong Yun, but also to monitor her. As long as this will existed, Dancer Hong Yun had to use all her strength to save Fairy Chui Bo. The red cloud flew rapidly, flying to the edge of Green Ghost Desert. Soon the weather changed. Dark clouds began to appear one after another. After officially entering the Green Ghost Desert, the dark clouds gathered together and became even denser, truly covering the sky and the sun. In an ordinary desert, the sun was scorching hot, and there was almost nowhere to hide. But in Green Ghost Desert, it practically didn't receive a single strand of sunlight all year round, and it was an expanse of dusky and gray. There were a lot of trees in this desert. The ghost weeping tree was one of the most numerous. This kind of ghost wailing tree was very twisted and full of potholes. There were even natural holes. The deep tree bark patterns were like wailing and weeping human faces. Every time the wind blew past the ghost weeping tree, the ghost weeping tree would gently shake and let out a mournful shriek or an eerie and terrifying howl. Even in the daytime, this place was cold and gloomy and soul beasts ran amok. At night, the cold wind was bone-chilling, and tens of thousands of ghosts were everywhere. Dancer Hong Yun rode on her red cloud and traveled under the dark clouds. She felt depressed. Her posture was no longer as leisurely as before. Instead, she sat cross-legged with her eyes wide open, constantly on guard. The Green Ghost Desert was a famous dangerous place in the Western Desert. Its origin was related to a demon lord in history. That was the famous Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable became venerable, he fought with a super clan here. He slaughtered all of the Gu immortals of the Woodpath clan, which was once the overlord of Western Desert. The traces of the great battle were engraved in this place, transforming it into the Green Ghost Desert. This place seemed to be filled with the anger and hatred of the losers, as well as their dissatisfaction and sadness towards their tragic fate. This was an ominous place. Here, a vast number of soul beasts lived and multiplied. Immemorial soul beasts were not rare either. In the last 100,000 years, many Western Desert Gu immortals died here. Dancer Hong Yun had the guts to enter this place, not because of her rank 7 cultivation level or her own battle strength, but because she had Thousand Transformations ancestors' will and a rank 8 immortal Gu. In addition, her entire route had only cut through a corner of the Green Ghost Desert, and she did not go deep into its true hinterland. Thus she chose to move forward like this. The red cloud flew straight ahead, tearing through the dark sky. It was very obvious. Howl! Like the howl of a wolf. A soul beast the size of a small mountain suddenly appeared from the dark clouds above Dancer Hong Yun's head. This was an ancient soul beast. It treated Dancer Hong Yun as its prey. It opened its mouth and pounced at her. Dancer Hong Yun's pupils shrunk. She gritted her teeth and was about to attack. At this time, 1,000 transformations will said, "Let me do it, Hong Yun, just move forward." Dancer Hong Yun heard this and was overjoyed. She quickly did as she was told. Dancer Hong Yun did not stop at all. She did not even change her direction. She continued to fly forward. The rank 8 immortal goo activated. A strange ripple struck the ancient soul beast. The ancient soul beast opened its mouth. Its huge body had already engulfed Dancer Hong Yun. But at the crucial moment, its movement stopped strangely. Then its head suddenly exploded, and a monkey jumped out from it. Its claws turned into willow branches. Its fur turned into grass. From its flesh, countless tiny crocodiles with sharp mouths came out. In an instant, the ancient soul beast completely disintegrated, turning into countless miscellaneous things. Next, these things fell from the sky like a storm. So powerful. Is this the power of a rank 8 immortal goo mutation? Looking back, Dancer Hong Yun was filled with shock. Killing an ancient desolate beast was like slaughtering a chick. It was extremely easy. Dancer Hong Yun was clear that if she fought, she would need at least 100 rounds to force this ancient soul beast to retreat. If she was lucky, she would have a good opportunity to kill it. Once the ancient soul beast died, the other ancient soul beasts near its territory became restless. They emerged from the dark clouds. 1,000 transformations will snorted coldly. It stopped concealing itself, releasing the aura of a rank 8 immortal goo. Sensing this aura, many ancient soul beasts concealed themselves again. They went into the dark clouds. They did not want to provoke this powerful person. Of course, a portion of ancient soul beasts still wanted to find trouble with Dancer Hong Yun. They were not intimidated. After all, this was not the aura of a rank 8 goo immortal. It was only a rank 8 immortal goo. Soul beasts did not have high intelligence, but after killing all the invading ancient soul beasts, Dancer Hong Yun felt more relaxed. After seeing her power, the remaining ancient soul beasts retreated in fear. After all, these wild soul beasts had survival instincts. But when they felt an intense threat to their lives, they retreated. Roar! As Dancer Hong Yun calmed down, a loud roar of a beast echoed in her ears like a clap of thunder. A huge lion flapped the grayish-white ghost wings on its back and pounced towards her ferociously. Chapter 1423. Green Claw Ghost Wing Lion. This lion was as large as a small mountain. Furthermore, it lived by devouring souls. Right now, such immemorial desolate beasts were very rare. During Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's era, there were many of these lions. In fact, the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion had once given the young Spectral Soul a lot of trouble. After all, this immemorial desolate beast countered Soul Path. Before Spectral Soul became a Demon Venerable, he mainly used Soul Path methods. But in the end, Spectral Soul won. Not only did he kill the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion, he even dug out the innate abilities of the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. After that, Spectral Soul had rank 8 cultivation level, and even hunted Green Claw Ghost Winged Lions. He created the soul-devouring technique that shocked the world. The Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion was famous. When it appeared in front of Dancer Hong Yun, she was shocked. But at the crucial moment, 1,000 Transformations ancestors will reminded her calmly. Don't be afraid. This lion's ghost wings are not outstanding. They are even very weak. This means that it is not in good condition. We can fight it. Dancer Hong Yun heard this and calmed down. She looked carefully. Indeed, this Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion's ghost wings were very thin. They did not match the size of the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion. Dancer Hong Yun could not help but feel ashamed, she thought. Husbands will only has one rank 8 immortal goo, and a large amount of immortal essence. He does not have any investigative immortal methods, but he can see through the Green Claw Ghost Winged Lion's situation. My methods are comprehensive, but I was intimidated. This is not right. She calmed herself down. She controlled Dancer Hong Yin and flew away from the green claw ghost winged lion. Soon, she was far away from the green claw ghost winged lion. Hee hee. There is something wrong with this green claw ghost winged lion after all. If it had 30% of its strength, your Dancer Hong Yin would not have been able to escape. Thousand Transformations Will laughed out loud and appeared. It temporarily separated itself from Dancer Hong Yin and stood beside her. Thousand Transformations Will's immortal essence entered that rank 8 immortal goo. The immortal goo's aura became extremely dense. A strange ripple suddenly shot out and hit the green-clawed ghost winged lion that was pouncing over. In the next moment, the green-clawed ghost winged lion howled in pain. Its tail suddenly transformed into a poisonous python. The poisonous python's body was thick and long. It wrapped around the green-clawed ghost winged lion's body in an instant. Its poisonous teeth bit into the green-clawed ghost winged lion's face. The green-clawed ghost winged lion hurriedly swung its huge greenish-black claws at the poisonous python's body and head. The venomous python was very resilient, and it was actually able to temporarily enter a stalemate with the green-clawed ghost winged lion. For a moment, the green-clawed ghost winged lion flapped its wings and flipped in the air, fighting with the poisonous python. Dancer Hong Yin sat on a red cloud and rose into the sky, watching the battle with a cautious gaze. Thousand Transformations Will stood in front of her, using that mysterious rank 8 immortal goo on the green claw ghost winged lion. A strange ripple flashed, and the thick mane on the green-clawed ghost winged lion's face quickly turned into saplings. This was the sapling of the wailing ghost tree. The roots of the wailing ghost tree started to grow into the green-clawed ghost winged lion's flesh, absorbing its nutrients. The green-clawed ghost winged lion howled in pain. It went berserk and smashed the sapling on its face, as well as the poisonous python's head. Even though the poisonous python's body was still coiled around the green-clawed ghost winged lion, it had no strength left. It was dead. The green-clawed ghost winged lion was in a terrible state. Its injuries were severe. This is Thousand Transformations' husband's signature immortal goo mutation. It can mutate all living beings. The green-clawed ghost winged lion's mane and tail turned into trees and poisonous pythons. The green-clawed ghost winged lion killed them. It was actually fighting itself, because these three come from the same source. Dancer Hong Yin watched the battle. Her heart shook. Even though she had some understanding of mutation immortal goo, seeing this amazing battle result, her heart was still shaken. Thousand Transformations Will shook its head. As expected, there is something wrong with this green-clawed ghost winged lion. It has old injuries in its body. It only has peak ancient level battle strength, and its ghost wings are useless. Strange. There should be no shortage of food in this green ghost desert. Even though it was suspicious, Thousand Transformations Will did not stop. Rank 8 Immortal Goo mutation was activated again. This time, the green-clawed ghost winged lion's right eye changed. Its entire eyeball had turned into a poisonous wasp. The poisonous bee did not fly out. It stabbed its steel stinger into the green-clawed ghost winged lion's eye socket, before stabbing into its brain. Roar! The green-clawed ghost winged lion let out an unprecedented roar. Its roar created a huge sound wave that caused the dark clouds above its head to disperse. However, its torment was not over yet. Soon, under the power of rank 8 immortal goo mutation, its claws and teeth grew rapidly, turning into ancient desolate grass. The green-clawed ghost winged lion flapped its wings furiously, diving down trying to escape. Dancer Hong Yin chased after it, with Thousand Transformations ancestors will beside her. In the end, the green-clawed ghost winged lion crashed into the desert. With a loud sound, a huge cloud of sand was created. When the dust settled, the green-clawed ghost winged lion was lying on the ground, motionless. It was completely dead. Go clean up the battlefield. Thousand Transformations Will instruct it, entering Dancer Hong Yin's body with the immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yin's eyes shined. She almost pounced at the green-clawed ghost winged lion's corpse. I'm rich. This is an immemorial desolate beast corpse. It is a rank 8 immortal material. It is rare even in jewel yellow skies. It can be used to refine rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yin started to dissect the corpse with difficulty. Even though she was an expert among rank 7s, she could not dissect an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. After a lot of effort, Dancer Hong Yin only managed to dissect half of it. It is a pity that the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's mutated body cannot be used anymore. It has lost its value. After dissecting the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach, Dancer Hong Yin found Han Li. Han Li had fainted, but he still had a trace of life force. Why is there a mortal Gu master here? Dancer Hong Yin found it strange. She smiled. Should I say you are unlucky or lucky? The immemorial desolate beast you encountered was a green-clawed ghost-winged lion that devours souls. That is why your mortal body was able to survive in the green-clawed ghost-winged lion's stomach. If it were an immemorial desolate beast that devours living beings, you would have turned into meat paste already. Dancer Hong Yin stretched out her hand, using a soul search method on Han Li. No matter what, a mortal Gu master appearing here was very sudden. Dancer Hong Yin was curious. She wanted to know about Han Li's experiences. This guy, is he called Han Li? Even though he has no background, his luck is quite good. This is Zhen Yuanzi's formation path, true inheritance. Chapter 1424. Dancer Hong Yin mainly cultivated Cloud Path, but ever since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, soul-searching methods were easy to learn. Every Gu immortal had them. At this moment, she searched Han Li's soul and learned about his cultivation process. Naturally, Han Li's experiences in the Gu formation were exposed as well. Interesting. Dancer Hong Yin grabbed Han Li and fled into the desert. Soon they arrived at the underground cave. The underground cave was almost completely destroyed, but Dancer Hong Yin found a small Gu formation at a corner. She came to the Gu formation. A small passageway was opened. The formation spirit spoke from inside. Master! The formation spirit was calling for Han Li. What a powerful formation spirit! The Gu formation had already collapsed, but it could be reassembled. This is likely the work of this formation spirit. Dancer Hong Yin's heart shook. This way, Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is probably preserved. Haha, this immortal opportunity is mine. Dancer Hong Yin laughed excitedly. A glint flashed from the depths of her eyes and she said to Han Li, "Little fellow, I've saved your life. In return for saving your life, you must offer the entirety of this true inheritance to me." Han Li opened his eyes. Okay. Did you hear that, formation spirit? Your master has already given you to me. Dancer Hong Yin turned around and said to the spirit. This. The formation spirit hesitated. What? You want to disobey your master's orders? Dancer Hong Yin frowned slightly. The formation spirit was silent. Dancer Hong Yin smiled coldly. Formation spirit, your original master was Zhen Yuanzi. Zhen Yuanzi set up his true inheritance. Now that Han Li has reached the standard and is your new master, are you going to go back on your words? Of course not. The formation spirit said without hesitation. Then will you listen to your new master, Han Li? Dancer Hong Yin asked again. Yes. The formation spirit answered without hesitation. In that case, Han Li wants to give you to me to repay me for saving your life. Are you going to go back on your words? Dancer Hong Yin pressed on. The formation spirit was silent for a while. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he let out a long sigh. We will not deny it. You will be our new master. Ha ha ha, that's it. Submit to me, don't resist. As she spoke, Dancer Hong Yin infused her immortal energy into it. The formation spirit did not resist, and obediently allowed itself to be refined by the immortal essence. It was the core of this Gu formation. It could control the Gu formation in place of the Gu immortal, as long as there was enough immortal essence. The formation spirit joined Dancer Hong Yin. The other Gu worms followed suit soon. The immortal Gu formation had a new owner. Dancer Hong Yin obtained several immortal Gu, and a large number of mortal Gu. She even obtained Zhen Yuanzi's complete formation path, true inheritance, from the formation spirit. The immortal formation was completely open, completely defenseless against Dancer Hong Yin. Dancer Hong Yin chortled with glee, but she wasn't in a hurry to accept the items. Instead, she turned to Han Li and waved a sleeve. Pooh! With a soft sound, Hanli turned into a pile of flesh and blood. He was completely dead. Even his soul was destroyed. It turned out that Hanli had not truly awakened. Dancer Hong Yun had used an immortal method to secretly send her will in and manipulate Hanli, making him agree to give her the true inheritance. It was very difficult to snatch the immortal goo. But Hanli was immortal, while Dancer Hong Yun was a goo immortal. Mortals and immortals were different. The difference in strength was huge. Dancer Hong Yun used her strength to suppress Hanli. He could not retaliate at all. Of course, if a mortal had an immortal goo, it would not be so easy for the goo immortal to snatch the mortal's immortal goo. If they were not careful, they would die together. The immortal goo would be destroyed along with the mortal. The goo immortal's efforts would be in vain. Dancer Hong Yun's situation was rather special. Even though Hanli passed the test and became the inheritor of the true inheritance, because of the green claw ghost winged lion's interference, he could not refine the formation spirit or the other goo worms. Thus, these goo worms that Zhen Yuanzi left behind still contain Zhen Yuanzi's will. This was a loophole that Dancer Hong Yun took advantage of. The other special thing was the formation spirit. Formation spirit immortal goo was created by Zhen Yuanzi. He imitated the land spirit and heavenly spirit, arranging a formation spirit for each goo formation to help the goo immortal control the goo formation. Formation spirit immortal goo was a one-time consumable goo worm. After one use, the immortal goo would vanish and turn into a formation spirit. From now on, if the goo immortal wanted to use formation spirit immortal goo again, they would need to refine a new one. The formation spirit had a certain level of intelligence, similar to the land spirit and heavenly spirit. It could not lie, it was simple. This gave Dancer Hong Yun an opportunity to deceive, and negotiate with her. If there were no formation spirits and only a bunch of goo worms, they would not be able to talk to Dancer Hong Yun. They would not be convinced. All in all, Dancer Hong Yun unexpectedly inherited this Zhen Yuanzi's formation path true inheritance. Zhen Yuanzi is a goo immortal of a super force, Che clan. To think that as a righteous path member, he did not leave his true inheritance to the clan. He set it up here instead. 1,000 transformations will side. It seems that the rumors of Zhen Yuanzi being ostracized by the goo immortals of the other clans were not groundless after all. It is all thanks to you, husband, that we were able to find this fortuitous encounter. Dancer Hong Yun smiled. After we save Chui Bo and return to Myriad Statue Desert, show this true inheritance to my main body. Don't worry, you will benefit greatly. 1,000 transformations ancestors will said plainly. Dancer Hong Yun's heart was bleeding. She knew that if she contributed this true inheritance, the essence of it would be devoured by 1,000 transformations ancestor. It would be hard to say how much would end up in her hands. But she had to contribute it. During the entire process, 1,000 transformations will was attached to her, observing everything. Dancer Hong Yun had great strength, but against a rank 8 existence, she could not resist. But speaking of which, if I were alone, I would not have taken the risk to come here. Being able to encounter Zhen Yuanzi's true inheritance is all thanks to husband's will. With that thought, Dancer Hong Yun calmed down a lot. She inspected her gains. She had 3 immortal goo. 2 of them were formation path immortal goo. Even though there were not many, they were all rank 7. And the formation spirit could be considered half an immortal goo. If not for this goo formation collapsing once, Dancer Hong Yun's gains would be even greater. Chapter 1425. Master, you cannot dismantle the entire goo formation. Once this goo formation is destroyed, I will die as well. At this moment, the formation spirit spoke, reminding Dancer Hong Yun. Dancer Hong Yun nodded. This formation spirit was indeed very useful. Earlier, when the goo formation collapsed, there was no one controlling it. Under normal circumstances, it would have completely disintegrated. But because of the formation spirit, a portion of the goo formation was put together, forming a small incomplete formation that managed to survive until the end. Like how a land spirit could repair a blessed land with a hole, the formation spirit had the same use. Dancer Hong Yun would not give up on such an excellent formation spirit. The formation spirit continued. Thankfully, there is still a formation flag goo in the goo formation. Master, you can use formation flag goo to store the entire goo formation into formation flag goo before placing it in your immortal aperture. Back then, since Goo Immortal Zhen Yuan Zi created Formation Spirit Immortal Goo, he naturally understood its limitations. He refined Formation Flag Goo as a support. Earlier, when the Goo formation collapsed, the Formation Spirit first protected Formation Flag Immortal Goo. Thus, Dancer Hong Yin only needed to learn how to use it now. Several days later, at night, there were stars in the sky. The air was cold, the breath turned into fog. Western Desert, on a very ordinary sand dune, the light on Fang Yuan's body dissipated gradually. Eventually, his aura vanished completely. The light turned into specks of fireflies. After struggling for a while, they were buried by the night sky. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, slowly opening his eyes. I wonder what the effect of this immortal killer move Fixed Luck is. Over the last few days, when Fang Yuan was escaping, he would use this immortal killer move from time to time. Fixed Luck came from Ma Hongyan. Fang Yuan found the killer move Fixed Luck from Ma Hongyan's soul. That was to say, Fixed Luck came from one of Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritances, all living beings' luck. Fixed Luck was very suitable for Fang Yuan. Its effect was to make his luck unshakable and not easily affected. All along, Fang Yuan had been worried about the drawbacks of Connect Luck. After all, when he had connected the fortunes of Han Li, Hong Yi Fan, and the others, it was all for their own good fortune. However, that was then, and this was now. After Fang Yuan obtained luck, his luck was superior to that of Han Li and the others. This meant that Fang Yuan had to share a portion of his good luck with Han Li and the others. This was undoubtedly detrimental to his interests. This was especially so when he used Burning Soul-bursting luck. His providence skyrocketed, making it impossible for Fang Yuan to enjoy all the benefits. A portion of the benefits were shared by everyone who had their luck connected. In the past, Fang Yuan didn't have a way, but after he killed Ma Hongyan, he had a way. Fixed Luck was the killer move. The core of this killer move was originally Stubborn Immortal Goo, Rule Path Immortal Goo Main. But after some modifications, Fang Yuan replaced these two cores, using Precaution Immortal Goo and Rule Path Immortal Goo Big. He had obtained Precaution Immortal Goo long ago. As for Big Immortal Goo, it was obtained from Zishan Makoto. Zishan Makoto's true body was a mini-man Goo Immortal. After using Big Immortal Goo, his body grew larger, and he turned into a human Goo Immortal. However, Fang Yuan's luck path attainment level was not at Grandmaster level. The modification of this killer move could only be considered half successful. This killer move still had many flaws. When activating it, even if Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, there was a chance of failure. That was to say, this Fixed Luck killer move was not always effective. Fang Yuan knew that there was a flaw in this, but because his attainment level was not high, he could not find out anything, nor could he modify it. In the past, Fang Yuan had been thinking about breaking Luck Immortal Goo, even though he did not have it now. With Fixed Luck, he could protect his own interests. Fang Yuan could not personally witness the effect of Fixed Luck. He did not know what the effect was. But according to the contents of the all living beings' luck true inheritance, Fang Yuan knew. When two people had a close relationship, their luck would be linked together. If two people were on the same side, their luck would be the same. They would be bound together for good or ill. Or it could be said that they would share blessings and hardships together. However, after Giant Sun Immortal's research, he found that even though their luck was the same, there was a subtle profundity in it. Even though they would share blessings and hardships together, but there would always be people who would enjoy more blessings and suffer less hardships. Why was that? Giant Sun Immortal found that the person with stronger luck would enjoy more benefits, while the person with weaker luck would face more hardships. In fact, when they obtained benefits, they would even bring huge benefits to the other person. Giant Sun Immortal called this relationship main luck and sub-luck, and created the corresponding luck path Immortal Goo. However, Fang Yuan did not have main luck Immortal Goo or sub-luck Immortal Goo. Even if he did not have them, Feng Yuan could use his own luck to create a difference between himself and the others, to prove that he was the main luck immortal Gu. After resting for a while, Feng Yuan put aside his thoughts on fixed luck, and instead focused on modifying self-cleansing. In terms of formation path, Feng Yuan was much more confident. After all, his formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. Because of this advantage, his progress in this aspect was also very fast. Right now, the entire killer move self-cleansing was converted into a Gu formation. He was only a few steps away from success. Success was in sight, but Feng Yuan was troubled by the fact that he lacked the crucial formation path Immortal Gu. He could borrow Lang Yasek's formation plate Immortal Gu, but this Immortal Gu was only rank 6. Meanwhile, the entire self-cleansing Immortal formation was rank 7. Using a rank 6 formation plate, Gu to set up a rank 7 Immortal formation had a high chance of failure. There was another obstacle. The formation plate Gu recorded the sub and mother teleportation formation. If Feng Yuan wanted to use it to set up the self-cleansing Immortal formation, he would have to erase the contents of the sub and mother teleportation formation. Then, he would personally set up the formation plate Gu. And after setting up the self-cleansing Immortal formation, the formation plate Gu would have the ability to set up the self-cleansing Immortal formation. Thus this was troublesome. Feng Yuan had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya, but the sub and mother teleportation formation was very important to the land spirit of Langya, and to the entire Langya sect. It concerned the development of the entire sect. In Langya sect, there were no formation path Gu immortals. They relied on this formation plate Immortal Gu to set up the teleportation formation. Feng Yuan was going to erase the original contents of the formation plate Immortal Gu and replace it with new ones. This meant that Langya sect would lose the ability to set up the sub and mother teleportation formation. This was something that the land spirit of Langya could not accept. They did not have information path abilities. They could not extract the contents of the formation plate Immortal Gu. Just by looking at the process of the formation plate Immortal Gu setting up the Immortal Gu formation, they could not understand the profundity of the entire Immortal formation, because there were many hidden details, like the Immortal Essence infusion, the coordination of various Gu worms behind the scenes, and so on. Feng Yuan could only promise the land spirit of Langya that as a formation path grandmaster, he could help them recreate the sub and mother teleportation formation. Chapter 1426. Feng Yuan was helpless. He could not force the land spirit of Langya to do anything. Right now he was stuck here. Even if he wanted to deduce the immortal formation self-cleansing, he could not do so without the crucial Immortal Gu. Most importantly, I need to borrow Lang Yasek's strength to refine Gu. Feng Yuan had obtained Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He lacked many Immortal Gu. He had a lot of plans for Gu refinement in the future. If the land spirit of Langya still rejected Feng Yuan after thinking for a long time, what should he do? Feng Yuan had already thought of this problem. He had always thought of failure before thinking of victory. If the land spirit of Langya does not agree to lend me formation disc Immortal Gu, I will have to borrow someone else's immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had many Dao marks. It was very difficult for him to enter the immortal apertures of other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. Unless they placed their apertures and formed blessed lands with a stable foundation, there would be a possibility. After Feng Yuan entered someone else's immortal aperture, he could use time path methods to expand the tributary of the river of time, causing the speed of time to rise. This way, one day in the outside world could be 10 days to half a month inside the tributary of the river of time. Using this time, he could gain a lot of precious time. Next, he could set up an immortal Gu formation self-cleansing in the Blessed Land, letting Feng Yuan stay inside and remove the Dao marks that were harmful to him. This was a plan that Feng Yuan would only use when he had no other choice, because it had a huge disadvantage. After placing the aperture, the location would be fixed. It would be dangerous for Feng Jiuge and the rest to chase after him. Did Feng Jiuge have any methods to enter blessed lands? Very likely. Even if Feng Jiuge did not have them, he had Spirit Affinity House and Celestial Court behind him. They would not allow him to have such a shortcoming. There was another important point. Once the time path method was used, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture would change. Therefore, this change could not be modified in a short period of time. For example, if Feng Yuan made He Lulan's immortal aperture's time flow increase, he would not be able to repair the tributary of the river of time for at least the next few months. In He Fan's time path true inheritance, be it days as years, years as months, or other killer moves, as long as they slowed or accelerated the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, they would have this drawback. Because these killer moves could only be used once, and were effective for a long time. Within a certain period of time, continuously affecting the tributary of the river of time would cause the time path Dao marks to become chaotic, and the tributary of the river of time would experience a disaster. Feng Yuan already knew the duration of each Gu immortal's calamity and tribulation. He calculated and found that if he used this method, someone would have to face the test of the immortal aperture's calamity and tribulation. That would be difficult. One had to know that Providence had always been thinking of ways to kill Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan chose someone else's immortal aperture, Providence knew everything. No matter who it was, they had a close relationship with Feng Yuan. During the tribulation, Providence would definitely erupt with extreme power to kill the Gu immortal undergoing the tribulation. Feng Yuan and the rest could work together to pass the calamity and tribulation. But don't forget about the celestial quartz pursuers. After calculating the time and speed, the method of placing the formation in the aperture could not help Feng Yuan get rid of the investigative killer move in one go. That way, Feng Yuan would definitely face a calamity and tribulation during this period. He might even be attacked by the celestial quartz Gu immortals. This was too risky. The risk was too high. If Feng Yuan used his sovereign immortal aperture, it would be even more dangerous. Feng Yuan had another worry. Last time, only Feng Jioge came. Who knows how many celestial court Gu immortals will come next time? Thus, Feng Yuan had been moving around during this period of time. He did not give celestial quartz Gu immortals any chance to surround him. Western Desert was so huge. Celestial Court was fighting in a foreign region. Feng Yuan and the rest had omnidirectional travel. It was not easy to find a chance to kill Feng Yuan. At the appointed time, several figures flew over from the sky. They were by Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest. Normally, when Feng Yuan was cultivating or deducing, they would spread out to defend and investigate for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, when will your immortal Gu formation be completed? How long are you going to keep escaping like this? This time, Bai Ningbing flew down, asking impatiently with a frown. Feng Yuan did not need to look around. He could feel that the other Gu immortals were looking at him because of this question. Wait a while more. Feng Yuan said plainly. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, showing an unhappy expression. She was the most impatient one among them. These days of escaping were not exciting at all. She felt extremely bored. Can't you set up that immortal Gu formation? Set up another one, and lure the celestial quartz pursuers over. We can surround and kill them. Bai Ningbing suggested. Feng Yuan shook his head. You think this immortal Gu formation is so easy to set up? You need a tributary of the river of time. The immortal Gu formation that trapped Feng Jioge came from He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan's original intention in designing this formation was to defend against immemorial year beasts. Because using year's flow like water immortal Gu could attract immemorial year beasts and invade the Gu immortal's immortal aperture through the tributary of the river of time. Thus, He Fan's immortal Gu formation was set up on the tributary of the river of time. Once an immemorial year beast invades, and the Gu immortal is busy, they can detonate this immortal Gu formation and destroy the entire tributary of the river of time, preventing the immemorial year beasts from invading the immortal aperture. Of course, this method was only used as a last resort, at the very last moment. Once the tributary of the river of time is destroyed, the entire immortal aperture world would stop moving. It would be very troublesome to draw in another tributary of the river of time. An external tributary of the river of time was needed. I feel the same way as you. The feeling of being chased is not good. However, I would rather store the hatred in my heart. When the time is right, I will counterattack and teach those pursuers a lesson. You have to look forward to the exciting future, right? Humph. Bai Ningbing did not speak. Alright, let's move. This place is no longer safe. Fang Yuan said as Bai Ningbing, and the rest's expressions changed. High up in the sky, a red cloud descended, carrying dancer Hong Yun. Her face was covered in a veil. Her beautiful eyes looked at Fang Yuan and the rest who were on the sand dune. Lady Cui, who are these people? Why are you mingling with them? Dancer Hong Yun was the first to speak up. The Lady Cui she was referring to was naturally Fairy Cui Bo. Hong Yun. Wuxia was surprised for a moment, and then a look of joy appeared on his face. He asked, "Why are you here?" The red cloud's descent slowed down. Dancer Hong Yun started to inspect Fairy Cui Bo. Wuxia's situation was that his soul had possessed Fairy Cui Bo's body. This would often leave a flaw. After all, the soul would not be compatible with the new body. If it were an ordinary Gu immortal, Dancer Hong Yun would be able to tell. But now, she was facing Wuxia. Who was Wuxia? He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. His soul foundation was many times deeper than Fang Yuan's. Spectral Soul's path was soul path. Many of his split souls had different identities. They were spread all over the 5 regions, creating their own forces without any flaws. Wuxia naturally had a way to cover up the flaws in his possession. As expected, even after using some investigative methods, Dancer Hong Yun could not find anything wrong with Fairy Cui Bo. Her expression softened. Something happened to you. Your life tablet Gu and soul lantern Gu were acting up. I came to help you. To think that you are in good condition, we were worried for nothing. Next, Dancer Hong Yun asked again. Who are they? They look familiar. Dancer Hong Yun's gaze landed on Fang Yuan's face. Then her expression changed, revealing a shocked expression. Lu Guanyi. Dancer Hong Yun was backed by 1,000 Transformations ancestor. She had much more information than ordinary Gu immortals. After the Battle of Reverse Flow River, Lu Guanyi's appearance was known to the world. As time passed, more and more Gu immortals would know about him. And Lu Guanyi's appearance was the original appearance of Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal body. This time, Dancer Hong Yun appeared very suddenly. Fang Yuan did not have time to change his appearance. It is me, how should I address you? Even though his identity was exposed, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He spoke in a cold tone. Dancer Hong Yun didn't answer right away. Instead, she rode on her red cloud and moved back a bit. Facing Lu Guanyi, she had a solemn expression. She felt some pressure in her heart. This was an existence that could fight rank 8. Not long ago, he was famous in the world. He fought with Feng Jioga. Thankfully, I have husband's will and rank 8 immortal Gu with me otherwise. Dancer Hong Yun rejoiced internally. Her eyes rolled as she said to Fairy Cui Bo. Mistress Cui, husband and I missed you so much, but you are with a foreign Gu immortal, and even worse, you did not even reply to our letters. Dancer Hong Yun had her own intentions. She was trying to sow discord between Fairy Cui Bo and 1,000 Transformations ancestor. 1,000 Transformations ancestor doted on Fairy Cui Bo a lot. Dancer Hong Yun was jealous. She would not let go of this chance to make things difficult for Fairy Cui Bo. She said this to Wuxia, but it was also directed at 1,000 Transformations will. Fang Yuan's gaze turned dark. Bai Ningbing and He Lulan looked at each other. Dancer Hong Yun's words showed that she did not care about the great Lu Guanyi at all. She definitely had something to rely on. It was not just her battle strength. Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and He Lulan understood this, while Wuxia, Lady White Rabbit, and Fairy Miao Yin did not think of this. Alright, tell me about your encounter, Lady Cui. I am very curious. At this time, 1,000 Transformations ancestors will appeared from Dancer Hong Yun's body. He had a trump card after all. Wuxia's heart jumped. The crucial moment is here. Let's see how Wuxia can get away with it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Bai Ningbing and the rest were nervous. Even though Wuxia grew quickly, he was still young. His acting skills could not compare to Fang Yuan. It was difficult for him to not expose himself under Thousand Transformations' ancestors' will. Chapter 1427. That's about what happened. The wind gently blew across the sand dune. After Fairy Chuebo explained, she slowly uttered the last word. In her narration, she wanted to find the inheritance of Western Desert Zombie Alliance, but encountered Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals. The Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals seemed to be familiar with her. They recognized her as Thousand Transformations' ancestors' concubine. Even though Fairy Chuebo mentioned Thousand Transformations' ancestors' name, the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals were even more hostile. During the fight, Fairy Chuebo was hit by the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals' killer move. Most of her goo worms were destroyed. Fortunately, she encountered Lu Guanyi and the rest. It turned out that the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals were chasing after Lu Guanyi and the rest. An enemy's enemy was a friend. Lu Guanyi and the rest saved Fairy Chuebo. After an intense battle, they temporarily escaped the Celestial Quartz pursuit. But because they were hit by the Celestial Quartz investigative killer move, they had been escaping for some time. Thus, they could not escape separately. They would be attacked separately by their enemies. Wuxia described the entire story vividly, especially some details that made one feel as if they were there. In fact, ever since Feng Yuan and the rest captured Fairy Chuebo and obtained a large amount of information about Thousand Transformations' ancestor from her soul, Feng Yuan and the rest had designed many countermeasures against all possible scenarios. Wuxia's narration was half true and half false. Feng Yuan and the rest turned from enemies to benefactors, and Feng Jioge also appeared in the narration. His description was the most realistic. There were very few edits. The story had no flaws, because Feng Yuan and the rest had analyzed it countless times. The only flaw was that Fairy Chuebo's immortal goo and a large number of mortal goo were destroyed in the battle. This was too much of a coincidence. But there was no choice. If Thousand Transformations will asked Wuxia to show his immortal goo, he would be in deep trouble. After all, Fairy Chuebo's goo worms contained her will. Wuxia could not use them. In fact, when Fairy Chuebo was captured by Bai Ningbing, she self-detonated all her goo worms. Die without giving aid to the enemy therefore. Feng Yuan and the others had no choice but to say this. Saying this would make up for an even bigger flaw. Dancer Hong Yun looked surprised. She looked at Fairy Chuebo. She didn't expect Fairy Chuebo to have experienced so many dangerous things. However, in reality, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan and the others were also very surprised. Because Wuxia's performance this time was simply too good. His acting was flawless and naturally. It made people believe in him. Since when did Wuxia have this kind of martial arts? He Lulan wondered. Only Feng Yuan was not surprised by Wuxia's outstanding performance. Because he had already lent Attitude Immortal Goo to Wuxia. With the help of such a rank 8 Immortal Goo, Wuxia's performance was flawless. Especially when his opponent was only a rank 7 Goo Immortal and a rank 8 Will. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, there might be some difficulty. But now, Wuxia had to deceive these two. It was completely within his ability. The job is done, be it Dancer Hong Yin or Thousand Transformations' will. They did not doubt Wuxia's words. Feng Yuan saw this and said, Lord Thousand Transformations, Fairy Hong Yun, it is true that the Celestial Quartz Goo Immortals chased after us. But we saved Fairy Chuebo, this is the truth, right? His tone was plain, and his face was expressionless. He acted like an expert with pride. Even when facing a rank 8 existence, he did not lose face. Feng Yuan did not have Attitude Immortal Goo, but his acting skills were already very good. He was very familiar with this performance. He was the culprit who harmed Fairy Chuebo, but now, he was acting as her savior. He was so shameless, but Feng Yuan acted very naturally. Thousand Transformations' will was silent. Even though Feng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, with Lu Guanyi's name, he could speak to Thousand Transformations' will as equals. If Thousand Transformations' ancestor was here, Feng Yuan might not have the qualifications to do so, but Thousand Transformations' will and Thousand Transformations' ancestor's main body were two completely different concepts. After thinking for a while, Thousand Transformations Will broke the silence and said, "How do you want me to thank you?" Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he smiled. His smile was as bright as the sun and extremely handsome. For a moment, even dancer Hong Yun's eyes were fixed on him. "I don't need a reward, but I have a suggestion," Fang Yuan said. "What suggestion?" "Alliance." Fang Yuan said 2 words. "Alliance." Thousand Transformations Will was silent again. Fang Yuan continued to persuade at this time. "Thousand Transformations Ancestor, you inherited reckless savage demon venerable's true inheritance. You are a thorn in Celestial Court's side. Celestial Court's attitude towards you can be seen from how they tried to kill Fairy Chui Bo. Because of the battle in Reverse Flow River, I was pursued by Celestial Court and escaped here. We have a common enemy, that is Celestial Court. We are helping each other, we are helping ourselves. Isn't that right? I have excellent time path methods in my hands. I can slow down the flow of time in Lord Thousand Transformations' immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. Furthermore, I have the luck path true inheritance. Ma Hongyin died in my hands. He had a portion of the all-living beings' luck true inheritance. I know all about it now. This is Giant Sun Immortal's true inheritance. Husband. Dancer Hong Yin was moved by Fang Yuan's glib words. "Lord Husband, I think we can form an alliance." Wuxia also spoke, trying to increase Thousand Transformations Will's confidence. However, in the end, when Thousand Transformations Will spoke again, he said this. "An alliance is possible, but the degree of cooperation needs to be done step by step. Lu Guanyi, you want to make use of me to deal with the Celestial Court Gu immortals around you. This is wishful thinking. How could I not know about it? Both of us can cooperate at a superficial level first before deepening it further. If the cooperation is good, I can help you resist the Celestial Court Gu immortals. If the cooperation is not satisfactory and I see that you lack sincerity, I will naturally try to cooperate with you." Thousand Transformations Ancestor was a rank 8 Gu immortal after all. He could not be deceived so easily. He was old and experienced. Not only did he see through Fang Yuan and the rest's motives, he even used the Celestial Court's pressure to squeeze Fang Yuan and the rest out of them. Sincerity. Fang Yuan smiled. Sincerity is mutual. We saved Fairy Chui Bo. That is the greatest sincerity. What about your sincerity? Fang Yuan avoided the topic of Celestial Court Gu immortals chasing after them. He directly attacked Thousand Transformations Will. Thousand Transformations Will thought about it. We can cooperate first, like making a transaction. I will try to satisfy your needs. Chapter 1428. Transaction. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows. He immediately understood Thousand Transformations Will's intention. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had obtained Reckless Savage's true inheritance, and after all these years, he had the foundation to transact with Fang Yuan, even if he had just undergone a tribulation and suffered huge losses. But precisely because of the tribulation, Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not want to fight. Once he agreed to the alliance with Fang Yuan, he would have to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Thousand Transformations Ancestor was not stupid. How could he be ordered around by Fang Yuan and the rest at this time? But Fang Yuan's offer was very tempting. Be it He Fan's true inheritance, the method to slow down time in the immortal aperture, or the luck path true inheritance, they were both rare methods that could alleviate calamities and tribulations. Thousand Transformations Ancestor had just suffered a huge loss from the Gu immortal tribulation. He had a huge need for these methods. Thinking about it, Thousand Transformations Will felt that cooperating with Lu Guanyi was beneficial. But this benefit was in the future, while Lu Guanyi and the rest were facing huge trouble now. Thousand Transformations Ancestor did not want to face the Celestial Court's Gu immortals at this crucial moment. His main body was heavily injured. Once he fought, his weakness would be exposed and he would be in a weakened state. Thus, Thousand Transformations Ancestor wanted to transact with Fang Yuan, using a different method of cooperation. This way, he would help Fang Yuan and the rest. Not only would he be repaying Fang Yuan's favor of saving Fairy Chui Bo, He would also be forming good karma with Fang Yuan and the rest. The benefits of this were very obvious. Firstly, his wives and concubines were saved. He had to repay them. If he did not repay them, who would help 1,000 transformations ancestors, friends and family in the future? Secondly, by forming such a relationship with Fang Yuan and the rest, if he really relied on Fang Yuan in the future, he could use today's matter as an excuse. Rank 8 Gu immortals were all astute and scheming. Even if there was only 1,000 transformations here, he was still able to calculate his own benefits clearly. Fang Yuan was silent for a moment before nodding. All right. I need a formation path immortal Gu now. Do you have any? In fact, Fang Yuan didn't have much hope. However, Dancer Hong Yin was stunned. 1,000 transformations smiled. What a coincidence. My main body has never cultivated the array Dao. However, on the way here, we happened to collect a Gu immortal true inheritance. It was left behind by a formation path predecessor. Oh, Red Cloud. Take out your harvest and let Lu Guanyi choose. The will of 1,000 transformations instructed. He was clear about the contents of Zhen Yuanzi's array Dao true inheritance. Formation path immortal Gu were not of much use to the main body, but they were perfect for doing favors. Dancer Hong Yin naturally should not go against the will of 1,000 transformations. Although she was disappointed, she did not hesitate to take out the incomplete immortal formation from her immortal aperture and put it on the sand dune. Fang Yuan and the others were surprised. This immortal formation could actually move the entire thing out. This situation was extremely rare, because this was the embryonic form of an immortal Gu house. Immortal Gu houses were the highest essence of formation path. They were immortal killer moves and mobile immortal Gu formations. Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Seeing this, he had a feeling that something good was going to happen. As expected, from Dancer Hong Yun's description, Fang Yuan learned that this incomplete immortal formation actually had formation flag immortal Gu. Rank 7 immortal Gu formation flag. Wasn't this one of the immortal Gu Fang Yuan needed urgently? Amazing. With this Gu, I don't need to negotiate with the land spirit of Lengia. I don't need formation plate immortal Gu. The self-cleansing immortal Gu formation is very convenient to use. In time, I will be able to get rid of all the investigative killer moves on me. At this moment, Fang Yuan saw the light of hope. But on the surface, he was still very calm. He only showed a trace of joy. He looked at 1,000 transformations while saying, "This incomplete immortal formation is really good. To speak the truth, I need such a Gu formation to defend against the pursuit of celestial quartz Gu immortals, and provide a safe environment to rest in. I am willing to pay a large amount of immortal materials to exchange for this incomplete immortal formation." What? Dancer Hong Yun's expression changed. Lu Guanyi actually has such a huge appetite. He wants to take the entire immortal Gu formation. Next, Fang Yuan thought about it and gave a list of immortal materials for 1,000 transformations ancestor to look at. Lord 1,000 transformations, the immortal materials on my list are too few. But I have no choice. I can only take out so many, and I really need this incomplete immortal formation. If this transaction is successful, I will remember this friendship and will not dare to forget it. If you face any difficulties in the future, I will do my best to help you. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Dancer Hong Yin also looked at the list. She was about to explode from anger. She looked at Fang Yuan with clear hostility. She was very unhappy internally. This Lu Guanyi is really shameless. He actually dares to say such shameless words. However, after the will of 1,000 transformations thought for a moment, it straightforwardly agreed. All right. I will take the immortal materials. You can have this incomplete Gu formation. We don't owe each other anything. You saved Fairy Tsuebua, so I'll make a deal with you. This is fate. Pausing for a moment, 1,000 transformations will continued. Lu Guanyi, even though you are a junior, I have heard of your name. You will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Let us form a good relationship. This is my information path Gu Worm. If you have any transactions in the future, you can contact me directly. Goodbye. Lord 1,000 Transformations' magnanimity is truly admirable. This is my information path Gu Worm. Please accept it, Lord Thousand Transformations. Fang Yuan changed his tone. Not only did he use the honorific title, his expression became more sincere as he handed over his information path Gu Worm. Concubine Cui, let's go. Thousand Transformations will said. Wuxia looked at Fang Yuan deeply before smiling at the others. Thank you for taking care of me these last few days. See you again. Both sides said goodbye. Fairy Cui Bo rode on dancing red cloud. Soon they were far away. Only when dancer Hong Yun and the rest left Fang Yuan's vision did he retract his gaze. Intense battle intent surging in his eyes. Wuxia has already sent the information back. They are going back the same way. Their destination is Myriad Statue Desert. Come, let's carry out the plan. Fang Yuan said. Lady White Rabbit went into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Only He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing, and Fairy Miao Yin were left behind. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A dazzling light flashed. At the next moment, Fang Yuan and the rest appeared in Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit assisted him. He Lulan patrolled the surroundings, preventing wild soul beasts from causing trouble. Meanwhile, Bai Ningbing flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, she left Fang Yuan and the rest's vision. She was going to find Dancer Hong Yun and the rest. Dancer Hong Yun was going back the same way. Fang Yuan and the rest used omnidirectional travel. They were already ahead of them. An immortal Gu formation that originated from Zishan Makoto's inheritance was quickly set up. Fang Yuan's movements were familiar, while Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit cooperated well with Fang Yuan. They had already practiced this immortal Gu formation many times. Wuxia could not be given up, not only because she had powerful battle strength and could use the powerful killer move Lead Soul into Dream. It was also because of Sixth Hair. If Wuxia died, Sixth Hair might not cooperate so closely with Fang Yuan. He might even think that Fang Yuan was the one who harmed Wuxia. He might disregard his own safety and do something crazy like dying together with him. Fang Yuan, however, needed Sixth Hair and the rest to refine Gu for him. There was another point. That was the human heart. Fang Yuan could give up on Wuxia today. He would definitely give up on Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest in the future. These Gu immortals might not show any abnormalities on the surface, but they would definitely have misgivings and suspicions in their hearts. Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit were not like He Lulan. Fang Yuan did not have a high degree of control over them. He would use omnidirectional travel to ambush Thousand Transformations Will and Dancer Hong Yun, luring them into the immortal formation and exterminating them. This was the battle plan. Of course, this plan was based on Wuxia successfully gaining Thousand Transformations ancestors' trust. Other than this plan, Fang Yuan and the rest thought of many other plans to deal with all sorts of situations. The more prepared they were, the higher their chances of victory. Be it Fang Yuan, He Lulan, or Wuxia, they would not fight unprepared battles. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to set up 60% of this immortal formation, Bai Ningbing sent a message. No need to set it up. Wuxia has succeeded. Fang Yuan and the rest stopped setting up the formation and rushed to Bai Ningbing's side. Over there in the sky, they saw a dream realm floating in the air. Haha, Wuxia did well this time. Bai Ningbing laughed. He took down Thousand Transformations Will and the rank 7 Gu immortal dancer Hong Yun, without any bloodshed. Amazing, amazing. Fang Yuan also smiled. This was a scheme. It had been planned and prepared beforehand. Regardless of who was on Thousand Transformations ancestors' side, as long as they gained their trust, they could plot against them. A plot method was not Lead Soul into Dream. This killer move's aura could not be concealed. Once it was activated, it would be discovered immediately. Pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were the best plotting tools. Back then, Fang Yuan used this immortal body to force Southern Borders, E-Clan's immortal Gu house to escape. One move to dominate the entire world. Even the rank 9 immortal Gu house heaven overseeing tower did not dare to enter the dream realm. While everyone was researching Dream Path and was still in the initial stages, Using Dream Path to deal with others could be said to be extremely successful. Because this was standing at the forefront of an era, it had a huge advantage. Even 1,000 Transformations ancestor would fall for it. Not to mention this time, it was only his will that came. Rewind time to about 2 hours ago. On Dancing Red Cloud, Fairy Chui Bo suddenly laughed. It seems that concubine Chui obtained some benefits, otherwise, she would not be laughing so happily. 1,000 Transformations will said, Lord Husband understands me best. Even though I lost my immortal goo this time, my gains were huge. Lord Husband Hong Yun, look at this. Wuxia took out a pure dream reality seeker physique body. This is Dream Path. 1,000 Transformations was shocked. Concubine Chui, where did you get this from? That celestial court chased after Lu Guanyi and the rest. Their main objective was this immortal body. I got it by chance. Lu Guanyi and the rest were kept in the dark. Wuxia then acted coquettishly. Lord Husband, I made such a huge contribution. How are you going to reward me? Dancer Hong Yun cursed internally. Slut. 1,000 Transformations will laughed. I should reward you properly. Boom. At the next moment, the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated. Dancer Hong Yun and the rest were instantly swallowed by the dream realm. They did not fly out again. Chapter 1429. Alright, saving Wuxia first. Hey Lulan, it's up to you now. Fang Yuan instructed as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. Hey Lulan nodded. Her soul flew out and entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Her physical body floated in the air, her eyes closed and motionless. Soon another pure dream reality seeker physique body flew out. It was He Lulan. He Lulan flew into the dream realm. After a while, Wuxia was dragged out. Wuxia was still in the dream. He had not woken up yet. When the pure dream reality seeker physique body self-detonated, Wuxia was at the center. The impact of the dream realm's explosion was also the strongest. Therefore, at this moment, although her physical body had left the dream, the soul in her physical body had fallen into a dream. It was like she was hit by lead soul into dream, similar to He Lulan's dream path calamity. At this time, Fang Yuan's unraveled dream killer move could be used. He could not use it earlier, because this dream realm trapped 1,000 Transformations, Will and Dancer Hong Yun. If he unraveled the dream realm, these two would be released. Without the dream realm, they would wake up quickly. If he unraveled a portion of the dream realm, Fang Yuan would not be able to control it. All in all, this was a very risky matter. Fang Yuan had the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. He could use this better method. The pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were created by Old Man Inkstone. They had dream path Dao marks. Old Man Inkstone wanted to create the 11 extreme physiques. He succeeded mostly, but not completely. Because the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had a huge weakness, they had a time limit. Once the time limit was up, they would self-detonate into a dream realm. However, the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies had their unique advantage. The greatest advantage was that this body could enter and exit dream realms. It could protect the soul and prevent it from being corrupted by the dream realms. Back then, during the dream realm battle, He Lulan, Bai Ningbing, and the rest had hidden in the immortal apertures of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. They entered the dream realms to avoid the danger. Once the storm was over, they would all come out safely. This scene was witnessed by Fang Yuan at that time, and he had a deep impression of it. Now Fang Yuan was merely reenacting this scene. After using dream dispelling, Wuxia woke up, but his soul had suffered a great deal of damage. Fang Yuan used the guts goo to heal all the injuries to his soul, allowing him to return to his peak condition. What happened next was the key. If it worked well, not only could Fang Yuan capture Dancer Hong Yun, he could even snatch that rank 8 immortal goo. Dancer Hong Yun, 1,000 Transformations will, rank 8 immortal goo. Among these three, Dancer Hong Yun was the easiest to deal with. She was only a rank 7 goo immortal. Now that she was dragged out, she was likely in the same state as Wuxia, trapped in a dream realm. At this time, Wuxia added another lead soul into dreams, and that would be quite safe. Dancer Hong Yin was like a fish on the chopping board, nothing to worry about. He had to worry about 1,000 transformations will, and that rank 8 immortal goo. Wills would be worn down in dream realms. But different from souls, the reason wills were worn down was because they were thinking in dream realms. Any will, as long as they were thinking, they would be worn down. The more intensely they thought, the faster they would be worn down. However, the moment the consciousness left the dream, it would immediately recover, unlike a soul. Thus, if 1,000 transformations will was not worn down completely, and was dragged out of the dream realm by He Lulan, he would definitely activate the rank 8 immortal goo, and attack Feng Yuan, and the rest immediately. By then, Feng Yuan, and the rest would face the rank 8 immortal goo's attack. And more terrifyingly, this rank 8 immortal goo was unknown to Feng Yuan, and the rest, they could not defend against it. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Thus, they had to wait until 1,000 transformations will was worn down before they dragged Dancer Hong Yin out. That would be the best. However, if they wanted to use immortal killer moves of other paths in the dream realm, the dream realm would not be affected. Even if He Lulan found Dancer Hong Yin, who was in the dream realm, she could not use her methods to check if 1,000 transformations will was gone or not. On the other hand, lead soul into dream had no effect on 1,000 transformations will. Because 1,000 transformations will was only a will, lead soul into dream's target had to have a soul. Thus, the crucial factor of this plan was time. After 3 to 5 years, 1,000 transformations will would be completely worn down by the dream realm. But with that time, 1,000 transformations ancestor would have already found them. For Feng Yuan and the rest, not to mention 3 to 5 years, even 3 to 2 days would be dangerous. Because Feng Yuan and the rest were being chased, Providence had been paying attention to them, trying to trap them. The longer they stayed here, the more dangerous it would be for Feng Yuan and the rest. Thus, Feng Yuan's plan was to wait for a day. That was his limit. After a day, He Lulan would drag Dancer Hong Yin out of the dream realm. She would investigate and see if 1,000 transformations was still around. This was a risk. Thus, by then, Feng Yuan and the rest would hide far away. Only He Lulan would be left. If they succeeded, Feng Yuan would gain another rank 8 immortal goo. The risk would be borne by others, while the benefits would be his. Feng Yuan naturally wanted to do this. The only worry is that Celestial Court or 1,000 transformations will find us during this period of time. Feng Yuan muttered to himself. Fairy Miao Yin's expression changed. Feng Jioge is here, he is approaching. Fairy Miao Yin warned. He actually escaped from the river of time? Lady White Rabbit exclaimed softly. At this moment of all times. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold. If I had known this, I would have set up that immortal goo formation earlier and made Feng Jioge suffer. Forget it. Feng Yuan made a decision. Feng Jioge has Celestial Court behind him. It is not impossible for him to escape from the river of time. Let's retreat immediately and stay here. Anyway, even if Heavenly Court's Duke Long comes personally, he can't do anything to this dream realm. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. The immortals followed Feng Yuan's lead. They teleported out and retreated. Very decisive. Feng Jioge came here. Seeing that no one was around, he smiled and praised. Next, his gaze focused on the dream realm. This is a dream realm? Even without his report, his current situation was already observed by Fairy Myrtle from Celestial Court. Why would there be a dream realm here? What is the reason? It is not simple. We need to investigate further. While thinking, Fairy Myrtle transmitted to Feng Jioge, informing him of Feng Yuan and the rest's current location. Feng Jioge chased after them. His speed was unimaginable. Feng Yuan and the rest soon felt pressure. After they used omnidirectional travel, not long after, Feng Jioge chased after them again. Feng Jioge is getting faster. What immortal killer move is he using? With Celestial Court's help, what is impossible? The important thing now is, other than Feng Jioge, are there any other helpers? After chasing for half a day, on a desert, Feng Yuan and the rest were frowning deeply. Omnidirectional travel could not be used casually. because it expended the Gu immortals' own Dao marks. If they continued to run like this, even without Feng Jioge's help, their own battle strength would fall by a lot. But fighting against Feng Jioge was very risky. Ignoring Feng Jioge's own battle strength, the crucial thing was, other than him, were there others? If there was another rank 8 Gu immortal, Feng Yuan, and the rest would have a low chance of winning. Feng Jioge is only rank 7. Celestial Quartz rank 8 cannot enter his immortal aperture. And Celestial Quartz rank 8 phantom aperture cannot contain living beings. Moreover, we have moved so much, even if there are people following behind Feng Jioge, they will be left far behind. Bai Ningbing said. She wanted to fight. Feng Yuan nodded. I have the same thought, let's wait for him here. If we do not force him back, he will catch up sooner or later. Bai Ningbing was dazed for a moment, before looking around. She understood Feng Yuan very well. Since Feng Yuan wanted to deal with Feng Jioge, and did not have enough time to set up an immortal Gu formation, the location he chose had to be particular. However, before Bai Ningbing could figure out what was going on, the melodious sound of a zither rang out. Next, ripples of light formed into a golden gatehouse. From the gatehouse, Feng Jioge stepped out, appearing in front of Feng Yuan, and the rest again. Everyone, we meet again. Feng Jioge smiled as he greeted. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, while He Lulan, Miao Yin, and White Rabbit had grim expressions. The shadow of a person, the bark of a tree. Chapter 1430. Genius 1 second. Remember Love Go divided by small? Talk Net, providing you with exciting novels to read. Feng Jioge wore a red and white robe. He was handsome and elegant. He looked at the Shadow Sect immortals with a warm smile. He looked even more elegant. Love Go small talk Net Kuhi had no battle intent or killing intent, but the Shadow Sect immortals felt immense pressure. Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan walked out of the crowd muttering. He had an outstanding bearing. His white robe was like snow, his face was like jade, his eyes were like paint, they were unfathomable. Seeing this, Lady White Rabbit's heart jumped, she thought. In this current world, the two most outstanding people below rank 8 are finally going to fight today. Speaking of which, even though Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge had not interacted for a long time, their fate had lasted for a long time. A few years ago, after Feng Yuan snatched to immortal blessed land and seized Feng Kim Huang's fortuitous encounter, he had entered Feng Jioge's vision. But at that time, Feng Jioge was a high and mighty rank 7 Gu immortal. He had been famous for a long time. He was a peak character. And Feng Yuan was just a mortal. He was like an ant. Even if he was a little outstanding, that was all. Who could have thought that in just a few years, Feng Yuan would not only become a Gu immortal, he would also become the owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada, destroy 88-point Jinyang Tower, participate in the Battle of Etian Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and the Battle of Dream Realm. Right now, he was in the limelight. His name was on the wanted list of the Celestial Court. His reputation was already on par with Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan had saved Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge had also saved Feng Yuan. All their grudges had been settled. Now, the two of them would engage in a true contest of strength, with the purest identity of the faction. Feng Jioge, you've traveled a great distance to hunt us down. Don't you know that you've placed your life in my hands too? Feng Yuan let out a hollow laugh as his figure sprang forward at lightning speed toward Feng Jioge. As he spoke, immortal clothes and ribbons appeared on his body, and his black hair fluttered while lightning shot out from his eyes. He attacked ferociously, and drew the curtains to this intense battle. Immortal killer move, reverse flow protection seal. Feng Jioge narrowed his eyes. He had already witnessed the power of this famous killer move. He had more or less guessed that the countercurrent protection seal was probably more complicated and difficult to activate. It also needed a longer time to prepare. If he launched a sneak attack and did not give Feng Yuan the opportunity to activate this move, he would definitely have the upper hand in the battle. Unfortunately, Feng Yuan never gave Feng Jioge such a chance. Love Gobe smalt say Netka. Moreover, the Shadow Sect Immortals' investigative killer moves were very outstanding. Feng Jioge could not find any chance to launch a sneak attack. Seeing that Feng Yuan was charging at him, Feng Jioge's smile widened. he said to himself. I could move here directly because I used my self-created immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. And most importantly, I have not finished playing Yang Pass Tune yet. As he said that, his whole body burst out with golden light. The golden light did not have any offensive power, but it disappeared in a flash. Meanwhile, Feng Jioge's whole body vanished on the spot. What? Almost at the next moment, Feng Yuan heard the intense sound of a zither being played. The sound suddenly became louder before weakening, like the person playing the zither had flown past his ears. Feng Yuan's mind shook as he suddenly recalled. This was Feng Jioge's movement method. It had once been very useful in the 5 regions chaotic war. It allowed Feng Jioge to turn into a formless sound that spread outwards, before condensing back into his original form. Sound Dao was actually not mainstream, and this move was even more out of the ordinary. Ordinary methods were basically unable to stop Feng Jioge's shift. Be careful, He Lulan warned. They heard the zither's sound as well. They retreated subconsciously, but their speed could not match Yang Pass Tune. They did not know Feng Jioge's exact location. They could only choose to retreat randomly. Lady White Rabbit suddenly heard the sound of a zither explode in her ears. Feng Jioge's figure condensed. He was right next to her. Clang! Feng Jioge had a strange look in his eyes as he pointed at Lady White Rabbit from afar, creating a loud sound that sounded like weapons clashing. Lady White Rabbit screamed in fear. At that instant, she felt an intense threat of death. She quickly retreated. The sharp sound wave hit her chest. At the next moment, blood splattered. Black fog surged out of Lady White Rabbit's body. Within the black fog, Black Tigress appeared. She stood on a lizard as she flew into the sky. Love Gobe Small Say Net Lady White Rabbit, who had rank 6 cultivation level, was not Feng Jioge's match. But at the crucial moment, her other identity, Black Tigress, appeared and saved her life. Even so, Black Tigress was heavily injured. She quickly left and tried to heal herself. Feng Jioge did not chase her. He knew that his sneak attack had failed. He had lost the initiative. Everyone was wary of him. He would not be as effective as the first attack. Most importantly, Feng Jioge frowned slightly, looking at the vast desert below him. This is Anti-Sound Desert, your burial ground. Saying so, Feng Yuan pounced again. So that's it. Feng Jioge realized at once. At the next moment, he dissipated into sound waves. Yang Pass Tune succeeded again. Feng Yuan missed. However, Feng Jioge, who appeared not far away, had an ugly expression. The smile at the corner of his mouth had already faded a lot, and his gaze was even more solemn. Western Desert's Anti-Sound Desert. It was a place as famous as Southern Border's Silent Hill. They were famous in the world. To Sound Path Gu immortals, they were both forbidden lands. Because in these two places, Sound Path Dao marks were greatly suppressed. Any Sound Path killer move's power would be greatly suppressed. Earlier, Feng Jioge wanted to move behind Lady White Rabbit and kill her. But in the end, he was exposed 100 steps away from Lady White Rabbit. This allowed Lady White Rabbit to escape the fatal attack. Anti-Sound Desert. Back then, this special land was stolen by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. To think that it ended up here, how did Feng Yuan know? Ha! I almost forgot. He is the new leader of Shadow Sect. It is normal for him to know some secrets. Feng Jioge guessed. His second guess was wrong. Shadow Sect did not know about this place either. Feng Yuan knew about it because in the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, this place was exposed. Now it was being used by him. Feng Jioge's expression suddenly changed. He looked at his arm in shock. Unknowingly, a layer of frost had formed on his arm and even his back. Is that the Dragon Lady Bai Ningbing? Feng Jioge looked at Bai Ningbing in the distance with a look of admiration in his eyes. Immortal killer move Cold Eyes. This was Bai Ningbing's killer move. Even though Feng Jioge moved quickly, Cold Eyes could be activated even faster. As long as he was within Bai Ningbing's vision, he could reach her at almost the same time. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. He stretched out his hand and touched the frost. Immediately, a melodious bell sound could be heard as the frost melted. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Her dragon eyes shined with a cold light. This is a little troublesome. Feng Jioge frowned slightly. He used Yang Pa's tune again and vanished on the spot. But at the next moment, when he appeared, not only did he have to face Bai Ningbing's cold eyes, he even summoned Fairy Miao Yin's curved moon. Immortal killer move, curved moon. 2 crescent moons appeared in Fairy Miao Yin's eyes. Like cold eyes. This was a visual attack technique. It was activated extremely quickly. Feng Jioge was hit, his body shook slightly. Fairy Miao Yin was moved. She was confident in the power of curved moon. But when it hit Feng Jioge, it only shook his body slightly. Feng Jioge had a deep foundation in defense. Back then, even when facing Wu Yong's immortal battlefield killer move, he could resist it for so long. It was not a big deal to forcefully take a curved moon killer move. Chirp chirp chirp. Suddenly, there was the sound of birds chirping. A flock of little flaming birds surrounded Feng Jioge. Bam 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 bam. At the next moment, the fire birds self-detonated. The explosions continued for a long time, but soon disappeared. Because this was the battlefield of the anti-sound desert. The explosion engulfed Feng Jioge. Scorching flames gushed out in all directions along with surging airwaves. At once, the faces of Feng Yuan and the rest were covered in a layer of fire. The temperature in the air rose sharply. He Lulan stood far away, her eyes shining with intense battle intent. This was the immortal killer move she activated, Angry Bird. Far away, Feng Jioge appeared again. He was unscathed. The self-detonation of the angry birds did not affect him. Feng Yuan pounced. The other Shadow Sect immortals attacked from all directions. Feng Jioge smiled silently. You've been dodging for long enough, take this. Immortal killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. At once Heaven and Earth sang. The song entered the immortals' ears, their bodies shook. They felt like the whole world had suddenly become vast. While they themselves became smaller and smaller, they became ants or dust particles. The feeling of being small and insignificant appeared in their hearts. Compared to the whole world, they were insignificant. What were they? This was the power of Heaven and Earth Song. Not only did it affect the Gu immortals, even their immortal killer moves were affected, suppressed by Heaven and Earth Song. They became weaker and weaker. After a few breaths of time, they vanished into thin air. This move was one of Feng Jioge's signature killer moves. Back then in Luopa Valley, Qin Baisheng's side had suffered from this move. Now it was time for Feng Yuan and the rest to taste it. He Lulan and the rest naturally did not feel good. But Feng Yuan still charged forward. Reverse flow protection seal did not move. Only some ripples appeared on its surface. Not just that, it even reflected a portion of the power of Heaven and Earth Song onto Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge tasted his own killer move for the first time. Looking at Feng Yuan charging towards him, he frowned deeply. He had no choice but to use Yang Pa's tune to teleport again. Reverse flow protection seal made Celestial Quartz Gu immortals, Longevity Heaven, and Zishan Makoto helpless. Even Wu Yong was helpless, not to mention him, Feng Jioge? Feng Jioge felt a headache when he saw Feng Yuan. He finally understood how Wu Yong felt back then. Let go of Feng Yuan. Let's get rid of his subordinates first. Feng Jioge did not want to waste time with Feng Yuan. He targeted the others. Chapter 1431. Feng Jioge had the support of the Celestial Court. He did not lack information. He had a deep understanding of the Shadow Sect immortals. Other than Feng Yuan, there were also Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Wuxia, Black Tigress and Fairy Miao Yin. Bai Ningbing was a beautiful dragon lady. Her attacks were the most ferocious. She was likely to be the inheritor of Bai Xiang's true inheritance. He Lulan had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Even though she was a female, she had a heroic aura. Her attacks were covered in flames. She had incredible power. She had the great strength true martial physique of the 10 extreme physiques. Wuxia was currently using Fairy Chuibo's body. He wore a green dress and had seductive eyes. His methods were concealed. This was a new face to Feng Jioge. He was suspicious. Black Tigress had a ruthless gaze. Her injuries were already healed. She moved quickly and cultivated dark path. Like an assassin, she moved around the periphery, her eyes fixed on Feng Jioge, waiting for a chance to take revenge. As for Fairy Miao Yin, She had already used her signature killer move, Wondrous Hand Profound Sound. She had 6 arms and a pair of crescent moons in her eyes. She cultivated sound path like Feng Jioge. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge Feng Yuan's attacks. He was also assessing these Shadow Sect immortals. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was too invincible, but there were pros and cons. If Feng Yuan wanted to maintain this killer move, he would not be able to use other immortal killer moves. Feng Yuan had weak offense but strong defense. If Feng Jioge wanted to defeat Shadow Sect, he had to find someone else. This was the best strategy to avoid the enemy's weakness. But who would Feng Jioge find? This question lingered in the minds of Feng Yuan and the rest. Feng Jioge was not stupid enough to fight to the death with Feng Yuan. By the same logic, Feng Yuan and the rest had already expected Feng Jioge's tactic. This was very obvious. The countercurrent protection seal was too powerful, and the Celestial Court could not come up with a way to break it in a short period of time. It was very difficult to decipher killer moves. However, restraining and mitigating methods were much easier to achieve. However, Reverse Flow River was a rank 9 immortal goo. It was a secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Renzu. How could such an existence be easily countered or weakened? Therefore, only when the Celestial Court figured out a way to crack the seal would they be able to do something about it. Before this, even Duke Long couldn't do anything about it. Among everyone, He Lulan has the lowest cultivation level. She is rank 6. Will Feng Jioge deal with her? It's impossible to deal with Feng Yuan, but it's possible to deal with Fairy Miao Yin. After all, both of them cultivate the sound Dao. With Feng Jioge's strong attainments, it would be easier for him to deal with Fairy Miao Yin's methods. He attacked Lady White Rabbit earlier. If he pursues her now, it is possible that he will attack Black Tigress. What about Bai Ningbing? Bai Ningbing has the strongest offense among us. She is the strongest spear. If she is taken down, Feng Jioge will have a huge advantage in this battle. It is possible for Wuxia as well. She is using Fairy Cui Bo's body. Feng Jioge is the least familiar with her. He will try to probe her. All sorts of analysis and guesses appeared in Feng Yuan and the rest's minds. If they could guess Feng Jioge's thoughts, they would be able to deal with him more easily in the following battles. They might even gain the initiative. Who would Feng Jioge target? At the next moment, the answer was revealed. Feng Jioge leaped, activating Yang Pass Tune. He moved to the center of the battlefield. Next, this immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune did not dissipate, its aura changed. Feng Jioge let out a long whistle. How about listening to my Jasper song? This was his signature method. The immortals heard this and retreated. Only Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He charged forward bravely. Feng Jioge, you finally used some methods. Ding ding dong dong. The song resounded. It was like pearls falling on a jade plate. It was extremely pleasant to the ears. Feng Yuan ignored it. He got close to Feng Jioge. He wanted to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal to return a portion of Green Jade Song's power, to let Feng Jioge have a taste of it. But to think that Feng Jioge's Green Jade Song killer move's power was completely concealed. Feng Yuan was unobstructed along the way. He did not reflect any damage at all. While the immortals were shocked, a blurry figure flew out of Feng Jioge's body. This figure looked like Feng Jioge, but it was jade green, as if it was made of jade. What killer move is this? The Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat from this mysterious figure. Song Warrior. Feng Yuan's heart sank. He thought of a certain piece of information from his previous life. This was one of Feng Jioge's powerful methods. It allowed the 9 songs he created to condense into human form and attack enemies. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Feng Jioge's original 9 songs were extremely powerful. But they had flaws. He could only use one move at a time. They were not flexible enough and could only last for a short time. After many battles, Feng Jioge understood this flaw of his. He went into close cultivation for a while. After coming out, he obtained the killer move Song Warrior. This way, he could turn the 9 songs into temporary clones to fight strong enemies. They were extremely flexible, and his battle strength rose again. During the 5 regions chaotic war, Many enemies suffered greatly because of this. I didn't expect that the famous song Warrior was actually a variation of the Yang Pass tune. It is like the relationship between my strength path giant hand and Miri itself. In my previous life, about 500 years later, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior. He did it so early this time? No, in my previous life, it was because the Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven and forcefully delayed the Great Era. Maybe Feng Jioge was also affected. Or maybe, Feng Jioge created Song Warrior in advance because of the Celestial Court's guidance? Countless thoughts surged in Feng Yuan's mind. He had countless guesses in an instant. The Green Jade Song Warrior did not face Feng Yuan. It charged at Wuxia. Wuxia's eyelids twitched. He quickly retreated, not daring to face it head-on. Feng Jioge used Yang Pass Tune again to move far away. After several times, when Feng Yuan charged at him again, he had already used his signature killer move, Heaven and Earth Song. The Heaven and Earth Song Warrior charged at Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing shouted, "Good timing." She clashed with the Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. Frost splattered everywhere. Oh no, this is not good. Bai Ningbing and Wuxia can't even take care of themselves. We can't pressure Feng Jioge at all. So Feng Jioge's target is not one of us, but all of us apart from Feng Yuan. After understanding Feng Jioge's tactic, the Shadow Sect immortals felt a strong sense of threat. The battle was tilting towards Feng Jioge's side, but Feng Yuan and the rest were helpless. All in all, Feng Yuan's side was still weak in offense and strong in defense. And Feng Jioge had outstanding intelligence. He used the wisest tactic. In fact, Song Warrior had both advantages and disadvantages. If 9 songs were used, the song would be formless and formless. It would cover a huge area and have great power. It was hard to defend against. After turning into Song Warrior, it would condense into a lump. It could be targeted, dodged, and even used long-range attacks to continuously reduce the Song Warrior's power. But the current situation of Feng Jioge's battle was completely different from the previous 2 battles. Firstly, he did not need to face the immortal goo house clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building. This immortal goo house was extremely fast. If he used Song Warrior, it would definitely be evaded. Secondly, Feng Jioge did not need to attack the tributary of the River of Time. This time, Feng Yuan had not made sufficient preparations while chasing. He did not have time to set up an immortal goo formation. If he used Song Warrior, even if he could not defeat them one by one, the Shadow Sect immortals would not be able to fend for themselves. They would not be able to form an encirclement. What kind of battle situation, and what kind of tactic to use? This was a goo immortal who had experienced countless battles. Feng Jioge had no awareness. He was someone who had fought countless battles. He had rich battle experience. Adding on his shocking talent, this battle caused the Shadow Sect immortals to suffer greatly. After Green Jade Song and Heaven and Earth Song, it was Submission Song and Separation Song. The 4 Song Warriors fought at times. Sometimes they attacked together, causing the battlefield to fall into a chaotic battle. Bastard! Hei Lulan gritted her teeth as she retreated. She used Angry Bird to attack from afar. But once this move hit the Green Jade Song Warrior, the Fire Bird would turn into a Jade Bird and shatter on the ground. Penetrating Ice Blade. Bai Ningbing called out as she raised the huge ice blade in her hand, looking at the Submission Song Warrior. But at the crucial moment, Separation Song Warrior blocked this killer move. The huge ice blade disintegrated. Separation Song Warrior could separate everything, even an immortal killer move. Heaven and Earth Song Warrior had suppressive power. Wuxia and Fairy Miao Yin attacked it together, but they were evenly matched. Feng Yuan had a heavy heart. Ever since Feng Jioge started cultivating, he had set his goal to create 9 songs, to express his understanding of fate, life, and heaven and earth. And now, he has already created Separation Song. According to my previous life's information, he has 7 songs. Among them, Green Jade, Heaven and Earth, Submission Song, and Separation Song were used to attack. Feng Yuan and the rest had already seen it. There were also 2 songs, Obtain Treasure and Towards Heaven. They were used for cultivation. This was not a problem. What worried Feng Yuan the most was the final song. That song is not easy to control. Once it fails, the backlash is almost fatal. However, if we give Feng Jioge the chance to successfully use that song, we will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Feng Yuan was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He was weak in offense and strong in defense. Pressuring Feng Jioge was just wishful thinking. Feng Jioge had strong battle strength. He was skilled in controlling the 4 clones. Just from this, it could be seen that his enslavement path attainment was even higher than Feng Yuan's. After all, he had been a Gu immortal for many years. His foundation was deep. Feng Yuan's previous life's 500 years could not compare to him. And this is an anti-sound desert. Feng Jioge is suppressed. Of course, my fairy Miao Yin is the same. I need to take a risk. Otherwise, if I miss this chance, I might not even have the chance to take a risk. Feng Yuan made up his mind. At the next moment, he deactivated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Feng Yuan instantly turned into an Ancient Sword Dragon. Next, he calmed his mind and breathed in deeply, activating another of his signature methods. Combination of Enslavement and Strength Path. Myriad Self. This was not simply using the foundation of Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation to unleash Myriad Self. It was a combination move that involved a famous immortal killer move. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation Combination, Myriad Self, forming myriad dragons. Roar, 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 roar. In an instant, myriad dragons appeared, roaring in unison, sword chi spread out. Silver scales were like a sea. This killer move, when it chased me, it destroyed my sect's immortal Gu formation in Eastern Sea in one move. Wuxia's heart was shaken. Feng Yuan. Bai Ningbing called out softly, feeling a sense of reliability rising in her heart. Amazing! Even Feng Jioge was moved. At this moment, his vision was filled with sword dragons. The dragons were like the sea, drowning the 4 Song warriors, including Feng Jioge. Chapter 1432. The Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body were already at the peak of rank 7. Myriad Dragon Killer move was amplified by his transformation path, sword path, and other Dao marks. Its power rose sharply, reaching the limit of a rank 7 killer move. The dragons attacked the 4 Song warriors fiercely. Around the green Jade Song warrior, countless Jade Stone dragons fell. But he could not hold on for long before he was completely drowned. The Heaven and Earth Song warriors' attacks were grand. Each of his actions carried great pressure. But the dragons were too many. He was devoured by a sword dragon in the end. The Submission Song warrior lasted the longest. He actually managed to make some ancient sword dragon clones defect. But unfortunately, he could not stop the tide of the battle. The leaving Song warrior separated from the ancient sword dragon clones and charged out. But ancient sword dragon clones were everywhere. He perished in the endless myriad dragon group. All along, Feng Yuan's myriad self-killer move relied on quantity. Quality was secondary. Especially against Gu immortal experts, it could not be used. As Feng Yuan's opponents got stronger, myriad self-killer move was reduced to a method that used familiar face to help Feng Yuan escape. But after Feng Yuan combined his moves and used ancient sword dragon transformation as the foundation to activate myriad self, the effect was raised to a whole new level. Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation used rank 7 Dragon Breath Immortal Gu, Dragon Scales Immortal Gu, and rank 6 Dragon Strength Immortal Gu to recreate the physique of an ancient desolate beast. Ancient Sword Dragon clones could not be matched by a simple myriad self-killer move. This was the strongest offensive method that Feng Yuan currently had. The myriad dragon devoured the 4 Song warriors before surrounding Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan did not hesitate. He mobilized the dragon group to attack Feng Jioge from all directions. Facing this move, Feng Jioge had a flash of praise in his eyes. He clenched his right fist and punched forward. Boom! A huge drum sound shook heaven and earth. Like a clap of thunder, the 5 ancient sword dragon clones in front of him disintegrated. Almost at the same time, Feng Jioge's left hand formed a palm and slammed to the side. Clang! Amidst the melodious ringing of the bell, several ancient sword dragons came to a halt. Then their bodies shook violently. and in a breath's time, they turned into nothingness. Fist drum. Gripping the bell. Feng Zhuge's hands did not stop moving. His voice was surging as he used offense as defense, causing the fled dragons to be unable to approach him. Myriad Dragon Killer move could put most rank 7 Gu immortals in a life and death situation. But against Feng Zhuge, it was not enough. Feng Zhuge had accumulated a lot of sound path Dao marks. Even in the anti-sound desert, it was hard to conceal his brilliance. However, this scene caused a strange expression to appear on Feng Yuan's face. It's strange. Why is Feng Zhuge not using Yang Pastun? In this situation, the entire song is already dead. Feng Zhuge can totally use guerrilla warfare to avoid my attacks. This way, he will be more stable and will consume less immortal energy. Unless he is preparing a certain immortal killer move. But if he uses fist drum and gripping the bell now, it is very unlikely that he is preparing a killer move. Moreover, he would not be preparing a killer move in such a dangerous place, right? If that is the case, it is likely to be the truth. It seems that the information from the 500 years of my previous life was not baseless. In Feng Yuan's mind, all sorts of thoughts collided and sparked with inspiration. At the next moment, he returned to his human form and gathered the Shadow Sect immortals. Let's retreat. The ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel activated again. Feng Zhuge showed a bitter smile. Seeing that Feng Yuan and the others had left, he did not chase them this time. It turned out that his movement killer move Yang Pastun was extremely outstanding and could even be transformed into a song warrior. But it had a flaw. That was the time limit. There was a fixed time limit for each activation of the Yang Pastun. Once the time limit was reached, Yang Pastun's effect would vanish instantly. Moreover, Feng Zhuge had to wait 14 hours before he could activate it again. Thus for Feng Zhuge, this immortal killer move was extremely precious and would not be used casually in normal battles. Because once he used this move, he would face the drawback of the time limit. If he could not end the battle within the time limit, Feng Zhuge would not have any better movement method to escape the battle. In the battle with Wu Yong earlier, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo buildings speed was too fast. Even if Feng Zhuge activated Yang Pastun, he could not escape. When he chased after Feng Yuan earlier, because of Feng Yuan's omnidirectional travel, Feng Zhuge had to use Yang Pastun in order to catch up. When Feng Yuan activated Myriad Dragon, Yang Pastun's time limit was already up. Feng Zhuge smiled bitterly in his heart as he used Drum Fist and Bell Palm to defend against Myriad Dragon killer move. As Feng Yuan and the rest retreated, Myriad Dragon also gradually dissipated. In the huge battlefield, only Feng Zhuge was left. Feng Zhuge was unharmed. He was still as elegant as before, as if the person who had just participated in the battle was not him. Feng Yuan successfully retreated, but Feng Zhuge was not dejected. There was even a faint smile on his face. How can I end the battle with Feng Yuan in one go? I have to probe him many times and find out all of his trump cards before I can kill him. Moreover, before that, there is still the Celestial Court's mission to suppress Feng Yuan and destroy Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan seems to understand me very well. Is it because he used Spring Autumn Cicada to revive? That new female immortal is Fairy Chui Bo of Western Desert's Gu immortal world on the surface. But she uses soul path methods. It is very strange. The results of the probing were very good, especially when it came to Wuxia. In the previous battle, because Feng Yuan had made arrangements and ample preparations, Feng Zhuge did not find Fairy Chui Bo. But this time was different. Wuxia has lead soul into dream. This is the biggest threat. It might be in Feng Yuan's hands now, or it might still be in Wuxia's hands. In this battle, I did not see Wuxia, but Fairy Chui Bo. If I am not wrong, this Fairy Chui Bo is Thousand Transformations' ancestor's concubine. Why is she with Feng Yuan and the rest in such a short time? Is it because this Fairy Chui Bo is a member of Shadow Sect, or is she possessed by Wuxia? Even though Feng Zhuge was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he had great intelligence. After some guesses, he was getting close to the truth. At another place, Feng Zhuge did not chase after us after all. Feng Yuan looked at the sky. This retreat was a lot of probing, but Feng Yuan clearly found out the truth. Yang Pastun had a time limit after all. After knowing this, the other Shadow Sect Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. Feng Zhuge is really strong. He lives up to his reputation. I can feel that he is still holding back. He did not use all his trump cards. All in all, this was a probing battle. We did not use our trump cards, right? The Gu immortals conversed. That was true. Be it Black Tigress Daughter Lit Killer Move, by Ning Bing's by Xiang, or Ying Wuxia's Lead Soul into Dream, they were not used. In this battle, both sides held back, but they also used many trump cards. For example, Feng Zhuge's Yang Pastun, Song Warrior, and Feng Yuan's Myriad Dragon Killer Move. In the next battle, these killer moves would definitely be countered. Even if they could not be countered, there would be defensive measures. A few days later, behind a certain ordinary sand dune, the desert wind blew up layers of sand and smoke. As the sun set, the sky was dyed red like blood. The sound of camel bells could be heard along with the wind. Far away, there was a caravan of mortal Gu masters. These people naturally could not discover Feng Yuan and the rest. At this moment, Feng Yuan's mind was inside his immortal aperture. An immortal Gu formation was already set up in mini central continent. Self-cleansing immortal Gu formation. A rank 7 immortal formation with self-love immortal Gu as the core and formation flag immortal Gu as the supplementary. Once activated, it could get rid of the harmful Dao marks on the immortal body. And because of formation flag immortal Gu, this immortal Gu formation had the ability to teleport for a short period of time. That was to say, when Feng Yuan wanted it, he could take out this immortal formation and use it. When there was no time to use it, he could put it back into the sovereign immortal aperture. It was very convenient. This immortal formation has a lot of potential for improvement. For example, adding time path Gu worms to speed up the flow of time inside it. Unfortunately, my time path attainment level is not high enough. I cannot deduce it. Feng Yuan felt it was a pity. However, it is still possible to move the formation spirit inside and make it the formation spirit of this immortal formation. This was not difficult. Feng Yuan only needed to fuse that incomplete immortal formation into the self-cleansing immortal formation. That would do. This involved one of the techniques of immortal killer moves, combination moves. Feng Yuan was naturally proficient in this aspect. He also had formation path grandmaster attainment level. Feng Yuan was very confident in this. He estimated that he only needed 2 to 3 days to complete it. With the formation spirit, I will not need to activate the immortal Gu formation myself. I can focus on other things. But before that, I need to raise Myriad Self by 1 level. In Anti-Sound Desert, the battle with Feng Zhuge gave Feng Yuan a huge inspiration. That was the improvement of the immortal killer move Myriad Self. At the same time, it is a dream realm after all. But Husband's Will, rank 8 immortal Gu mutation, and Dancer Hong Yun, are they all inside? In the sky, 2 rank 7 female immortals looked at each other. They were 1,000 transformations ancestors' wives and concubines. One was called Night Temptress. The other was called Immortal Concubine Qing Lan. 1,000 transformations ancestor naturally sensed the damage to Dancer Hong Yun and his will. Not long ago, he received accurate information that Feng Yuan's group schemed against him, and even possessed Fairy Chui Bo. 1,000 transformations ancestor was furious, but because his injuries were not healed and the information was not confirmed, he sent his first and second wives to investigate. Be it Night Temptress or Immortal Concubine Qing Lan, they were rank 7 experts, but against the dream realm, they were helpless. Right when they did not know what to do, a mysterious voice entered their ears. Dream realms cannot be investigated. Why don't you find the culprit? Fairy Chui Bo is among them now. Who? Come out! The 2 female immortals shouted, using investigative methods, but they could not find the source of the voice. Such a profound sound path method. Night Temptress and Immortal Concubine Qing Lan's expressions changed. 8. Chapter 1433. Western Desert. The sky was clear, the sun was shining brightly. A dark red dream realm floated in the air, it was very eye-catching. Dancer Hong Yin and Thousand Transformations were trapped in this dream realm, unable to get out. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were flying around the dream realm. Goo worms flew out of their hands, arranged around the dream realm. Like the southern border righteous path Goo immortals, they were also setting up an immortal Goo formation to surround the dream realm and prevent others from getting in. There was no helping it. The dream realm had just appeared. The super forces of the 5 regions and 2 heavens, as well as some lone immortals and demonic path experts, were researching it, but they were still in the initial stages. At this time, few Goo immortals had methods to deal with dream realms. Even though Thousand Transformations' ancestor was a rank 8 Goo immortal and had inherited a reckless savage true inheritance, he was still helpless against dream realms. But this concerned Dancer Hong Yun and his rank 8 immortal Goo mutation. He could not let it go easily. After thinking about it, he could only seal this dream realm and leave it for the future. It's about time. I will defend, you do the last few steps. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan conversed for a while. Night Temptress was in charge of defending, while immortal concubine Qing Lan continued to set up the immortal Goo formation. Among Thousand Transformations' ancestors' concubines, Night Temptress had the highest status. She was the strongest. Immortal concubine Qing Lan was second only to her. Earlier, the two had heard a mysterious transmission that told them Fairy Chui Bo's location. They were extremely vigilant. Red Date Immortal Essence continued to be injected as Goo worms were activated, forming a hazy formation path silhouette. The silhouette was yellowish-brown in color, like sand flying in the sky. All sorts of beast shadows could be seen within. Next, immortal concubine Qing Lan took out a crucial immortal Goo. This was a rank 7 immortal Goo. It looked like a beetle, people called it a bumpkin. It was the size of a baby's fist. Its body was flat and had a metallic luster, giving off a feeling of toughness. Rule Path Immortal Goo Pass? Seeing this immortal Goo, Feng Jioge, who was hiding far away, had a thought. He had a heated gaze. He had searched for this Rule Path Immortal Goo for a long time, but could not find it. If I had passed Goo, the time limit of Immortal Killer, Move Yang Pass Tune would be greatly extended. Moreover, with an Immortal Goo, a large number of mortal Goo can be removed. This move's activation difficulty and time would be greatly reduced. To think that this Immortal Goo is actually in Thousand Transformations' ancestors' hands. Feng Jioge sighed. Even though I created Obtain Treasure Song and can refine Wild Immortal Goo, in this situation, the chances of succeeding are too low. Night Temptress and immortal concubine Qing Lan were very vigilant. It was extremely difficult to snatch other people's immortal Goo. In history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had succeeded in doing so. After him, even Theft Path Goo immortals were rarely able to display such astonishing might. Pass Goo was the core of this immortal formation. It was activated and fell into the yellow sand. After a while, the light and shadow stopped changing and solidified into a pale yellow cloud, quietly floating in the sky. Immortal concubine Qing Lan and Night Temptress heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, we have set up the immortal Goo formation. With this Goo formation, we can return quickly. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The two female immortals were filled with killing intent. Unfortunately, from start to finish, Feng Jioge did not show up. When Feng Jioge appeared, the two let out a sigh of relief, but were also a little disappointed. A moment later, the two returned, leaving this place. Feng Jioge followed them for a while, and found that their destination was obvious, Myriad Statue Desert. Strange, they did not go to find Fairy Chui Bo? With Thousand Transformations' ancestors' personality, how could he let this go? Did something happen on Thousand Transformations' ancestors' side? Feng Jioge had obtained a lot of detailed information from the Celestial Court. He knew Thousand Transformations' ancestors' personality and way of doing things. He was arrogant and domineering, taking revenge for the smallest grievances. Thus he made this plan. But Thousand Transformations' ancestor did not fall for it. He even ignored Fairy Chui Bo. This was very strange. Feng Jioge wanted to use Thousand Transformations' side to continue pressuring and probing Feng Yuan. But his plan failed. At this time, Feng Jioge received a transmission. He left quietly, and behind a sand dune, he saw 2 rank 8 Gu immortals of the Celestial Court. Feng Jioge was not unfamiliar with these two, because in southern border, these two appeared and blocked Wu Yong for Feng Jioge. Afterwards, Feng Jioge chased after Feng Yuan, while these two chased after the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Unfortunately, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck had already been connected by Feng Yuan's Connect Luck Immortal Gu. At that time, Feng Yuan was relying on this precious rank 8 battle strength. Once it was connected, not only could he protect the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he could also use the killer move Chi Luck Sensation to determine its location. Even though Feng Yuan had other investigative killer moves, considering that the other Gu immortals of the Celestial Court could destroy it, he chose Luck Path. It was safer. After all, the only super force that was skilled in Luck Path was Longevity Heaven. And even though Giant Sun Immortal was known as an Immortal Venerable, he had never entered the Celestial Court, and did not impart his Luck Path true inheritance to the Celestial Court. Thus, when Feng Yuan and the rest used Burning Soul Bursting Luck, the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's luck rose, and it escaped unexpectedly. Next, the mysterious Gu immortal Lu Wei-yin interfered. Not only did he save the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, he even destroyed the investigative killer move that the Celestial Court had used on the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Thus, these two Celestial Court Gu immortals searched for 2 days, and spent a lot of effort before confirming that the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had completely escaped. There was no chance of capturing it. They did not do their job well. Fairy Myrtle scolded them. After that, Fairy Myrtle sent them to reinforce Feng Jioge. We already know about the Dream Realm. This time, Thousand Transformations Ancestor's attitude has changed. We have already received Lady Ziwei's instructions. We will probe Thousand Transformations Ancestor. The two Celestial Court rank 8 Gu immortals said. Thousand Transformations Ancestor's attitude towards Fairy Chuibo's matter was different from before. Feng Jioge could see something amiss, but as a Wisdom Path great expert, Fairy Myrtle could deduce even more. She deduced that Thousand Transformations Ancestor was likely to be heavily injured. He might even die. Thus, if they probed him, they might be able to obtain Thousand Transformations Ancestor's reckless savage true inheritance. Even if they did not gain anything, they could cause a battle in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, and lose a rank 8 Gu Immortal. That was a good thing. After all, the great era of the 5 regions chaotic war was about to arrive. Central Continent had 4 battlegrounds. They had to plan ahead and reduce the strength of the Gu immortals of the other regions. The more the better. Feng Yuan flew in the sky. These last days, Feng Jioge did not chase them. Feng Yuan stopped using omnidirectional travel. After all, this ancient battle formation had a huge cost. It expended the Gu immortals' Dao marks. Moreover, Feng Jioge and the rest did not have a clear location. If they used omnidirectional travel recklessly, they might be closing the distance between them. Omnidirectional travel could only be used in emergencies. The others entered his sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, Feng Yuan was thinking as he flew. A moment later, Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He lowered his speed and altitude. When his feet touched the ground, his immortal aperture's entrance opened, letting out Bai Ningbing and the rest. Protect me. I have already designed it. We can set up the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation now. Feng Yuan said. Next, he sat down on the ground and started to meditate. In fact, the self-cleansing immortal Gu formation had already been set up. It was placed in mini Central Continent. However, this immortal formation was not the most ideal one. According to his previous plan, Feng Yuan activated the self-cleansing immortal formation. At the same time, he was multitasking, activating another incomplete immortal formation. This incomplete immortal formation was obtained by Feng Yuan from dancer Hong Yin. The formation flag immortal Gu inside was already taken out, becoming a part of the self-cleansing immortal formation. And now, Feng Yuan was trying to fuse these two immortal formations into one. 2 hours later, Feng Yuan, who was sweating profusely, opened his eyes. He let out a breath of air and relaxed. The two immortal formations had completely fused into one. The main purpose of this was the formation spirit. The incomplete immortal formation with the formation spirit merged into the self-cleansing immortal formation. The formation spirit would have a new home. After achieving this goal, Feng Yuan removed many goo worms from the incomplete immortal formation, simplifying the self-cleansing immortal formation. At this point, the immortal formation was completely formed. It could reduce the harmful Dao marks on Feng Yuan and the rest. However, Feng Yuan was not in a hurry to reduce the Dao marks. He took out self-love immortal goo from the immortal formation. Self-love immortal goo was the core of the self-cleansing immortal formation. Once it was taken out, the entire immortal formation would collapse. However, Feng Yuan's immortal formation was still intact. It was the formation spirit. Its ability to manipulate the immortal formation surpassed Feng Yuan's. The moment self-love immortal goo was taken out, the immortal formation was on the verge of collapsing. But the formation spirit acted in time, using a large number of self-love mortal goo to activate the goo formation, temporarily replacing self-love immortal goo. But this could only be used in emergencies. Self-love immortal goo was the core. It was like the pillar supporting the house. With self-love immortal goo taken out, using a large number of mortal goo to support the house was like a small wooden pillar. As time passed, the entire immortal formation would collapse. Feng Yuan's initial estimation was that this would take around 14 hours. As long as he returned self-love immortal goo to the immortal formation during this time, the immortal attraction formation would not collapse. Feng Yuan took out self-love immortal goo naturally, not to test the formation spirit's ability. He had other important goals. Self-love immortal goo, affection immortal goo. These two immortal goo flew in his immortal aperture. Feng Yuan injected red date immortal essence into them. He also used several mortal goo. At the next moment, a vast amount of self-will was produced by Feng Yuan like a huge wave. Self-will formed into a giant that was over 100 feet tall. It looked like Feng Yuan himself. It stood on the ground with a majestic body. Next, Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, activating the immortal killer move myriad self. A moment later, the self-will giant vanished. 10,000 myriad self-clones appeared in Feng Yuan's mini central continent. Success! Myriad self-killer move has been raised to a new level. My battle strength has also risen. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. 8. Chapter 1434. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Working day and night. In the goo refinement hall that had been going on for several months, the light of the fire shone on Sixth Hair's face. His face was covered in soot. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the blazing fire. The intense temperature was burning the surroundings. Sixth Hair's hair was burning and curling. But Sixth Hair did not care. He was focused on what was in front of him. The goo refinement had already entered the final crucial step. As expected of Luck Path, it is the best supplementary goo refinement method. I have reached this step again. I must succeed this time. Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He was determined in his heart. Suddenly his vision turned dark. Oh no, is my body at its limit? No matter, with one thought, crimson snake flower will bloom. Thoughts rose in Sixth Hair's mind. Bright red crimson snake tattoos appeared on his skin. They coiled from his waist to his chest. At the same time, a powerful force was generated out of thin air. Like a strong airflow, it suddenly filled Sixth Hair's balloon-like body. Sixth Hair immediately became spirited. He is using this killer move again. When the crimson snake coils around my head and covers my whole body, I will lose my life. But what does it matter? As long as I refine this immortal goo, it will be a huge help to Shadow Sect. Come, Thousand Li Soul Thread. Sixth Hair encouraged himself inwardly. A hairy man goo immortal behind him immediately handed over a long immortal material. It was the Thousand Li Soul Thread. It was an immortal material that could only be produced in the bodies of ancient soul beasts. The value of the soul thread increased along with its length. This Thousand Li Soul Thread in Langya Sect's collection was extremely valuable. It was comparable to a rank 8 immortal material. It was a quasi-rank 8 immortal material. But because it was too rare, there was no market for it. Even in jewel yellow skies, it was hard to sell it. Thus its market price was at the level of a rank 8 immortal material. For the sake of Feng Yuan's Gu refinement plan, not only Sixth Hair, even the land spirit of Langia took action personally. It could even be said that the entire Langia sect was refining Gu for Feng Yuan. After Feng Yuan became the new leader of Shadow Sect, he inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. His foundation was extremely deep. He handed over a portion of his cultivation experience, immortal killer moves, and immortal Gu recipes to Langia sect. He could easily exchange them for a vast amount of sect contribution points. Next, he used these sect contribution points to make the whole of Langia sect refine immortal Gu for him. After refining self-love immortal Gu, his next target was cleanse soul immortal Gu. Sixth Hair had already progressed more than half, and only the last few steps were left. At this moment, Sixth Hair carefully took the 1,000-mile soul thread. The soul strands were shaped like kelp, and were dark green in color. However, the difference was that there were specks of gold flickering in the dark green. At first glance, it looked like a group of fireflies embedded in the kelp. The 1,000-mile soul silk was very heavy. Sixth Hair held it as if it were a feather. He used refinement path methods and quickly cut off a portion of it. To refine cleanse soul immortal Gu, he only needed a small portion of the soul thread. In fact, he did not even need the 1,000-mile soul thread. Even the 100-mile soul thread was enough. However, to raise the success rate of the Gu refinement, and to save time, Feng Yuan did not hesitate to pay a huge price to exchange for the 1,000-mile soul thread from Langia sect's treasury. He was truly wealthy. The soul thread was thrown into the blazing fire. In an instant, the blazing red fire turned into a nether ghost fire, emitting a mournful cry. Sixth Hair breathed in deeply. He opened his bloodshot eyes and started to control the fire. An hour later in Western Desert, a huge immortal Gu formation was emitting loud noises. The Gu formation occupied a huge area of over 100 square kilometers. It activated intensely, creating layers of illusions of green mountains. In this yellow desert, it was very eye-catching. Bai Ningbing and the rest were scattered around the immortal Gu formation, patrolling and staying alert. The immortal formation's activation had reached a crucial moment. However, Feng Yuan, who was at the center of the immortal formation, was very relaxed. He even had the mood to deduce other things. At this speed, in another 4 hours, I will succeed and get rid of all the harmful Dao marks on my body. The Celestial Court's pursuers should be here, right? I tried to get rid of the investigative killer move. The Celestial Court will definitely sense it. Failed again? At the next moment, Feng Yuan frowned slightly. He received news from Sixth Hair that the refinement of cleanse soul immortal Gu had failed again. Moreover, this time, the Gu refinement failed. Sixth Hair suffered a backlash and was heavily injured. He needed to rest for some time. As far as Feng Yuan was concerned, the current Sixth Hair was the most trustworthy person in Langia sect. He was even more reliable than Land Spirit of Langia. He needed to recuperate. This was bad news. Including this time, the refinement of cleanse soul immortal Gu has failed close to 10 times, right? Immortal Gu refinement is a bottomless pit. Hairy Man Gu immortals are proficient in hairy man nature style. To prevent Providence from interfering, I can only use the human isolation style Gu refinement method. Feng Yuan was not surprised that cleanse soul immortal Gu's refinement failed. It did not shake his determination to continue refining this Gu. Speaking of which, he had cleansed soul immortal Gu before, but it was gone. Back then, cleanse soul immortal Gu was one of the cores of Myriad's self-killer move. But now Feng Yuan was not refining cleanse soul for Myriad's self-killer move. His true goal was his strength path immortal zombie body. This 8-armed immortal zombie body had the soul path trap that Wuxia had painstakingly planted in it. Now that Feng Yuan had become the new leader of Shadow Sect, he had the method to remove the trap. But this method required a rank 7 cleanse soul immortal Gu as the core. As long as he refined cleanse soul immortal Gu, Feng Yuan would be able to use his strength path immortal zombie body again. He would be able to obtain wisdom Gu's recognition, and use the light of wisdom to change the overall situation of this era. Even though the Tao marks in the secluded domains of heaven and earth, Dang Hun Mountain, Reverse Flow River, and Luopa Valley were comparable to Rank 9 Immortal Gu, in terms of profundity, Rank 9 Immortal Gu were better. Especially Wisdom Gu. This Rank 9 Immortal Gu was very famous in the legends of Renzu. It had appeared many times and even tricked Renzu. There is an enemy attack from the southwest. Right at this time, Fairy Miao Yin suddenly transmitted a warning. Oh, they appeared after all. Feng Yuan was not surprised. He slowly stood up. The Immortal Gu formation was still operating. Everything was controlled by the formation spirit. It was too convenient for Feng Yuan. The only drawback was that this self-cleansing immortal formation expended a lot of immortal essence. Feng Yuan could not endure it. During this escape in battle, Feng Yuan's immortal essence reserves had decreased rapidly. Thankfully, Wu clan had provided him with 100,000 immortal Yuan stones. But now these immortal Yuan stones had also decreased greatly. A moment later, the pursuers from Celestial Court arrived in front of Feng Yuan. It was Feng Juga. Why are you alone again? Feng Yuan smiled as he looked at Feng Jioga. Feng Jioga looked around. He did not see any other Shadow Sect Gu immortals. He smiled as well. Aren't you alone too? Hee. That is because I alone am enough to deal with you. Feng Jioga, you are going to regret this battle. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Feng Jioga frowned slightly. This situation was out of his expectations. Feng Yuan was too confident. Strange, what is he relying on? Or a sinister plot? Chapter 1435. Feng Yuan charged towards Feng Jioga. Of course, he was already wearing an immortal robe. The immortal robe was sparkling. There was also a long and curved ribbon that was wrapped around Feng Yuan's waist and arms. As Feng Yuan charged forward, the immortal robe and ribbon fluttered in the wind. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. This move again. Feng Jioga saw this and sighed internally. This move was a huge headache for him. He was helpless against it. Thus, Feng Jioga chose to retreat. He easily pulled some distance away from Feng Yuan. Controlling Reverse Flow Protection Seal requires too much concentration. Feng Yuan cannot split his attention to use it. Even if he has movement immortal methods, he cannot use them. In this way, when he activates the Reverse Current Protection Seal, other than defense, everything else is very ordinary. Feng Jioga thought to himself as a smile appeared on his face. The enemy advanced while he retreated. Feng Yuan could not catch up to Feng Jioga. He tried several times but to no avail. Feng Jioga's eyes flickered with a pondering light. He did not stop analyzing in his mind. Why is Feng Yuan still alone? In this battle against Feng Jioga, Feng Yuan did not have Bai Ningbing or He Lulan to help him. Thus, Feng Jioga could only face Feng Yuan. In the previous battle, his tactic of eliminating the other Gu immortals had failed. But this way, Feng Yuan has no hope of winning. Even if he has outstanding defense, he will only be a target. Be it in terms of offense or movement, he cannot match me. He will lose the initiative in the battlefield. No, Feng Yuan would not be so unwise. He must be plotting something else. Feng Jioga was not careless. He became even more vigilant. When Feng Yuan chased after him, he retreated far away to create a safe distance. Feng Jioga, you chased me all the way here, and now you're just running away? Feng Yuan sneered as he asked. Feng Jioga's smile widened. What's the point of arguing? Feng Yuan, you should catch up to me first. It's not easy for you to activate the Reverse Current Protection Seal. After a long time, not only will you be exhausted, but I'm afraid that even your immortal energy will be depleted, right? There must be a huge price to pay for such a powerful technique. Feng Jioga firmly held the initiative, not only in terms of speed, but he also suppressed Feng Yuan in terms of tactics. The battle this time was very different from the last. The last time they fought, it was an abyss of suffering. This time, one of them chased and the other fled. Apart from exchanging a few words, there was no sound. Feng Yuan snorted coldly. He had a way to deal with Feng Jioga's actions. His 500 years of experience in his previous life was not a joke. Ignoring everything else, Just his combat experience alone was definitely rich. Thus, in the next moment, Feng Yuan dove down and landed on the ground. Feng Zhuge did not chase. Instead, he cautiously floated in the air and sized up the desert. Previously, he was at a disadvantage due to the terrain, and was tricked by Feng Yuan using the anti-sound desert. Of course, Feng Zhuge remembered that lesson. On the way here, he had done his homework, and did not find anything special about this desert. Poochie, with a soft sound, Feng Yuan directly drilled into the desert, and headed deep underground. Feng Zhuge continued to investigate, and used immortal methods. After confirming that there were no tricks, he used fist drums and palm bells to smash the underground desert. Dong dong dong. Dang dang dang. At once, drum and bell sounds resonated, creating deep pits and holes in the desert. Large amounts of sand flew out, and covered the surrounding several li in yellow-brown sand. But Feng Yuan did not care. He continued to go deeper underground. Feng Zhuge frowned. The deeper he went, the more earth path Dao marks there were. For Feng Zhuge, it was disadvantageous. At the same time, he had some suspicions. Feng Yuan is so confident this time. Could it be that he had made arrangements underground? Or did he know that there is a special environment here that he can use? All sorts of thoughts flashed in Feng Zhuge's mind as he flew down. He was like an arrow that shot into the desert, chasing after Feng Yuan. He had to chase, because if Feng Yuan stayed underground, and used the immortal formation to get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, Feng Zhuge would chase after him. Even if he did not get rid of the investigative killer moves on him, and instead set up a Gu formation or battlefield killer move underground. If Feng Zhuge hesitated and did not chase, it would give Feng Yuan a lot of time to prepare. If that was the case, Feng Zhuge would be too foolish. Thus, Feng Zhuge had to chase and exert pressure on Feng Yuan, forcing him to expose more trump cards and break his battle rhythm. Fist drum palm bell. Even deep underground, Feng Zhuge's sound path killer moves were still extremely powerful. Explosions continued to occur around Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had a grim expression. This time, without the terrain advantage of anti-sound desert, Feng Yuan could feel Feng Zhuge's ferocious attacks. Even though he was underground and had abundant earth path Dao marks, Feng Zhuge's killer moves were still very oppressive. This was the advantage of sound path. Every path had its own unique strengths and weaknesses. Even though sound path was a small path, it had its own advantages. This advantage was that sound path was good at spreading. It had little effect on Dao mark conflicts. For example, ordinary paths like earth path killer moves would have their power reduced by 50 to 60% in an environment with abundant water path Dao marks. And sound path killer moves of the same power would only be weakened by 20 to 30%. If not for reverse flow protection seal, I would not have lasted until now after so many hits. How did Feng Zhuge cultivate? At rank 7, he has Dao mark accumulation on par with rank 8? Let's not think about this, let's counterattack. Immortal killer move, Ancient Sword Dragon transformation. Instantly, a dazzling light burst out from Feng Yuan's body, but in the dense underground, the light could not spread out. The moment Feng Yuan transformed, Feng Zhuge's investigative killer move sensed something amiss. Then, in almost a breath of time, the sand in front of Feng Zhuge exploded, revealing a huge dragon head. Feng Zhuge's small body was like a mouse in front of an elephant compared to this dragon head. Ancient Sword Dragon. Feng Yuan. Feng Zhuge's pupils shrunk to pin size at this moment. Feng Yuan's counterattack was so sudden and so ferocious. The flood dragon opened its mouth wide, and a dazzling, surging silver radiance gushed out from within. Sword Dragon Breath. At once, the silver-white light shot out like countless sharp arrows. It had an intense invasive nature as it shone on the surroundings. The incomparably sharp aura was still a distance away, but Feng Zhuge felt waves of piercing pain on his face, as if hundreds of needles were pricking his face. Boom! The sword dragon breath shot out and hit Feng Zhuge fiercely. Clanging sounds rang out from Feng Zhuge's body as he activated his defensive means, emitting countless tiny sound waves. Then, The peerlessly sharp dragon breath of the sword-fled dragon forcefully destroyed his defenses. Ordinary dragon breaths only lasted for a short period of time, but Feng Yuan had perseverance immortal goo. The dragon breath could last for an extremely long time. Feng Jioge was forced back. Under the impact of the sword dragon breath, he moved his methods with difficulty and flew into the sky, escaping from the dragon breath's attack. But at the next moment, Feng Yuan raised his head. The thick sword serpent's breath was like a silver pillar of light. Then like a peerless sword, it lightly slashed upwards. Here it comes. Feng Jioge was no longer smiling. His face was shining with silver light. Seeing that the sword dragon breath was about to attack again, he had to retreat again. Immortal killer move, Yang Pass Tune. With a swoosh, he vanished on the spot, reappearing 1,000 steps away in the sky. Feng Yuan stopped his dragon breath and growled as he continued to counterattack. With a swing of his dragon tail, the ancient sword dragon's speed burst out. At the same time, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks boosted together, giving Feng Yuan a terrifying speed. Boom! With a loud sound, the air was pushed apart, creating a sonic boom. In an instant, Feng Yuan arrived in front of Feng Jioge. His speed was so fast that Feng Yuan was unable to react in time. His vision blurred, and in the next instant Feng Jioge, who had been a small black dot in his field of vision, appeared right before him, only 10 or so steps away. The dragon mouth opened again, but this time, Feng Jioge had already reacted. He whistled softly, good timing. Then, in the face of the dragon breath of the sword light, he did not dodge or evade, but counterattacked. Boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out, and Feng Jioge was sent flying like a cannonball. For the first time, he showed shock on his face. He had a question in his mind. How can this be? Why is there a layer of reverse flow protection seal on Feng Yuan's body? In the previous battle, when Feng Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon, he could not maintain reverse flow protection seal at the same time. In that exchange just now, Feng Jioge had taken advantage of this point and charged head-on. In the end, the countercurrent protection seal had completely reversed his attack. Guh! Feng Jioge felt intense pain in his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to maintain his body in the air. That attack earlier not only contained Feng Yuan's own attack, but also the power of Feng Jioge's own attack. The two overlapped, causing Feng Jioge to spit out blood. Feng Yuan had the upper hand. He roared as he continued to chase. It had come too quickly just now. This time, Feng Jioge could see it clearly. The ancient sword serpent's body was still covered with a thin layer of clothes that was transparent like flowing water. It really is reverse flow protection seal. He can actually maintain two immortal killer moves at the same time. How did he do it? Yang Pass Tune. Feng Yuan missed, while Feng Jioge vanished far away. The ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan transformed into did not have the ability to tear through space. It could only fly in a straight line at an extremely fast speed. As for Feng Jioge's Yang Pass Tune, it had the power of space path. It tore through the sky and teleported from one location to another. From this point, even though Feng Yuan transformed into the ancient sword dragon and had sword escape immortal goo, he could not compare to Feng Jioge, who used Yang Pass Tune. Unless Feng Yuan successfully used the sword path movement killer move in Bo Qing's inheritance. But so what? Yang Pass Tune had a time limit. Once the time was up, Feng Jioge would be at a disadvantage in terms of movement. I need to break out of this situation while Yang Pass Tune still has time. Looking at Feng Yuan, who was charging at him again, Feng Jioge's heart sank. Note: after a week of recuperation, his body has gradually recovered, but he has not fully recovered yet. Also, he had to use a lot of brain cells to think about the plot. For the next week, he would occasionally make 2 night shifts. If there was a second night shift, it would be at 8 a.m. The last night shift would be at 8 p.m. Carrot. Chapter 1436. Roar, roar, roar. Feng Yuan opened his dragon mouth and spat out sword light dragon breaths. The dragon breaths were like bolts of silver lightning that shot towards Feng Jioge at lightning speed. Feng Zhuge used Yang Pass Tune to dodge, and when he used Yang Pass Tune, it usually meant that the next move Song Warrior would appear. Both sides fought from deep underground until they reached the sky. They fought back and forth. Dragon roars resounded, drums and bells echoed. Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Zhuge summoned a clone as he chased after Yang Kai. The Green Jade clone charged towards the ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan had transformed into. Feng Zhuge relied on Yang Pass Tune to have the advantage in terms of movement. Adding on his rich battle experience, he was calm and rational. He had never made a mistake in activating the killer move. Feng Yuan snorted in his mind. He ignored everything else and continued to charge towards Feng Zhuge. Feng Zhuge knew that the Green Jade Song Warrior was not Feng Yuan's match. Just reverse flow protection seal alone could not be broken. If this defense could not be broken, there was no hope of defeating Feng Yuan. Thus, Feng Zhuge controlled the Green Jade Song Warrior to keep Feng Yuan busy. The Green Jade Song Warrior was like a fly. It circled around Feng Yuan and interfered with his movements. After a few rounds, Feng Yuan could not take it anymore. He turned his spear around and started to deal with the Green Jade Song Warrior. Feng Zhuge's pupils shrunk. Feng Yuan's change was too sudden, but Feng Zhuge reacted quickly. Feng Yuan charged towards the Green Jade Song Warrior. The ancient sword dragon's huge body was like a fly to the Green Jade Song Warrior. The dragon roared and the wind howled. The sharp and ferocious dragon claws struck out, ruthlessly striking the Green Jade Songster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Green Jade Song Warrior's body. It let out a crisp sound as it was sent flying by Feng Yuan like a cannonball. However, the Green Jade Song Warrior was not broken to the point of collapse. Its body still existed, and it still had the strength to fight. Sly. Feng Yuan snorted in his mind. In the earlier attack, the Green Jade Song Warrior did not attack. It only took a beating. This way, Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal could not counter the enemy's attack. The ancient sword dragon's claw attack could not destroy the Green Jade Song Warrior. After all, Feng Zhuge's Dao marks were comparable to rank 8. The Green Jade Song Warrior's defense was the best among the Song Warriors. After sending the Green Jade Song Warrior flying, Feng Yuan attacked Feng Zhuge again. But at this time, Feng Zhuge had already created a second Song Warrior, Heaven and Earth Song Warrior. After dozens of rounds, Feng Zhuge relied on Yang Pass Tune to dodge, while activating 4 Song Warriors to keep Feng Yuan busy. Feng Yuan was fighting 5 people by himself, but he was still energetic and full of battle intent. He chased Feng Zhuge everywhere. What's going on? Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was already his limit. But now he is maintaining reverse flow protection seal and ancient sword dragon transformation at the same time. After fighting for so long, he is still so relaxed. Feng Zhuge's gaze was deep. He purposely created a Song Warrior to create a complicated and ever-changing battle environment, to stimulate Feng Yuan to think continuously, to expend the thoughts in his mind to deal with these complicated and ever-changing battle situations. If Feng Yuan were to forcefully activate 2 killer moves at the same time, he would not have enough thoughts in his mind. He would not be able to display such a strong performance at this moment. This means that he has made a breakthrough in terms of maintaining killer moves? Feng Zhuge guessed. Right at this time, Feng Yuan's body shook. Feng Zhuge was paying close attention to Feng Yuan's movements. He was overjoyed. Don't tell me he has reached his limit? But at the next moment, Feng Zhuge tossed this guess to the back of his mind. Because Feng Yuan had activated a mortal killer move Myriad Dragon. At once, dragons flew together. Their scales converged into a silver sea. The aura was grand and majestic. It made people's hearts tremble. A situation similar to the previous battle appeared once again. Myriad dragons flew and surrounded the 4 Song Warriors, trying to kill them. The 4 Song Warriors were unable to resist them. They died one after another. Feng Zhuge didn't bother with him. Instead, he activated the Yang Pass Tune and temporarily escaped from the range of the flood dragons. Yang Pass Tune's time limit was not up yet. Feng Zhuge had a lot of time to spare. Then what about this move? He looked at the Myriad Dragon group. Feng Yuan was already mixed in. He could not distinguish him. Next, Feng Jioge stretched out his right hand, touching his left chest, where his heart was. Then the 5 fingers of his right hand moved up and down continuously. Every time his fingers tapped on his chest, it would produce an agitated or muffled drum beat. Dong dong dong. The drum sounds continued to spread, soon spreading to the whole battlefield. Feng Jioge did not need to distinguish which of the dragons was Feng Yuan's main body. Because this immortal killer move was an area of effect killer move, it had a huge area of effect. Feng Yuan's main body was enveloped by it. He was immediately affected. His heart started to beat wildly. His stable rhythm was disrupted. Feng Yuan was shocked. After all, he was protected by reverse flow protection seal, but he could not defend against this immortal killer move. No, most of this killer move's power was reflected back. Only a small portion managed to pass through the protection seal and affect me. It seems that Celestial Court has made some progress in deciphering my reverse flow protection seal killer move. Feng Yuan sighed internally. There was no helping it. He had used reverse flow protection seal many times. Celestial Court even had one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the world, Fairy Myrtle, together with Star Constellation chessboard. It was not strange for them to have such results. Bam bam bam. With loud sounds, the dragon strength path phantoms around Feng Yuan self-detonated from Feng Jioge's drum sounds, turning into nothingness. This immortal killer move chaotic heart drumming sound was taught by Celestial Court. It has wisdom path effects. Once hit, it can interfere with the Gu Immortal's thoughts and affect the maintenance of the killer move. Feng Yuan, how long can you last? Feng Jioge was looking forward to it. A very powerful killer move, and it is specially targeted at me. Feng Yuan carefully observed the power of this move. At this moment, inside his sovereign immortal aperture, a large number of human-shaped myriad self-clones were also self-detonating. The number of clones destroyed was even greater than the myriad dragon clones. Looking closely, these myriad self-clones were clearly different from before. Their appearances were even more lifelike than before. Not just that, their expressions were more vivid. At this moment they were sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if they were in deep thought. Under the effect of chaotic heart-drumming sound, these myriad self-clones self-detonated from time to time, turning into white smoke that dissipated with the wind. After adding self-will, these myriad self-clones gained wisdom path agility. They were instead countered by Feng Jioge's killer move. Feng Yuan split a portion of his consciousness into the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the losses. Almost every breath of time, dozens of myriad self-clones were destroyed. However, not all of these myriad self-clones were killed by Feng Jioge's killer move. Most of them were used to maintain my reverse flow river protection seal, an ancient sword dragon transformation. When I used myriad dragon earlier, I lost 1,000 myriad self-clones at once. That was right. The reason why Feng Yuan could use other killer moves on top of reverse flow river protection seal was because of the help of these myriad self-clones in his immortal aperture. All along, Feng Yuan had been stuck here. Even though reverse flow river protection seal was powerful, it took up too much of his concentration. During the battle with Feng Jioge, he was enlightened by Song Warrior. He gained an inspiration. I also have myriad self-clones. If these clones can help me think at the same time, it will raise my battle strength greatly. To achieve this, there were 2 biggest difficulties. The first difficulty was that the original myriad self-clones could not think. To think they needed wisdom path thoughts, wills, or emotions. The second difficulty was that even if a large number of thoughts, wills, or emotions were scattered among the clones, it was hard to gather all of them into one's own body. Feng Yuan's first difficulty was to use self-love immortal Gu and affection immortal Gu. These 2 complemented each other very well. Feng Yuan only needed to use a few mortal Gu to form an immortal killer move that could unleash a vast amount of self-will. The second difficulty was that Feng Yuan found a solution from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, immortal killer move, collective wisdom. Of course, even though he broke through these 2 difficulties, he still needed Feng Yuan's Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment level to completely modify Myriad Self and raise it to a whole new level. Feng Zhuge, your killer move is still not enough. Feng Yuan sneered in his mind. Because before this battle, he had already made ample preparations. He had amassed 1,000,000 myriad self-clones in the sovereign immortal aperture. Tens of thousands of them were nothing more than a small itch. Immortal killer move 3 breaths future vision. Immortal killer move myriad dragon. Immortal killer move, sword marks targeting death. In an instant, auras of countless goo worms rose from Feng Yuan's body. These auras were extremely chaotic. There were countless mortal goo and a large number of immortal goo. They rose together and formed a grand force. How can this be? Feng Zhuge was shocked. Feng Yuan is actually using multiple immortal killer moves at the same time. He was completely shocked. Unimaginable. He had always thought that even if Feng Yuan used 2 or 3 killer moves at the same time, he would barely reach his limit. But right now, this scene made Feng Zhuge realize that Feng Yuan's improvement in this aspect was so huge that it was beyond his imagination. This weakness that had once restricted Feng Yuan was no longer a weakness. It had become a huge advantage for Feng Yuan. The first myriad dragon still had a large portion left. The second myriad dragon was activated again, forming a silver sea of dragons that filled the sky. 3 breaths future vision allowed Feng Yuan to acutely sense that sword marks targeting death, with the amplification of tens of thousands of sword path Dao marks, posed a huge threat to Feng Zhuge. Feng Zhuge gritted his teeth. He charged towards the dragons instead of retreating. Bam bam bam. A series of thunderous explosions resounded throughout the heavens and earth. Feng Zhuge charged left and right amidst the myriad dragons' encirclement. He rampaged freely. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This is not an accidental eruption. Feng Yuan really did it. He still has some strength left. I cannot stay here for long. Retreat. Taking advantage of the time limit of Yang Pass Tune, Feng Zhuge retreated from the battlefield. He was actually forced to retreat by Feng Yuan alone. Carrot. Chapter 1437. Orange-yellow light shone on Feng Zhuge's body and dissipated. This meant that Feng Zhuge's immortal killer move Yang Pass Tune had reached its time limit. If he wanted to use it again, he would have to wait 14 hours. But this was not the main point. Feng Zhuge had already left the battlefield. It did not matter whether Yang Pass Tune reached its time limit or not. This central continent's rare talent slowly landed on the ground and looked up at the sky. Feng Zhuge's elegant face was still frowning. After a long time he let out a sigh. Truly an outstanding talent. These words were not meant for himself, but for Feng Yuan. Once upon a time, Feng Yuan was merely an ant at Feng Zhuge's feet. Not long ago, even if Feng Yuan gathered the strength of a group of immortals, he could not defeat Feng Zhuge alone. He had to retreat. But in the earlier battle, Feng Zhuge was defeated. It was his turn to flee the battlefield. Such a change was simply too sudden. Even now Feng Zhuge still found it hard to believe. Feng Yuan had a deep foundation to begin with. After rebirth, he had spring, autumn, cicada and giant sun's true inheritance. And now that he is the leader of Shadow Sect, he even has spectral soul's accumulation. He is like a volcano. He is silent on the surface, but as long as he is given a bit of time or opportunity, this volcano will erupt with lava. His eruption this time was not a coincidence, it was inevitable. Such a person should be killed with all our strength to prevent future troubles. But the Celestial Court wants to hang around and slowly plot to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. This is not wise. For the first time, Feng Zhuge had doubts about the Celestial Court's plan to hunt him down. He even denied it. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle was also in deep thought. She had witnessed the entire battle through Feng Zhuge. Feng Yuan's battle strength rose sharply. Not only did it catch Feng Zhuge off guard, it also made her, a great wisdom path great expert, feel astonished. Similar emotions as Feng Zhuge were also brewing in Fairy Myrtle's mind. Feng Yuan's foundation was too deep, and he had connections with 3 venerable ones. With the advantage of rebirth, in just a few years, he went from immortal to a Gu immortal. Not only that, after the battle earlier, Feng Yuan had completely stood on equal footing with Feng Zhuge. becoming an existence that even rank 8 Gu immortals could not ignore. His improvement was too rapid. If it was just that he had too many fortuitous encounters, like Ma Hongyin, it would be fine. This was not worth Fairy Myrtle being afraid of. What was scary was Fang Yuan's nature. Such an ambitious demonic path scoundrel had almost no weaknesses in human nature. He worked hard to the extreme and never compromised or became discouraged. He could endure hardships and could endure patiently. In order to achieve his goals, he did not care about sacrifices or methods. It was hard to imagine what kind of experiences could create such a nature in him. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, most of the time, he has been in Providence's control. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he broke free from Providence's shackles, but his identity was exposed in the dream realm. His cultivation path has been filled with countless obstacles and setbacks. If he is given some time to focus on cultivation, his growth and strength will be unimaginable. Wariness. Fairy Myrtle could not help but feel a trace of wariness towards Fang Yuan from the depths of her heart. Fang Yuan's existence made Fairy Myrtle feel threatened. She really wanted to get rid of him. The earlier she got rid of him, the better. And the faster she got rid of him, the better. As she thought of this, the killing intent in Fairy Myrtle's heart intensified. Zwei, don't be nervous. At this moment, a deep voice entered Fairy Myrtle's ears. This voice left a deep impression on Fairy Myrtle. She quickly turned around and saw Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you came out of closed cultivation? Fairy Myrtle was pleasantly surprised. Duke Long smiled faintly. Yes. That means to say Spectral Soul was also. That's right, I have completely suppressed him. However, it is quite troublesome to search his soul. I will need some time to see results. Duke Long chuckled. Ah. Fairy Myrtle's face was filled with joy. Her beautiful eyes were shining brightly. This great news caused her spirit to rise abruptly, and her entire person became different in an instant. Duke Long continued. Compared to Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan is nothing. But he is a complete otherworldly demon after all. Fairy Myrtle hesitated. That is because you do not understand Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Duke Long sighed. His tone was filled with deep emotions. Red Lotus seems to have set up 7 true inheritances, but our celestial court could not find them no matter how hard we tried. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained one of them. As long as we obtain this clue, we will be able to find the rest of the Red Lotus true inheritances. I understand, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle's gaze turned sharp. There is already a time path rank 8 deployed in the River of Time, along with Feng Jioga and 2 other rank 8s. What do you think of this plan? Duke Long smiled. You are a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, but I am not. I will be at ease leaving this matter to you. Next, I will lead the new generation of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Oh right, announce to the world that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is being held captive. Celestial Court has been silent for too long. It is time to let the world know that Celestial Court will forever be the #1 superforce in the world. Ziwei understands. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply as she watched Duke Long's figure vanish on the spot. Western Desert. Inside the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation, Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Inside the Immortal Aperture, there was also an Immortal Gu formation activating loudly. Compared to self-cleansing, this Immortal formation was much smaller, but it still had 2 core Immortal Gu. One was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu obtained from Zishan Makoto's inheritance, while the other was a Bloodline Immortal Gu from Wu Clan. Along with thousands of Mortal Gu, the Immortal Gu formation Blood Red Immortal Essence formation was formed. A large number of Immortal Yuan stones were thrown into this Immortal formation. After being refined, they turned into beads of Red Date Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan was replenishing his Immortal Essence reserves. In the battle earlier, even though he managed to escape from Feng Jioga, his Immortal Essence expenditure was huge. The greatest expenditure came from Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The second was Myriad Dragon. The new Myriad Self-Killer move expended even more than before. After all, it used self-love and affection Immortal Gu to produce a vast amount of self-will. This was not a disadvantage. The stronger the immortal killer move, the more immortal essence it would expend. This was common sense in cultivation. But this was Fang Yuan's weakness. Fang Yuan had only become rank 7 recently. He did not have much accumulation. The time path resources in his immortal aperture were also reduced to rock bottom because of the calamities and tribulations. The blood-red immortal essence formation was very efficient soon. The immortal Yuan stones that Fang Yuan had obtained from Wu clan were all expended. Fang Yuan threw the immortal Yuan stones that he had obtained from Langya sect into the blood-red immortal essence formation. His red date immortal essence reserves rose rapidly. My battle strength has risen, it is on par with Feng Jioga now. The only flaw is that Miri itself needs to be prepared. If I am caught off guard, I will be in trouble. Against Feng Jioga, Fang Yuan might be able to take a risk and use the new Miri itself in battle. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal, Fang Yuan would have to use reverse flow protection seal to preserve his life. This way, with reverse flow protection seal as the foundation, without Miri itself's help, Fang Yuan could not use other immortal killer moves. In the end, he could only endure reverse flow protection seal's attacks. After all the investigative killer moves on me are removed, I should go to the tributary of the River of Time and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Although that true inheritance was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, the Red Lotus true meaning inside is endless. If I obtain it, my time path attainment level will rise to Grandmaster level. In Shadow Sex information, Western Desert had 2 tributaries of the River of Time that were controlled. But earlier, Fang Yuan had already used up one of them to set up a trap and trap the Celestial Court's pursuers. Now only one was left. This tributary of the River of Time was Fang Yuan's next destination. Currently, Central Continent was a forbidden area. Fang Yuan could not enter it. In southern border, he would be chased by Wu clan and other righteous path forces. If he entered northern plains, Longevity Heaven, and the Huang Jin tribes would attack him together. Only Western Desert and Eastern Sea were Fang Yuan's areas of activity. They had less pressure than the other 3 regions. Of course, Fang Yuan could also go to Eastern Sea. But to go to Eastern Sea, he had to pass through Central Continent, Northern Plains or Western Desert. Eastern Sea naturally had a tributary of the River of Time. But rather than going to Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan might as well stay in Western Desert and search for fortuitous encounters. Note: most of the August postcards have been sent out today. Students who received the postcards, please pay attention to your mailbox in the next few days. Express delivery was too expensive, 12 yuan per express delivery from other provinces. They wanted to send registered mail, but they needed their real names and identity cards, so they could only send ordinary mail. Most of the ordinary mail had already been sent out, but there were also some that could not be received, because the address was not detailed enough. I hope the students in the following list can contact me on QQ and send me their detailed addresses. Zhouyu Ku Shur Octopus, Gua Exine Worryless. Mo Shao Mr. Wang, I love you the most. Zongming Xia Desolate Gue, Luo Jing Egyi. Wei Jerwei, Astral Projection. Blood Moon Worship Chu Xian, Spectral Soul Demon Emperor Jinghua Yu Xiaoming. Only a little wind and frost. Yen Shengdong Ding Xian, Yishirt Song Yu Bao Flowing Heart Words. He Hung, Death God's Mask Puppet Dance. Feng Wuya. Carrot. Chapter 1438. This sky was huge. It was filled with bright red light. It was like the morning sun was shining in the sky. Originally, there was nothing here. But now, there was a huge immortal Gu formation floating in the sky. This immortal Gu formation gave off a grand time path aura. It was clearly a time path immortal Gu formation. Inside this formation, Fang Yuan, Bai Ning Bing, He Lulan, Lady White Rabbit, Fairy Miao Yin, and Ing Wuxia were all waiting. This time path immortal Gu formation had been activated for a long time already. It used rank 7 year Gu as the core, with rank 8 time path immortal Gu years flow like water as the supplementary Gu. Not all immortal formations used the highest ranked immortal Gu as the core. Like this immortal Gu formation, rank 8 years flow like water immortal Gu was the supplementary Gu. This immortal goo formation came from He Fan's true inheritance. Its main effect was to connect to the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture, releasing the aura of rank 7-year goo and rank 8 years flow like water immortal goo into the tributary of the river of time to lure immemorial year beasts. This immortal formation was named by He Fan, Immemorial Year Beast Fishing Formation. The name was quite interesting. Others were fishing, but He Fan was fishing for year beasts, and immemorial year beasts at that. Ever since He Fan created the rank 8 immortal goo years flow like water, he knew the weakness of this immortal goo. The goo worm's aura was extremely alluring to immemorial year beasts. It was very likely that immemorial year beasts would enter his immortal aperture through the tributary of the river of time. Thus, He Fan racked his brains, thinking of all sorts of methods. The first thing he thought of was the time path immortal goo formation that Feng Yuan had used to trap Feng Jioge in the river of time. This formation could detonate the tributary of the river of time and stop time in the immortal aperture, blocking the immemorial year beasts. This way, immemorial year beasts would not be able to enter the immortal aperture. However, this method had a huge weakness. Once time in the immortal aperture stopped, resources could not grow, and goo worms could not be activated inside the immortal aperture. After all, activating any goo worm's power, even if it was just an instant, was time, and any process needed time. Thus, once this method was used, the goo immortal would need to move the goo worms out of the immortal aperture and attach them to their bodies. This was quite dangerous, especially in battle. It could easily be destroyed by strong enemies. He Fan was extremely talented. He had created this method only as a final trump card. Of course, he would not be satisfied with such a method, so he continued to explore. He soon found that as long as an immemorial year beast lived in his immortal aperture, other immemorial year beasts would perceive his immortal aperture as the territory of other immemorial year beasts. Even if years flow like water had a tempting aura, other immemorial year beasts would not try to snatch it. Therefore, He Fan first thought of a method to disguise the aura of an immemorial year beast. Unfortunately, his transformation path realm was very ordinary, and he had never succeeded. Then, he considered raising his own immemorial year beast. However, his grotto heaven wasn't that wide. It was filled with all kinds of resources, so it was difficult to create an environment suitable for the immemorial year beasts to live in. Moreover, if he wanted to nurture an immemorial year beast, he would have to start with an ancient year beast. Jewel Yellow Skies did not have any immemorial year beasts for sale. However, this process took too long. At that time, He Fan did not have much time left. Since the two methods did not work, He Fan thought of another method. He wanted to use years flow like water immortal goo to summon an immemorial year beast for him. Thus, he created an immortal killer move. His enslavement path attainment level was Grandmaster, unlike his transformation path attainment level. Thus, he created year beast summoning. But this killer move could only summon ancient year beasts. Immemorial year beasts were not easy to recruit. At the end of his life, he created the immemorial year beast fishing formation. This immortal goo formation could lure immemorial year beasts, but it could not be controlled. Thus, it was only fishing, not summoning. The immemorial year beasts that were fished could not be controlled. He Fan's true idea was to summon an immemorial year beast and control it. Even until his death, he did not achieve this goal. This was truly a pity. Maybe if he had more time, he would have succeeded. Beauty could not defeat time. In fact, the same was true for geniuses and heroes. If Feng Yuan had time, he would follow He Fan's idea and continue on this path. In time, he would definitely create an immortal killer move that could summon immemorial year beasts. This was the true inheritance of a true inheritance. After the successors inherited the true teachings of their predecessors, they didn't just blindly copy them. Instead, in the process of cultivation, they constantly perfected the contents of the true teachings, or added their own things, and then passed it down again. The inheritance of a true inheritance was not just about taking, it was also about giving. However, right now, Feng Yuan did not have time to perfect the true inheritance. What he needed to do was to use this immemorial year beast fishing formation to fish up an immemorial year beast, then use 180 slaves to subdue it. If He Fan had 180 slaves, he would have subdued the immemorial year beast already. My trip to the River of Time will be filled with danger. Not only is the River of Time itself dangerous, Celestial Court is likely to have arrangements. Earlier, Feng Yuan framed Feng Jioge and exiled him to the River of Time. Even though Feng Jioge escaped in the end, Feng Yuan's efforts were not in vain. Feng Jioge was able to escape. Maybe he had his own ability, or maybe Celestial Court has arrangements in the River of Time. Regardless of which, the worst-case scenario is that I will be attacked by them after entering the River of Time. And I have no terrain advantage in the River of Time. I am not familiar with fighting in the river. Only with the protection of an immemorial year beast can I guarantee my life. Feng Yuan's plan was meticulous. He could not take the risk alone. He had to make preparations. Crack, crack, crack. Right at this time, an ear-piercing sound came from the tributary of the River of Time. It seems that an immemorial year beast was enticed. Feng Yuan's eyes shined. He quickly activated the immortal goo formation. Inside the goo formation, the tributary of the River of Time appeared. A huge monkey was observing the goo formation through this tributary of the River of Time. Its huge eyes were the size of an adult elephant. Looking through the tributary of the River of Time was like looking through a small hole to observe the darkness behind the door. In this darkness, this immemorial year monkey could not find Feng Yuan and the rest. Its gaze was naturally attracted to years flow like water immortal goo. Once it saw this rank 8 immortal goo, the immemorial year monkey's appetite increased. It started drooling. Year beasts used year goo as food, but years flow like water immortal goo could produce year goo. The immemorial year monkey saw years flow like water immortal goo. It was like a glutton that had been starving for 100 years saw a banquet. Crack, 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 crack. It became restless in the River of Time, scratching its ears and cheeks in excitement. Next, it breathed in deeply and tried to enter Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Year beasts had the ability to enter any corner of the world from the River of Time. When Feng Yuan used year beast summoning earlier, he summoned year beasts from the River of Time. These year beasts came out of the River of Time and rushed to the battlefield. As long as the River of Time flowed, or a tributary of the River of Time, year beasts could enter it. Right now, Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was not an exception. It was just that it was harder to enter here than the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Space was torn open, not far from the immemorial year beast fishing formation. 2 huge monkey hands stretched out. Then, the pair of furry hands forcefully pulled to both sides, tearing open a huge hole. The huge immemorial year monkey shrunk its head and entered. Even though my sovereign immortal aperture is only a blessed land, it can contain immemorial year beasts. But for immemorial year beasts, this cage is too small. It is inconvenient to enter. Seeing this, Feng Yuan felt joy in his heart. It was good that it was inconvenient to enter. If they fought later, it would be hard for the immemorial year monkey to escape. The immemorial year monkey entered completely. The hole in space behind it closed up. Crack, crack, crack. The immemorial year monkey shouted excitedly. Its nose twitched as it sensed the strong aura of years flow like water immortal goo. It charged towards the immortal formation. Rumble. The immortal formation had strong defense. It did not budge from the immemorial year monkey's attack. Back then, when He Fan designed this formation, he had considered this situation. 8. Chapter 1439. The immemorial year beast fishing formation's defense was very strong. Even after the immemorial year monkey's attacks, it did not budge. But this made the immemorial year monkey even more ferocious. Boom, boom, boom. It raised its fists as it punched down. Its fists were like meteors, striking the fishing immortal formation again and again. The immortal formation started to shake. The inside of it was shaking intensely. Each time the immemorial year monkey attacked, a large number of mortal goo would be lost. White Rabbit, He Lulan, and Wuxia were quickly replenishing their mortal goo. Some goo formations would crumble after losing 10% of their goo worms. Some better goo formations would still exist even after losing half of their goo worms. As for the immemorial year beast fishing formation, as long as the core immortal goo were intact, and over 60% of them were still intact, it could continue to hold its ground. But defending for too long was bound to fail. Fang Yuan and the rest could not let the immemorial year monkey continue to attack like this. Immortal Killer Move, by Xiang. At the next moment, a crack appeared in the immortal goo formation, as Bai Ningbing flew out. Whoosh! She was extremely fast, like a snow-white arrow. She flew towards the immemorial year monkey. The distance between them was very short. With Bai Ningbing's speed, the immemorial year monkey could not react in time. Its throat was hit by Bai Ningbing's attack. The immemorial year monkey took a small step back, feeling the pain. It growled as it retracted its arms, grabbing at Bai Ningbing. Instantly, Bai Ningbing's vision turned dark. The two monkey claws were like two huge black clouds, pressing down on her. Bai Ningbing was not flustered. She snorted coldly as she flew out. The immemorial year monkey's two hands came down from above, while Bai Ningbing dove down. Originally, with her speed, she could escape from the monkey claws, but strangely, when she reached the immemorial year monkey's stomach, it caught up to her. The immemorial year monkey clenched its fists, squeezing Bai Ningbing like she was a glass ball. Next, it clenched its fists tightly, grinding them a few times before releasing them. If Bai Ningbing was in her normal state, she would have turned into mincemeat already. But before the battle started, she had already activated the killer move by Xiang. She turned into a 5-meter-tall white frost giant. It was clad in ice armor, and had 3 heads and 6 arms. Its feet were bare, and it was stepping on 2 light blue cold clouds. The immemorial year monkey opened its giant hand, and crushed Bai Xiang into dregs. Trash! The immemorial year monkey saw that it got rid of its enemy. It laughed excitedly, and shook its hand as Bai Xiang's fragments flew out. It punched the immortal goo formation again. The fragments of Bai Xiang fluttered in the air. Soon, they gathered together and expanded with the wind. After several breaths of time, they returned to the complete Bai Xiang, a small giant that was 15 to 16 feet tall. This was the profundity of the killer move Bai Xiang. Bai Ningbing, who had turned into Bai Xiang, no longer had a body of flesh and blood. Even if there was only a fingernail-sized body left, it could instantly regenerate and recover to its original state. But this time, not only is my flying speed slower, Bai Xiang's recovery speed is also much slower. Bai Ningbing estimated as she flew towards the immemorial year monkey again. The immemorial year beast had a lot of time path Dao marks. Its every move had the effect of time path. The time path Dao marks around it could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Penetrating Ice Blade. Boom! The sharp ice blade with frost energy landed on the immemorial year monkey's shoulder. But it could not break its skin. Compared to the primordial year monkey, the huge ice blade was like a small fruit knife. The immemorial year monkey attacked Bai Ningbing again. She tried to dodge but failed. But no matter how many times she died, as long as there were remnants, she could recover quickly. This was because she had investigated the immemorial year beast, and knew that it did not have any wild immortal goo. Otherwise, Bai Ningbing would not have been so daring to test its battle strength. The immemorial year monkey had a large number of wild mortal goo, but these goo worms were nothing to Bai Ningbing. The real threat was the immemorial year monkey itself. After a dozen rounds, Bai Ningbing's speed became slower. Bai Xiang's recovery time also became longer. In contrast, the immemorial year monkey had very few injuries. There were a few pieces of ice on its fur. They fell off with a shake. Bai Ningbing's attacks could also break its flesh, but the immemorial desolate beast's recovery speed was too strong. In a few breaths of time, these shallow injuries would recover. Even Bai Ningbing felt a little dejected. She felt like an annoying fly circling around the immemorial year monkey. But the immemorial year monkey placed most of its attention on the immortal formation. Boom boom boom. Most of the time, the immemorial year monkey allowed Bai Ningbing to attack, while it destroyed the immortal goo formation. This immemorial year beast has incredible strength. Fang Yuan observed the battle and concluded, Like how rank 8 Gu immortals had differences in strength, immemorial year beasts also had differences in strength. This immemorial year monkey had incredible strength. Bai Ningbing used her full strength, but could not deal any damage to it. Even though Bai Ningbing had incredible talent, having Northern Dark Ice Soul, one of the 10 extreme physiques, as well as Bai Xiang's true inheritance, her foundation could not compare to the immemorial year monkey that had 10 million years of lifespan. The immemorial year beast fishing formation's losses were increasing. Feng Yuan and the rest could not replenish their Gu worms fast enough to keep up with the expenditure. As the immemorial year monkey was provoked by Bai Ningbing, it started to attack more frequently. Even the surface of the immortal formation started to show cracks. As the strongest battle strength, Feng Yuan did not want to fight immediately. Letting the immemorial year monkey attack the immemorial year beast fishing formation was a tactic. It could weaken it. Among immemorial year beasts, according to their forms, year beasts had different performances too. In terms of strength, the immemorial year monkey was only in the middle among all year beasts. With the same foundation, the immemorial year tiger, immemorial year bull, and immemorial year dragon were much stronger than the immemorial year monkey. But now, even the immemorial year monkey's immortal Gu formation was showing signs of collapsing. Miao Yin, go reinforce Bai Ningbing, Feng Yuan ordered. Fairy Miao Yin nodded. At the next moment, she flew out of the immortal Gu formation. She had been watching the battle for a long time. She knew the immemorial year monkey's ferocity. She did not dare to fight in close combat like Bai Ningbing. She quickly moved away. Immortal killer move Curved Moon. In her eyes, curved moons appeared as she stared at the immemorial year monkey's eyes. After staring for a long time, the immemorial year monkey did not react. It was like Fairy Miao Yin had not attacked at all. It was still attacking the immortal Gu formation. Cold sweat appeared on Fairy Miao Yin's forehead. The immemorial year monkey had been swimming in the river of time for a long time. Its eyes were suppressed by the river. Its body was filled with the densest time path Dao marks. Fairy Miao Yin's sight attack method could not be used at all. Good. Fairy Miao Yin's competitive nature was ignited. She used an immortal killer move Lingering Sound. This move was not an offensive killer move, it was a support move. Next, Fairy Miao Yin started to chant softly. It was very melodious. Immortal killer move Soft Bone Sound. This musical tune flew to the immemorial year monkey's arms. With the help of Lingering Sound, it lingered on the immemorial year monkey's arms for a long time. Sensing this sound, the immemorial year monkey's arms started to soften. The immemorial year monkey that was hit paused. It looked at its arms with a confused expression. Next it continued to attack. Its fists rained down like meteors. Each attack caused the immortal formation to shake intensely. Fairy Miao Yin's eyelids were twitching. She had used 2 killer moves after so much effort. But it seemed that the immemorial year monkey only felt a little uneasy. The difference between rank 8 and 7 is too huge. Our attacks are like ants trying to shake a tree. For thousands of years, only Feng Yuan and Feng Jioge have been able to fight rank 8s as rank 7s. Similar sighs resounded in the minds of the Shadow Sect immortals. Immortal killer move Crimson Line. Immortal killer move Angry Bird. Immortal killer move Fire Phoenix. Hei Lulan also flew out. She was very familiar with Fire Path killer moves. She used them smoothly and landed on the immemorial year monkey. The commotion was huge, but the damage was low. Feng Yuan, Wuxia, and Lady White Rabbit were still inside the immortal Gu formation. Rank 7 killer moves, even if they are good, have little effect on rank 8 existences. Feng Yuan was deeply aware of this. When he fought against Wu Yong and Feng Jioge earlier, Reverse Flow Protection Seal dealt the most damage. Feng Yuan could use his methods to fight rank 8 Gu immortals, but it was very difficult to kill rank 8s. Ignoring the situation of rank 8 Gu immortals escaping, Feng Yuan's current offensive killer moves all used rank 7 immortal Gu as the cores. They were weak in offense and strong in defense. He could not do it. The other Gu immortals in Shadow Sect were the same. Only Wuxia's lead soul into Dream was unparalleled in the world. It posed a huge threat to rank 8 Gu immortals. But Feng Yuan would not use it now. Firstly, Fighting the immemorial year monkey could be a form of training. It would allow everyone to familiarize themselves with fighting rank 8 existences. Secondly, to defeat the immemorial year monkey head-on, it would be easier for Feng Yuan to activate 180 slaves later. After subduing it, this immemorial year monkey would be more obedient. It is about time. After fighting for a while, the immortal goo formation was on the verge of collapse. Feng Yuan flew out. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Self. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Sword Dragon Transformation. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. A few breaths of time later, Feng Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon with shining silver scales. But compared to the immemorial year beasts, he was just a small snake beside an adult. No problem. Next, Feng Yuan activated a rule path immortal goo with all his strength. Grow. Grow, grow, grow. The ancient sword dragon's body expanded rapidly, becoming as huge as the immemorial year beasts. The immemorial year monkey looked at Feng Yuan warily. Feng Yuan charged up and fought the immemorial year monkey. Even though Feng Yuan had strength path methods, he could not compare to the immemorial year monkey in terms of strength. Rule path immortal goo grow only made him bigger. Feng Yuan was often sent flying by the immemorial year monkey, but the immemorial year monkey's injuries were much heavier. It was all because the reverse current protection seal had reflected the ancient sword serpent, and all of it had been reflected back onto his body. This battle lasted for several hours. Feng Yuan was the main attacker, while the rest supported him. Even though rank 7 killer moves did not have much of an effect, they accumulated over time. They could not be underestimated. The immemorial year monkey was heavily injured. It breathed roughly as it tried to escape. It tore space and tried to escape into the river of time. But the ancient sword dragon that Feng Yuan had transformed into was tightly coiling around it. The immemorial year monkey was obstructed. It could not escape. Eventually, Feng Yuan used 180 slaves 3 times. It finally lowered its head and submitted to Feng Yuan. Immemorial year monkey subdued. After losing the upper extreme heavenly eagle, Feng Yuan finally gained rank 8 battle strength. Note: a happy moon and a happy life. Venerable Gu wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 1440. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Green Heaven. A large area of hazy rainbow dream realms floated quietly as time passed. A portion of Self-Will stopped here. Its face was identical to Feng Yuan's. It was very lifelike. In the Self-Will, there was a small pile of red date immortal essence, as well as some goo worms. This is the last attempt. Feng Yuan's Self-Will muttered as it started to act. Red date immortal essence was expended rapidly. At the same time, self-love immortal goo and affection immortal goo were activated. Next, several supplementary mortal goo were used. Soon, a large amount of Self-Will surged out, causing the normal-sized Feng Yuan Self-Will to expand into a will giant of tens of meters. After stopping the goo worm activation, Feng Yuan Self-Will rested for a while. The entire Self-Will giant shrunk by 10%. It became more solid and agile. Next, Feng Yuan Self-Will activated another immortal killer move. This move did not have a name. It was created by Feng Yuan recently. It was specially used to deal with dream realms. The immortal killer move shined with a bright light. It was like sharp swords that pierced into the huge dream realm. 15 minutes later, Feng Yuan stopped activating the killer move. The entire Self-Will giant shrunk to the size of a baby. The pile of red date immortal energy was almost completely depleted. I failed in the end. Feng Yuan Self-Will sighed deeply. In the dream realm battle, Feng Yuan obtained many pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But on Feng Yuan's way from southern border to western desert, he sacrificed most of the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to block the pursuers. Next, the remaining pure dream reality seeker physique bodies in his possession. Because they were all defective products, they had reached their time limit and turned back into dream realms. These dream realms were left in mini green heaven by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's sovereign blessed land had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. The vastness of the space could scare Gu immortals in the world. But most of the regions were managed by Feng Yuan. They were filled with vitality and resources. Only two places were the most spacious. One was the Little Scarlet Sky, and the other was the Little Green Sky. Not long ago, Little Scarlet Sky had been chosen by Feng Yuan to be his battlefield against the immemorial Year Monkey. As for the Lesser Green Sky, it was filled with dreams. These dreams were all eroded by providence. In other words, these dreams were not simple. They were filled with danger, and filled with providence. When providence existed in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, providence could be connected to it. Even if the sovereign immortal aperture was isolated from the outside, even if Feng Yuan had dark limit immortal goo, providence would sense it. This was the truth that Feng Yuan had figured out on his own a long time ago. However, Feng Yuan had been hit by the investigative killer move of Celestial Court Fairy Myrtle not long ago. Dark limit immortal goo was also gone. He was already exposed, so it was not a big deal to store providence in the sovereign immortal aperture. Feng Yuan had been thinking about how to use providence and extract benefits from it, exploring dream realms, absorbing the true meaning, and raising his attainment level. This was beneficial to Feng Yuan, especially since these dream realms were carefully selected by him. They were very suitable for him. But because he was being chased, and the dream realms were eroded by providence, Feng Yuan did not have the conditions or environment to explore them. But what if I remove all the providence in the dream realms? This thought emerged in Feng Yuan's mind, and from then on, it could not be stopped. In theory, this was possible, because the true meaning was hidden in the dream realms. When ordinary people successfully explore the dream realms, they would be able to absorb the true meaning and advance to their attainment levels. And because providence could erode dream realms, since providence could erode them, it could naturally be removed as well. Furthermore, if providence could erode dream realms, why couldn't self-will do the same? In the 500 years of his previous life, Feng Yuan had heard of some rumors that a wisdom path great expert in a certain region had researched wisdom path methods that could use wills or emotions to invade dream realms and explore them. All sorts of examples proved that Feng Yuan's idea was very feasible. However, Feng Yuan's progress on this path was not good. He used many methods and even designed immortal killer moves, but the results were not ideal. Not only did he not even manage to touch the edges of heaven's will, but his attempts to corrode the dream world had all failed. It seems that I only have the advantage of rebirth in terms of dream realms. To be honest, I did not have any deep research on dream path in my previous life. Maybe in the future, after my wisdom path attainment level advances rapidly, I will have some progress in this aspect. Feng Yuan calmly recognized this weakness of his, and no longer hesitated. He targeted the dream realms, and activated another immortal killer move. Soon, these dream realms turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Feng Yuan had inherited Zishan Makoto's inheritance. He naturally had the method to turn dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Of course, the refined pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were all defective. In fact, because they lacked some immortal goo, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies could not compare to the batch created by Zishan Makoto in the Dream Realm battle. But even so, Feng Yuan was satisfied, because he only wanted to move these dream realms out of his sovereign immortal aperture. A moment later, the dream realms in Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture turned into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, and were taken out. Next, under Feng Yuan's arrangements, these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies were placed in the positions that Zhou Xiang had been prepared for. Next, Feng Yuan ordered these pure dream reality seeker physique bodies to self-detonate and turn into dream realms again. These dream realms formed a tight defensive line that could obstruct enemies. Even if the Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortals came, they would be helpless against the defensive line of the dream realms. After the arrangements were made, Feng Yuan started to set up an immortal Gu formation. Right now, he was deep underground in a nameless desert. There was a huge natural karst cave here. The sand here condensed into golden sand, forming countless golden sand rocks. Under the illumination of the light, it glistened brilliantly. But what attracted Fang Yuan's attention the most was the flowing tributary of the River of Time at the center of the cave. This tributary of the River of Time was not as big as the previous one, but it was stable. The immortal goo formation that Fang Yuan was about to set up would allow Fang Yuan to enter the River of Time through this tributary of the River of Time. Indeed, this tributary of the River of Time was the final one that Shadow Sect had in Western Desert. Fang Yuan slowly set up the immortal goo formation. His formation path attainment level was Grandmaster. During this period of time when he was chased by the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan had come into contact with formation path the most. Be it the Time Exile formation, Self-Cleansing Immortal Goo formation, or Immemorial Year Beast Fishing formation. They were all immortal goo formations. These experiences greatly enriched his ability to set up formations. Thus, he was very confident in setting up this immortal goo formation now. As expected, this immortal goo formation was successfully set up by Fang Yuan in a few minutes. Bai Ning Bing and the rest, who were patrolling the surroundings, were called back by Fang Yuan. After placing them into his sovereign immortal aperture again, Fang Yuan ordered Wuxia, "You can start now." Immortal Killer Move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. Wuxia activated this immortal killer move again. Because of Connect Luck, Fang Yuan and the rest had a huge increase in their luck for the next period of time. Fang Yuan also wanted to use it again. However, Burning Soul Bursting Luck expended his soul foundation. Fang Yuan had used it once before. He could no longer use it now. Wuxia was a split soul of spectral soul. He had a deep foundation and could use Burning Soul Bursting Luck several times. But Fang Yuan could not let his soul foundation fall too much. Because Lead Soul into Dream also required Wuxia to have a strong soul foundation. If his soul foundation was not strong enough, it would be easy for the killer move to backlash. By then, if Wuxia tried to use Lead Soul into Dream on a rank 8 existence, there would be a backlash and he would be dragged into the dream realm, unable to get out. Strength always came with a price. In this world, one had to pay to get something. The immortal goo formation rumbled. Under its influence, the tributary of the River of Time that was flowing suddenly surged with waves. The waves were getting fiercer. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture already had a huge amount of myriad self. Together with the Burning Soul Bursting Luck and the Immemorial Year Monkey, it could be said that Fang Yuan had done his best to prepare. Of course, he knew that going to the River of Time was a risk. But he had to go. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Immortal Killer Move, Ancient Year Beast Transformation. At the next moment, he turned into an ancient desolate beast. The immortal formation burst out with intense light and charged into the tributary of the River of Time, tearing a huge hole. Fang Yuan threw himself into the gap. Hua hua hua. The tide surged, setting off thousands of waves. The opening behind him only lasted for a few breaths before it disappeared. Fang Yuan's gaze was completely attracted by the scene before him. River of Time. Chapter 1441. Legends said that there was a long river in this world. It was called the River of Time. It originated from the past, flowed through the present, and flowed towards the future. Everything in the world was like fish in the river. The current was rapid. Almost all the fish could only follow the flow. Without the River of Time, the world would be completely still. It would become a scene. With this river, everything could change. The world could become lively, either declining or flourishing. I am in the River of Time again. Fang Yuan sighed. He looked around and saw that the river was extremely vast. Even though it was called the River of Time, it was as wide as the sea. In the dark sky, there was a huge river that flowed endlessly. The river was pale white, but when billions of waves collided with each other, they would create colorful splashes. The flowing lights were beautiful. They shone on Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan was dazed for a moment before regaining his senses. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and let out the Immemorial Year Monkey. Scram, scram, scram. This huge creature was very excited to return to its home. Plop. It fell into the river, creating huge waves. Fang Yuan also turned into an Ancient Year Monkey. He was much smaller than the immemorial year monkey. He floated in the air. He was not a true year beast. Even though his transformation path Dao marks had all turned into time path Dao marks, he was used to this environment. But it was better not to touch the water of the river of time if possible. Let's go, Feng Yuan ordered. The immemorial year monkey swam in the water. After beating it up earlier, he saw the benefits now. It was much more obedient than the upper extreme heavenly eagle. However, even though he relied on 180 slaves, because Feng Yuan's soul foundation was greatly weakened, he could barely control this immemorial year monkey. This is just a normal time, but it is already hard to enslave it. My soul feels heavy. If I am in battle, I might not be able to command the immemorial year monkey. Feng Yuan was secretly wary. This was a weakness, but there was no helping it. Feng Yuan had already done everything he could. They moved forward silently. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of waves could be heard endlessly. This was the first time Feng Yuan had entered this place in his physical form. The previous few times, he had used the spring-autumn cicada to transfer a portion of his will to the past. Due to the influence of providence and various other factors, he had only caught a glimpse of the river of time. It was difficult for him to see the whole picture. Now that he had seen it all, it could be said that it was an eye-opener. The river of time was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, and it had long been recorded in the legends of Renzu. But to be able to enter with their bodies, they had to be Gu immortal experts with deep foundation in time path. The reason why Feng Yuan was able to enter was because his own abilities were insufficient. He had the blessing of the path of transformation, and he had also borrowed the treasures and legacies left behind by Zishan Makoto and Hei Fan. The river of time was not deathly silent. Feng Yuan first saw 1 or 2 wild year Gu. They were chasing each other and diving into the river. Next, he saw groups of wild time path Gu worms flying in the sky like a group of locusts. 5 to 6 wild year Gu flew towards Feng Yuan. They landed on Feng Yuan's body and stopped moving. So that's it. Feng Yuan thought about it and understood. He had turned into an ancient year monkey. Because of rank 8 attitude Gu, familiar face, and other factors, the wild Gu worms could not tell the difference. They thought that he was a wild ancient year monkey. These time path mortal Gu were attracted by the abundant time path Dao marks on Feng Yuan's body. They thought that this was a suitable place to live, so they joined Feng Yuan. That was true. In nature, Gu worms were very weak. Even though wild Gu worms could absorb the primeval energy of nature and unleash their power, they were still in danger. Thus, living on strong life forms was the way for these wild Gu worms to survive. After a few minutes, Feng Yuan had hundreds of wild mortal Gu on him. Most of them were day Gu and month Gu. There was not a single wild year Gu. As for the immemorial year monkey below Feng Yuan, it had even more gains. This immemorial year monkey's wild mortal Gu were destroyed by Feng Yuan, and the rest in battle. There were few left. But now it was replenished. The immemorial year monkey was much more popular than Feng Yuan. It was favored by wild time path mortal Gu. When it swam in the water, there was a group of wild time path Gu worms around it. It was like there was a thin layer of black fog around it. However, this situation only lasted for a moment before it quickly slowed down. Like wild beasts occupying a territory, when Feng Yuan and the immemorial year monkey had large numbers of wild mortal Gu, the other wild Gu would feel that there was too little space for them to live, thus they stopped coming. Feng Yuan thought about it. He did not do anything to the wild mortal Gu on him. With his current ability, it was naturally possible to refine these wild time path mortal Gu. However, this went against the original intention of Feng Yuan's disguise. Moreover, these wild time path mortal Gu were only Sozo. Unless they were immortal Gu, most mortal Gu were not attractive to Feng Yuan. Roar! Along the way, an ancient year tiger jumped out of the water. It escaped without looking back, running far away. Feng Yuan had seen such a situation many times. With the immemorial year monkey's protection, it was convenient. It was like a huge pass. In fact, other than year beasts, there were also moon beasts and day beasts. Similar to year beasts, these beasts fed on moon Gu and day Gu respectively. 2 hours passed. The river of time was still surging. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. The scenery did not change. It gave people a feeling that they had not moved at all. Half of an immemorial year monkey's body was submerged in the river. It swam forward. It was like a small mountain floating on the surface of the river. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had turned into an ancient year monkey, floating above the river, quietly moving forward. Feng Yuan knew it, because he had Zishan Makoto's inheritance. The feeling in his heart was getting stronger. As long as he followed this feeling and moved forward, he would be able to find the Red Lotus true inheritance that spectral soul controlled. What obstructed him, other than the dangers of the river of time, was the celestial court's ambush and pursuit. Rumble! Suddenly, with a loud sound, from the surging river of time, a torrent shot out. The location of the torrent was not far from Feng Yuan's left. Scum! The immemorial year monkey gasped. Its relaxed expression showed a trace of seriousness. This is a sudden spring. Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk. The river of time was not safe. Some river segments were very dangerous. They had different changes. Sudden springs were one of them. In this river segment, one had to be wary of the sudden eruption of the river water and the sudden spring. Once the sudden spring gathered, a vast number of time path Dao marks would be carved. One would either die or be heavily injured. Their lifespan might even be reduced. Feng Yuan cautiously moved above the immemorial year monkey's head. He lacked methods to resist sudden springs. He could only use this immemorial year beast's thick skin to resist them. This river segment had to be crossed. It was the only way to get to Red Lotus true inheritance. Just as Feng Yuan was concentrating and crossing the river, near the tributary of the river of time in Western Desert, 3 Gu immortals arrived. One was a handsome rank 7 Gu immortal. 2 rank 8 Gu immortals were tall and sturdy. They were Feng Jioga, and the 2 rank 8 Gu immortals from the Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle's plan was to use Feng Yuan to find Red Lotus true inheritance. Now that Feng Yuan had entered the river of time to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance, she naturally had to send a large force to take it. To think that this otherworldly demon is so powerful, he can actually fight on equal grounds with Brother Feng. With our help, no matter how talented he is, he will not be able to survive. The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals had not gathered with Feng Jioga for long. Feng Jioga was not someone who cared about his reputation. He directly provided the information about Feng Yuan's battle strength to these 2 Gu immortals. If we work together, we should be able to kill Feng Yuan. Feng Jioga nodded. Feng Yuan's battle strength was similar to his. Facing 1 rank 8 Gu immortal was already difficult. Facing 2 at the same time was even more difficult. Especially now, Feng Jioga's chaotic heart-beating sound killer move had been modified by Fairy Myrtle. It had become his trump card against Feng Yuan. This is a dream realm. A moment later, Feng Jioga and the rest had to stop. They looked at the defense line made of dream realms helplessly. It seems that we can only wait. The dream realm is moving on its own soon. There will be a gap in the defense line. We will be able to enter. Other than us, there is also Lord Huang Shi in the River of Time. He is the person who is most skilled at fighting in the River of Time in the last 10,000 years. Feng Yuan is not his match. The 3 immortals discussed and decided to stay behind, waiting for a chance to appear. In the River of Time. Scram, scram, scram. The immemorial year monkey gritted its teeth. It was injured. Feng Yuan turned around, looking at the river surface behind him with lingering fear. Thankfully, the immemorial year monkey protected me. Otherwise, how could we get past this natural barrier so easily? The sudden springs had immense power. They were at least rank 7 killer moves. Most of them were rank 8. Feng Yuan even saw a sudden spring that was comparable to a rank 9 killer move. The sudden eruption of the spring was like a huge waterfall that shot up into the sky against the current. Thankfully, it erupted far away from Feng Yuan. There was no danger. The immemorial year monkey's injuries are not light. Unfortunately, my methods are limited. I cannot heal it. Feng Yuan inspected it, sighing internally. The healing methods of other paths were suppressed here. Among time path healing methods, Feng Yuan only had man as before immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this immortal goo was only effective on humans. Feng Yuan could only let the immemorial year monkey recover on its own. Should I stop and rest for a while? Let the immemorial year monkey recover completely? Feng Yuan could not help but hesitate. To get to that red lotus true inheritance, the sudden spring river segment was only the first obstacle. Feng Yuan still had to face dark web spiders, one-finger flow sharks, and a special sword and blade river segment. These three obstacles were much more dangerous than the sudden spring river segment. Sudden spring river segment? Lord Huang sure looked at the river in front of him, frowning. According to Lady Ziwei's instructions, Feng Yuan and the rest are ahead. Next, Lord Huang Shi's eyes shined with bright light. He flew towards the sudden spring river segment with determination. Carrot. Chapter 1442. Boom. A huge spring suddenly gushed out from the originally calm surface of the river. Compared to this sudden spring, Lord Huang Shi, who was flying in the air, was like a fly beside a table. Before the sudden spring even got close, Lord Huang Shi could feel that it was getting faster and faster. This was naturally not the truth. In fact, when the sudden spring burst out and reached its peak, its speed would become slower and slower. The reason why Lord Huang Shi felt this was because his own speed had become slower. This was the river of time. The eruption of a sudden spring would cause the surrounding existences to slow down. This way, it would make it harder for the person in danger to escape. Humph. Lord Huang Shi was not flustered. At the crucial moment, a bright light flashed on his bald head. At the next moment, his body returned to normal, and he retreated, causing the sudden spring's attack to miss. Rumble. With another loud sound, the sudden spring did not hit Lord Huang Shi. It landed on the river's surface and created huge waves. Lord Huang Shi wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This sudden spring has the power of a rank 8 killer move. Even I have to be very careful. If I am hit, I will definitely be injured. And if I encounter a rank 9 level sudden spring, I will definitely be heavily injured. I might even die. Lord Huang Shi felt great pressure. Even though he was a rank 8 Gu immortal and was fighting in the river of time, he had the geographical advantage. But he was clear that Feng Yuan had luck path methods. He might even have a relatively complete all living beings luck true inheritance. In a place like the sudden spring river segment, other than strength, one also had to rely on one's luck. If I chase after Feng Yuan now, it will be disadvantageous to him. According to the profundities of luck path, it will definitely be difficult for me to chase after him. There will be obstacles everywhere. Feng Yuan chose this path to make things difficult for me. It is a good plan. But, Lord Huang Shi frowned, feeling puzzled. No matter how good Feng Yuan's luck is, he can't possibly avoid sudden springs, right? Even if rank 9 level sudden springs are rare, and he can't encounter them, there are many rank 7 sudden springs. And the same goes for rank 8. How did he get past them? Did he rely on reverse flow protection seal all the way? If he relied on the reverse flow protection seal, it would be good news for Huang Shi. Because this sudden spring river segment was very long, if Feng Yuan relied on this killer move to cross it, it would definitely consume a lot of immortal essence. This was naturally beneficial to the battle between Lord Huang Shi and Feng Yuan. Lord Huang Shi didn't expect Feng Yuan to enslave an immemorial year monkey to use as a shield. Even though Feng Yuan could control the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the celestial court attributed this to He Fan's true inheritance. Feng Yuan controlled a rank 8 existence with rank 7 cultivation level. This was an astonishing achievement for an enslavement path Gu immortal. But the truth was the weakness of 180 slaves and years flow like water immortal Gu. Especially the latter, He Fan would never expose his own shortcomings. The celestial court did not know about this secret, so it was difficult for them to deduce that Feng Yuan actually had a method to attract immemorial year beasts. Because of all these reasons, the celestial court did not know that Feng Yuan had information about immemorial year beasts. After a few minutes, Lord Huang Shi flew out of the sudden spring river segment. Fairy Myrtle's guidance came again. Lord Huang Shi changed his direction. His speed surged as he chased after Fang Yuan's group. After a short moment, his figure suddenly stopped moving, and he looked ahead with an anxious and doubtful expression. Dark web spider. Lord Huangshi's expression changed as he shouted. In front of him, there was a huge white spider. It was crawling on a huge web, not moving at all. The spider's body was even larger than the sudden spring. It was like a mountain range. Its limbs were like hills. Compared to the spider, Lord Huangshi was tiny, like a mosquito in front of an elephant. Even larger than the dark web spider was the huge web it was crawling on. This huge web had a crystalline texture. Some were thin like hair, while others were as thick as trees. The entire huge web was not a flat surface, but a forest-like cage. Tens of thousands of spider silk, like tentacles or tree roots, pierced deep into the river of time. No matter how the river flowed, these crystal spider silk did not move. The huge amount of spider silk interconnected, forming a huge crystal web nest. Many of the web holes, big and small, intersected to form countless complicated routes. Lord Huangshi's heart sank. He could not believe it. Did Fang Yuan and the rest pass through here to reach Red Lotus' true inheritance? He confirmed that the direction that Fairy Myrtle pointed to was indeed here. This made him even more certain that this route was planned by Fang Yuan and the rest. Is Fang Yuan trying to use this natural barrier to make us retreat? Lord Huangshi's expression was cold. He snorted and flew into the huge crystal web nest. Every web spider was a primordial desolate beast that dominated a region of the river of time. In its territory, even primordial year beast hordes did not dare to rampage. It was one of the top predators. What the dark web spider relied on, other than its huge body, unimaginable strength, and extremely sharp mouthparts, was this crystal web nest. Every crystal spider silk in this web nest had extraordinary value. Gu immortals of the past gave it a very romantic name, which had been used until now. Peaceful time silk. Any existence that was rank 7 or below would fall into a state of frozen time upon touching this spider silk. They would not be able to move, allowing the slow-moving dark web spider to come and prey on them. For rank 8 existences like Lord Huangshi, even though one thread of peaceful time silk could not be effective, 100 or so threads would be enough to put Lord Huangshi in danger. But why were there 100 or so threads of peaceful time silk in the entire crystal web nest? There were definitely hundreds of millions of them. Lord Huangshi's speed was very slow, very slow. He carefully moved through the crystal spider silk and weaved into a web. It was not that he did not think of going around this dangerous area and continuing to chase after Fang Yuan. But this way, he would have to take a long detour. It would definitely give Fang Yuan more time. Moreover, what if the true inheritance of the Red Lotus was in the crystal net nest? Thus, Lord Huangshi decided to step into this dangerous area and chase after him. As long as I am careful and do not touch any peaceful time silk, it is not a problem to pass this place safely. Lord Huangshi was thinking, when suddenly, there was a loud explosion. It was like heaven and earth shattering. The crystal web nest shook along with the huge sound wave. The dark web spider was alarmed. Its 180 compound eyes stared at Lord Huangshi. Damn it! It must be a trap set by Fang Yuan and the rest. Lord Huangshi's anger rose, but his surprise was very little. If he was Fang Yuan, he would also set up a trap to harm his pursuers. Since I can come here, I naturally have the confidence to pass through this dangerous area without alerting the dark web spider. With a cold snort, Lord Huangshi activated his immortal killer, moved to attack the crystal spider silk. These crystal spider silk were not easily destroyed, even though they were very fragile. But any killer move would be frozen by time if it got close. It would give the illusion that it was suspended in midair. Of course, against those rank 8 killer moves, the peaceful time silk had a limit to its endurance. Lord Huangshi went all out, using rank 8 killer moves to destroy the crystal spider silk in front of him. His speed increased instead. He was a time path great expert. He had methods to deal with the peaceful time silk. But that dark web spider was slow. It could not catch up to Lord Huangshi. Lord Huang sure did not want to fight the dark web spider to the death. He still had a heavy responsibility. But his retreat was not smooth sailing. Immortal killer moves were frequently used, be it sound waves, frost, or fire. They obstructed his advance. Lord Huangshi's speed was greatly restricted. Eventually, the dark web spider caught up, and both sides engaged in an intense battle. Bam bam bam. The intense battle lasted for a while. Lord Huangshi got rid of the dark web spider and left the range of the crystal web nest. But now, he was in a more pathetic state than before. Not only was he covered in dust, he was also slightly injured. This damn Feng Yuan. How many traps did he set? And every time these traps are activated, they are activated at the perfect time. There is a profound meaning behind them. Lord Huangshi suffered such a loss. He was filled with anger. He was not going to let Feng Yuan off. He flew as he healed his injuries. Not long after, he entered a strange river segment. What's going on? In this river segment, I actually sensed an intense aura of sword path and blade path. Lord Huangshi's shock flashed past his face. He slowed down and observed carefully. He saw that in the waves of time, there were endless sword qi and heavy blade lights. Wait, don't tell me, this is... Lord Huangshi frowned. I am going against the current to go to the past, calculating the distance and time. It should be 100,000 years in the past. Near Antiquity era. Near Antiquity era's sword path and blade path. I got it. It is Western Desert Shi Yuan. This person cultivates sword path. He created sword abyss and killed 3 rank 8 Gu immortals. There is also a blade path demonic immortal. He is called Dao Jiulang. His demonic might is overwhelming. He rampaged through Western Desert. He broke the guest expulsion formation and shook the world. These two had a huge battle. Their battle caused heaven and earth to darken. Even ghosts and deities were frightened. Lord Huang sure used his methods to investigate. Like he had guessed, this river of time segment was affected by the intense battle between these 2 rank 8 great experts, causing this place to become a river segment of blades and swords. Going through this place was more dangerous than the sudden spring river segment, because it was very likely that Dao Jiulang, or Shi Yuan's immortal killer move, would suddenly appear and attack him. When a sudden spring erupts, there would be a process. But this river segment had no such process. Feng Yuan and the rest actually went here? Are they tired of living? Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth, entering the river as well. Since Feng Yuan and the rest could enter, as a great rank 8 great expert he could not retreat. Fairy Myrtle continued to guide him. Lord Huangshi got closer to his target. Roar! The immemorial year monkey fought in the waves. It was covered in injuries. Blood was flowing everywhere, dyeing the surroundings red. On the immemorial year monkey, by Ning Bing, Fairy Miao Yin, and the rest were guarding it. I finally found you. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined with bright light. He pounced without thinking. Chapter 1443. By Ning Bing and the rest were trapped in the Sword and Blade River Zone. They could not escape. Lord Huangshi saw this chance. How could he let it go? He had been chasing them all this way. He had accumulated a lot of anger. Now that he saw his prey, he immediately pounced. Swish swish swish. Huge waves appeared in the river of time. Countless sword chi and blade lights shot out from the waves, shooting towards the shadow sect immortals. Lord Huangshi was no exception. He was taken care of by the sword chi and blade lights. But with his defensive methods, he had a much easier time than the shadow sect immortals. Immortal killer move, Sun Moon Divine Shuttle. Lord Huangshi looked down from above. He pushed with both palms. Countless sharp shuttles rained down on the shadow sect immortals. Enemy! By Ning Bing warned. Killer move Sun Moon Divine Shuttle had shocking offensive power. The fire dragon was ferocious. By Ning Bing and the rest defended with all their might. They could not even raise their heads. Roar! This angered the immemorial year monkey. It roared and exerted strength in its limbs. Its entire body left the river and flew into the sky. Sun Moon Divine Shuttle landed on its body, creating small bloody holes. But to the huge immemorial year monkey, it was only a light injury. The huge monkey claw created intense winds as it grabbed at Lord Huangshi. Feeling this terrifying power, Huangshi's eyelids twitched, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This immemorial year monkey is the real deal. It is not that Feng Yuan. They actually have rank 8 battle strength like the immemorial year monkey? Lord Huangshi was not a strength path or transformation path Gu immortal. He was not skilled in advancing. Even if he was a rank 8 of celestial court, he would have to dodge the immemorial year monkey's attack. He was very fast. He dodged far away in an instant. Here, the time path Dao marks were very dense. It was suitable for him to fight. The immemorial year monkey missed its target and fell back into the river. However, it immediately roared and leaped into the air to kill Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's eyes shined with bright light. He saw the injuries on the immemorial year monkey and understood that it was not in its complete state. Thinking about it, the immemorial year monkey must have contributed a lot for Feng Yuan and the others to be able to reach this place. Its combat strength should have been reduced by 30 to 40%. If that's the case, Master Huangshi's fighting spirit became even more resolute. He breathed in deeply and activated another immortal killer move. Suddenly, a yellowish-brown stone appeared above his head. The stone moved slowly, causing the time around Lord Huangshi to slow down. Then smoke and dust suddenly flowed out from the stone. The dust flew down and attached to the immemorial year monkey's body like a flowing light. The immemorial year monkey was affected by the yellow-brown smoke, and the flow of time on its body decreased rapidly. Its speed became slower and slower, and the time it took to soar in the air was also greatly extended. When Master Huangshi saw this, he let out a breath of turbid air and revealed a happy expression. He was very confident in his family's method. As more and more dust gathered, the immemorial year beast's time passed slower. If this continued, the situation would soon be completely controlled by Lord Huangshi. But at this moment, rumble! An extremely majestic wave rushed into the sky and headed straight for Master Huangshi. In the pale white waves of the river of time, an intense blade light shot out. It was extremely dazzling. The blade light landed on Lord Huangshi. His body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lord Huangshi was injured. The entire dust cloud shook. The immemorial year monkey inside the dust cloud struggled. Lord Huangshi quickly held his breath and activated his immortal killer move, causing the dust cloud to thicken and trap the immemorial year monkey. On the immemorial year monkey, Bai Ningbing and the rest used their abilities, using ice, fire and sound waves, but they could not move the dust cloud at all. In the river of time, time path life forms were greatly boosted. Bai Ningbing and the rest had lower cultivation level than Lord Huangshi to begin with. With the suppression of time path Dao marks, their battle strength was far from enough. At the crucial moment, Wuxia had a grim expression. He was about to use the killer move Lead Soul into Dream that had always been successful. But at this moment, Wuxia was stunned. Wuxia could not sense Lord Huangshi's existence. Lead Soul into Dream needs to sense the other party before it can be used. Otherwise, without a target, it cannot be used. This Lord Huangshi already has a method to block my soul path senses? Oh, the defensive killer move that Lady Ziwei gave me has been activated, hee. Lord Huangshi sneered in his mind. When Wuxia wanted to use Let Soul into Dream, he sensed it. Let Soul into Dream was indeed very powerful, but it had flaws. It was not a perfect killer move. This time, since Fairy Myrtle sent Lord Huangshi alone to chase after Feng Yuan and the rest, she naturally had to guard against Lead Soul into Dream. After all, Celestial Court had suffered a lot because of this killer move. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit, let alone Celestial Court's Fairy Myrtle. Lord Huangshi came prepared. Even Lead Soul into Dream could not be used. Oh no! Wuxia and the rest had a change of expression. They felt immense pressure. They could not turn the situation around. They could only rely on Feng Yuan now. But where was Feng Yuan? Lord Huangshi thought about this question. He had thought that this immemorial year monkey was Feng Yuan's transformation, using this as a bluff, but after interacting with it, He found out that this was a genuine immemorial year monkey. Since the start of the battle, Fang Yuan had not appeared yet. With reverse flow protection seal and battle strength on par with Feng Jioga, Fang Yuan was undoubtedly the person that Lord Huangshi had to be most wary of. The more Fang Yuan did not appear, the more cautious he became. Fang Yuan, are you still not coming out? If you don't, Lord Huangshi was stunned. At this moment, a huge wave appeared in the river of time, crashing towards him. Again, Lord Huangshi could not help but feel annoyed. This huge wave did not attack the huge immemorial year monkey. Instead, it attacked him again and again. His luck was too bad. Rumble. The huge wave hit Lord Huangshi. He spat out a mouthful of blood again. His injuries worsened. He could not dodge in time. Not only because he had activated this immortal killer move. When the wave came at him, time slowed down. Even if he dodged the wave, the sword chi and blade lights that shot out were extremely fast. He could not dodge them. Lord Huangshi chose to resist and fight for a chance to capture the immemorial year monkey, by Ningbing, and the rest. I have the upper hand now. I don't believe that you, Fang Yuan, can hold on for much longer. Lord Huangshi was determined. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With 3 loud sounds, 3 waves appeared again, crashing towards Lord Huangshi. What? Coming at me again? At once, Lord Huangshi's eyes opened wide. He wanted to curse. According to common sense, the large primordial year monkeys were more likely to be hit by the waves. But since the start of the battle, only Lord Huangshi had been hit by the waves. Aren't they too lucky? Not a single wave hit them? Wait a moment. Lord Huangshi's heart suddenly shook. Is this caused by Fang Yuan's luck path method? He thought of a possibility. Even so, just luck path cannot change the situation. Luck path is suppressed here to begin with. Fang Yuan cannot control all of the waves with luck path alone. Only supreme time path methods can do it. I have the geographical advantage here. Lord Huangshi calmed his mind and continued to suppress the immemorial year monkey, by Ningbing, and the rest, forcing Fang Yuan to show himself. Lord Huangshi fell for it. As sect leader expected, we will continue to attack, don't expose any flaws. Bai Ningbing and the rest had grim expressions, but they were conversing secretly. At the same time, on the island at the bottom of the river, in front of Fang Yuan, images were flashing, showing the battle between Lord Huangshi and the immemorial year monkey. This was the Stone Lotus Island. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's Red Lotus True Inheritance was there. And Fang Yuan had already arrived. Fairy Myrtle's investigative killer move on Fang Yuan had already been removed. As for Bai Ningbing and the rest, even though they had the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, they could not make it in time. If they brought them along, Fang Yuan's location would be exposed. Even if they were placed in the sovereign immortal aperture, they would be deduced. Like back then, Fang Yuan used Qi Luck sensation to deduce the location of Wuxia and the rest. Even if they hid in the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan would be able to deduce them. The immortal aperture was a small world, isolated from the outside world. But if there were clear clues in the immortal aperture, they would be deduced. If Fang Yuan could do it, so could Fairy Myrtle. Providence could do it too. As long as there were remnants of Providence in the immortal aperture, the 5 regions, and 2 heavens Providence, would be able to sense Fang Yuan's location. Fang Yuan had already investigated this a long time ago. Although this was a weakness, in Fang Yuan's opinion, it was something he could use. Using Wuxia and the rest, he could lower Fairy Myrtle's guard, and make Lord Huangshi miscalculate Fang Yuan's location. Even though this was a small mistake, after Fang Yuan used Red Lotus True Inheritance, this small advantage was magnified. That was right. Red Lotus True Inheritance had the ability to control the nearby river fields. In fact, this Blade River field was created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. But activating this ability would expend the foundation of the Stone Lotus Island. Yet now, after this battle, this Stone Lotus Island, that was already extremely damaged, would be completely obliterated. Spectral Soul's will, let me lend you a hand. Fang Yuan looked at Spectral Soul's will. Seeing that it was thin and difficult to control, he stretched out his hand. Immediately, a large amount of will surged out and entered Spectral Soul's Will's body. Spectral Soul's Will immediately growled after receiving this powerful help. At the same time, a huge wave appeared on the battlefield. This. Lord Huangshi's eyes almost popped out. This huge wave was of an unprecedented scale. The blade lights and sword chi inside had not erupted yet. But Lord Huangshi already felt an intense threat to his life. Lord Huangshi gritted his teeth. Even though this huge wave would hit him, it would also affect the immemorial year monkey. It might even force Feng Yuan out. I want to continue wasting time with you. Just as Lord Huangshi thought so, he saw a gap in the huge wave. It passed by the immemorial year monkey and rushed towards him. What? Lord Huangshi almost cursed out loud. How can you be so shameless? Chapter 1444. Rumble. The huge wave bypassed the immemorial year monkey and surrounded it from all directions, crashing towards Lord Huangshi. Lord Huangshi's heart turned completely cold at this moment. He was a Gu immortal of Celestial Court, an elite among rank 8s. He finally understood at this moment. So Feng Yuan and the rest can really control this river segment? He was extremely shocked. This meant that the immemorial year monkey being trapped in the Blade River segment was a trap. And he had fallen into the trap himself. He had been kept in the dark during the battle earlier. He did not even know he had fallen into a trap. To Master Huangshi, this was simply an insult. But how can this be? Feng Yuan can actually control a segment of the River of Time. Even though he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, he should not be able to do this. This is the result of Lady Ziwei's deduction. Lord Huangshi's shock subsided slightly, but suspicions emerged in his mind again. While the huge wave was crashing towards him, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. This is probably the power of Red Lotus' true inheritance. Only someone like Red Lotus Demon Venerable has such methods to control a segment of the River of Time. Seeing the monstrous waves approaching, Lord Huangshi's face revealed a determined expression. Forget it. I will show you the true power of Lord Huangshi. Ah! Lord Huangshi suddenly roared towards the sky. Instantly, the aura of countless Gu worms gushed out from his body. Rays of yellow light continuously shone on his body. His bald head was shining brightly. The earthen yellow rock above his head expanded, becoming like a small mountain, suppressing the River of Time. His aura became deep and unfathomable. Wherever he looked, the River of Time returned to its original state. At the same time, countless ripples of time jumped out of his body, flying towards Bai Ningbing and the rest. They seemed slow but were actually extremely fast. Lord Huangshi was shocked and furious. He was in a desperate situation. He erupted with his full strength. So powerful. He used at least 4 immortal killer moves in an instant. Feng Yuan's heart jumped when he saw this. Since Lord Huangshi was able to gain Fairy Myrtle's trust, and was sent alone into the River of Time to ambush Feng Yuan, he naturally had his own strength. At this moment, he exploded out with his full strength, blocking the time wave. Apart from protecting himself, he also ruthlessly attacked Bai Ningbing and the others. Bai Ningbing and the rest's expressions changed. They were trapped in the yellowish-brown dust, and were unable to escape. Even the immemorial year monkey was struggling more intensely, its roars filled with panic. Although the power of the mottled time was unpredictable, everyone knew how terrifying it was. Even Feng Jioge didn't dare to touch it, let alone Bai Ningbing and the others. He is forcing me to show myself. Feng Yuan muttered as he looked at Spectral Soul's will. He used Bai Ningbing and the rest as bait. If they died now, it would be a huge loss to him. However, Feng Yuan had purposely arranged for Spectral Soul's split soul to be among them. He was afraid that Spectral Souls would have other thoughts. Spectral Souls laughed heartily. Don't worry, Feng Yuan. This Stone Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though Lord Huangshi can resist the River of Time's waves, this island contains the peerless killer moves of both sword and blade path. Look, this move is Dao Jiolang's strongest offensive killer move. It is called 99 Reincarnation Blade Edge. Once it is used, it will be endless and multiply endlessly. When one layer of blade light is destroyed, another layer will appear. There are a total of 9 layers of blade light. Each layer can slaughter ghosts and deities. After the blade light slashes down, it will return and attack again. Each layer of blade light will attack 9 times. 9 layers of blade light will attack a total of 81 times. This move is extremely powerful. Dao Jiulang has only used it 3 times in his life. Each time he uses it, he expends 100 years of his lifespan. And right now, the move that I'm using is precisely the move that he used when he fought against Shi Yuan, the pinnacle of his life's masterpiece. Following Spectral Soul's Will's explanation, Fang Yuan saw 9 layers of blade light shoot out from the suppressed river of time's waves. The blade light was extremely dazzling. It was like a fragment of the sun. It was extremely dazzling. Even Fang Yuan could not help but squint his eyes as he felt a piercing pain in his eyeballs. He was outside the battlefield, but it was already like this, not to mention the immortals inside the battlefield. Seeing this layer of blade light, Lord Huangshi's expression changed drastically. He was extremely shocked. He felt an intense threat to his life from these 9 layers of blade light. This was not a joke. If Dao Jiulang came from one of Central Continent's 10 great sects, he would definitely be able to enter the Celestial Court. He was once an outstanding talent of Western Desert, an influential rank 8 character, a legend of Blade Path who stood at the peak. This move that he used was the pinnacle masterpiece of his life. It was a killer move that he used to fight Shi Yuan to the death. Lord Huangshi was extremely shocked. He could no longer care about the water waves, the immemorial year monkey, or Bai Ningbing. He roared with all his strength, using his trump card to defend with all his might. Bam bam bam. Loud sounds could be heard continuously. Layers of blade light continued to land on his body. Layer after layer of dazzling saber lights surrounded the pitiful Lord Huangshi and continued to kill him. They interweaved into a big ball of white light. At the center of this lump of light, Lord Huangshi shrunk into the yellowish-brown rock above his head, defending with all his might. The blade light attacks lasted for a while before fading away. The rock around Lord Huangshi had already disappeared. He was extremely haggard. His face was pale and bloodless. There were huge wounds on his body, covering his chest and back. The wounds were not bleeding, but this was a bad sign, because the wounds were filled with blade path Dao marks. Blade chi continued to burst out and corrode Lord Huangshi's organs. Ha ha ha, look, he is at his limit. Spectral Souls will laugh loudly. Then let's use this move again. Spectral Souls will raised its eyebrows as it danced. This move is Shi Yuan's trump card, haha. I don't believe you can survive. As he spoke, a powerful sword chi rose from the gradually dissipating waves of the river of time. This sword chi was deep and unfathomable. It had unparalleled power. It could bury everything in the world. Lord Huangshi's pupils shrunk to the size of needle tips. There was only one thought in his mind, escape. But at the next moment, he found himself locked by this sword chi. He floated in the air, unable to move. This is Shi Yuan's killer move, Sword Burial Abyss. Oh no, oh no. Lord Huangshi's heart was beating wildly. He was already panicking. He had already used up all his methods to defend against the 99 reincarnation blades. He was currently in low spirits. His defenses were also at rock bottom. Am I going to die here today? Lord Huangshi sensed the aura of death. Right at this time, on the Stone Lotus Island, Spectral Souls will shouted. Oh no, the Stone Lotus Island cannot last any longer. If we insist on killing Lord Huangshi, this Stone Lotus Island's foundation will be expended. If we let Huangshi go, it can still exist for a few more years. Kill him. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie. He said these 3 words without hesitation. Understood. Spectral Souls will replied, not saying anything else. Lord Huangshi struggled intensely, but he could not get rid of the sword chi. His expression was sinister. He screamed in his mind. To think that I, the great Huangshi, would die here. My sacrifice is not important, but I caused the Celestial Court's plan to fail. This otherworldly demon Fang Yuan can continue to roam freely. I am not resigned to this. I am not resigned to this. Lord Huangshi screamed again and again. But his voice suddenly stopped. Next, his life force vanished. That sword chi was like a monster in the darkness, devouring all of his life force. Rank 8 Time Path. Celestial Court Gu Immortal Lord Huangshi died. Chapter 1445. A moment later, Huangshi's corpse was brought to Fang Yuan by Ning Bing and the rest. Spectral souls will looked at it and sighed. This person was an incredible genius. He was known as a genius when he was young. He grew up and became an influential person. He was famous in Central Continent, and even the 5 regions. But today he has fallen here. Fang Yuan, and the rest did not speak. Spectral souls will controlled the Stone Lotus Island and studied history. He learned of many secrets. This was the time path ability of Red Lotus True Inheritance. It obtained information through the River of Time. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained it, he praised it as inconceivable. He felt inferior to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's time path methods. At rank 8 level, Gu Immortals could comprehend things by analogy. Rank 9 Venerables were even more so. They had comprehensive methods. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's own time path methods might be on par with other rank 8s. But compared to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, they paled in comparison. Rank 9 had their own specializations. They had their own specializations, they all had their own strengths. If it were Red Lotus Demon Venerable competing with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in soul path attainment, he would be the one to feel inferior. Gurgle gurgle. The water of the River of Time flowed out from beneath Fang Yuan, and the rest. The Stone Lotus Island started to leak. But there were only 1 or 2 places. The holes were only the size of teacups. Spectral souls will sighed. In a while, this Stone Lotus Island will be destroyed. We do not have much time left. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's 7 true inheritances were stored on Stone Lotus Islands. They were located at a certain location in the River of Time. This Stone Lotus Island that Fang Yuan and the rest entered was obtained by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He modified it and turned it into Shadow Sect's largest information source. Not just that, Shadow Sect even used the power of Red Lotus True Inheritance many times. Recently, it was used to protect Spring-Autumn Cicada's revival, as well as to helping Wuxia and Zishan Makoto. Their foundation was almost depleted. In the earlier battle, they used all their strength to kill the time path great expert Huangshi. Now, the Stone Lotus Island's foundation was completely depleted. It was about to be destroyed. There are gains and losses. Fang Yuan sighed. Although we've lost the Stone Lotus Island, Lord Huangshi's death is a huge gain. This person's battle strength was outstanding, and he was like a fish in water in the River of Time. If we let go of this great opportunity, even if we set up another ambush, I'm afraid we won't have a good chance to kill him. The immortals nodded. They all agreed with Fang Yuan's decision. In fact, even Spectral Souls was no exception. He looked at Fang Yuan, nodded and said, "During the battle in the Dream Realm, Z made the right choice in the final moments of his life. Fang Yuan, I have to admit that you're the last choice of the Shadow Sect. The heavy responsibility of saving the main body will be left to you. Of course, it will also depend on your mood. If you want to get rid of your main body, we won't blame you." Hearing this, the Gu Immortals present were all moved. Ing Wuxia's expression changed. He opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but then hesitating. Who could have imagined the current situation? Right now, between the Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan had complete initiative. He was indeed the Shadow Sect's last hope. In fact, if they attacked the Celestial Court, whether or not they could save Spectral Soul's main body would depend on Fang Yuan's will. Spectral Soul's will's words were like a helpless and dejected voice. It was like a helpless and dejected person. Precisely because he knew the most information, he understood the situation clearly. When Fang Yuan entered Red Lotus True Inheritance, he did not obstruct or create difficulties for him. In the process of killing Lord Huangshi, he cooperated fully with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan glanced at the immortals around him, replying to Spectral Soul's will. "Don't worry, the Celestial Court is powerful. We are natural allies. I will help you if I can." Spectral souls will not it. I trust you. Next he smiled. We are not allies, we are one body. You are the leader of the shadow sect now, inherited by Z. You are acknowledged by many split souls. Even if he faces the main body in the future, he will acknowledge it. Because we are him, and our decisions are his decisions. Alright. I will now impart the main body's soul path true inheritance, and everything else to you. Feng Yuan nodded, using wisdom path methods. A lump of self-will flew out. Self-will was like a giant ball, pouncing towards spectral soul's will. The latter did not dodge. Soon the two wills converged. The interaction between wills was very fast. After a few breaths of time, Feng Yuan's self-will returned. It was placed in Feng Yuan's mind. In an instant, a vast amount of information assaulted Feng Yuan's mind. Feng Yuan closed his eyes, accepting everything in an orderly manner. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. He was not someone ordinary Gu immortals could compare to. He was very calm right now. Among all the information, the most valuable was undoubtedly spectral soul's true inheritance. This was the most complete cultivation method, created by spectral soul demon venerable. Feng Yuan only skimmed through some of the contents before his mind shook. He inwardly praised spectral soul demon venerable, who created this true inheritance. Undeniably, this was one of the most valuable true inheritances in the entire world. Even in the long history of humanity, no, in the entire world. Since ancient times, there had only been 9 venerables in this world. And spectral soul demon venerable was one of them. This spectral soul true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained was very complete. As long as he cultivated according to it, he would be able to approach spectral soul demon venerable's former height. Speaking of which, among the 9 venerables, Feng Yuan was involved in many things. Spring-Autumn Cicada was the first one that Feng Yuan obtained. It was the most crucial key to Red Lotus true inheritance. But even now, Feng Yuan had only inherited 1/7 of Red Lotus true inheritance. And even though the contents were complete, Red Lotus true meaning had already been absorbed by spectral soul demon venerable. Giant Sun's true inheritance had 3 paths. Feng Yuan obtained the essence of self-luck true inheritance from Langya sect, and some of the contents of all living beings' luck true inheritance from 88-point Jinyang Tower and Ma Hongyan. He did not gain as much as the rumors said. Of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Feng Yuan only obtained ghostly concealment. Divine concealment was obtained by Zhao Lianyun. To think that the most complete venerable true inheritance that I obtained in the end was actually spectral soul's true inheritance of my mortal enemy. It is a pity that my soul path attainment level is insufficient. Cultivating soul path requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. Among them, the demand for souls in the resource category is extremely terrifying. Back then, spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered the world for his own cultivation. If I were to repeat his logic, I would have to slaughter the entire world, otherwise, I would not be able to satisfy the resource requirement for my soul path cultivation. Below spectral soul's true inheritance was Red Lotus true inheritance. Although the Red Lotus true meaning on this stone lotus island was absorbed by spectral soul to raise his time path attainment level, the true inheritance's contents were still passed down. Among them, the most important was the Immortal Gu recipe for Spring-Autumn Cicada. This was not just rank 6 Immortal Gu recipes. There were rank 7, rank 8, and even rank 9 recipes. That was to say, Feng Yuan had all the Immortal Gu recipes for refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, from rank 6 to rank 9. This entire set of Immortal Gu recipes had a lot of content. There were hundreds of thousands of words. Just the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada Immortal Gu recipes, there were 17 to 18. The one that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life was only one of them. And there were even more rank 7 Immortal Gu recipes. There were 86. Rank 8 Immortal Gu recipes, there were 43. And rank 9 Immortal Gu recipes, there were 3. One more Immortal Gu recipe meant one more way to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. To Feng Yuan, this was no doubt a huge help. In the future, he would not only have more choices when refining Spring-Autumn Cicada, he would also be more flexible. To think that Red Lotus Demon Venerable's research on Spring-Autumn Cicada was so deep. So Spring-Autumn Cicada is indeed Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital immortal goo. Feng Yuan would naturally refine Spring-Autumn Cicada. He knew how powerful it was. He would not give up on this weapon to turn the tables. Other than Spectral Soul's true inheritance and Red Lotus true inheritance, there were also countless other inheritances. Some of these inheritances were incomplete, while others were complete. These were collected by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, and after his death, Shadow Sect spent 100,000 years to collect them. All of them benefited Feng Yuan. Although Zishan Makoto's inheritance was rich, he was only a split soul after all. The content he truly grasped was not even 1% of this inheritance. Especially inside, there was the Rule Path True Inheritance that Limitless Demon Venerable had personally set up, and the Formation Path True Inheritance of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's lineage. Zishan Makoto's inheritance did not contain them. The value of all the inheritance contents was immeasurably high. As long as Feng Yuan had enough time and resources, Feng Yuan was completely confident that he could create an organization that was not weaker than the Celestial Court. Feng Yuan's gains were unimaginably huge. Even he himself was shocked by this. He had only received the terrifying benefits of becoming the leader of Shadow Sect at this moment. Spectral Souls will spoke again. Sect leader Feng Yuan, you have now completely inherited Shadow Sect. Unfortunately, although there are many true inheritances, cultivating them requires a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. And in the current situation, you lack time the most and resources are also extremely scarce. My main body had once defied heaven and hid in the Celestial Court, delaying the arrival of the Great Era for close to 500 years. But now that my main body has failed, everything has returned to its original trajectory. About 10 years later, the Great Era will completely open. The 5 regions will fuse into one. There will definitely be the largest chaotic battle in history. And among the 5 regions, Central Continent has the strongest foundation. They have the most Gu Masters and Gu Immortals. Moreover, they have a unified leader, the Celestial Court. This is something that the other 4 regions do not have. Be it Eastern Sea, Western Desert, Southern Border, or Northern Plains, they are all super forces that are in a state of disunity. Even though Northern Plains has longevity heaven, it is slightly better, but its influence on the region is much weaker than Central Continent's Celestial Court. And the most terrifying thing about the Celestial Court is that they have rank 9 Fate Immortal Gu. This Gu's power is extremely terrifying. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was able to devise a scheme to resist the 3 Demon Venerables after her death, and ensure that the Celestial Court was not destroyed mostly because of this Gu's power. The 3 Demon Venerables are all in fate. This was decided when they were born. It cannot be changed. Only otherworldly demons are not restricted by Fate Immortal Gu. O Feng Yuan, you are now a complete otherworldly demon. You are the most promising candidate to destroy fate. In fact, you are the inheritor that Red Lotus Demon Venerable was looking forward to the most. 10 years, only 10 years. O Feng Yuan, you cannot let the Celestial Court restore Fate Immortal Gu. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will be invincible. Even if the 4 regions attack it together, it will not fall. By then, attacking the Celestial Court and saving the main body will be completely hopeless. There is not much time left for you, Feng Yuan. Chapter 1446. On the Stone Lotus Island, Spectral Soul's Will's voice started to stutter. Its body was becoming thinner and thinner. Feng Yuan wanted to help it replenish itself, but it stopped him. Let me vanish. I am Spectral Soul's Will. My main body is suppressed by the Celestial Court. I will be deduced by the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals sooner or later. As for the split soul, there is no need to worry about it in the short term. The Stone Lotus Island is gone, my mission is over. Now, while I still have a trace of foundation, let me give you more time and do my best. Feng Yuan was silent before nodding. Okay. He agreed and took out the self-cleansing Immortal Gu formation. Immediately, Bai Ning Bing and the rest entered the Immortal formation. The immortal goo formation activated, emitting a deafening sound. Spectral souls will smiled. The stone lotus island shined with its final faint radiance. Lord Huangshi is dead. When this news came, Feng Jioge and the two rank 8 goo immortals from the celestial court felt an intense shock in their hearts. Next, more detailed information came from Fairy Myrtle. Feng Yuan lost the upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he still has rank 8 battle strength, like the immemorial year monkey. That Red Lotus true inheritance can actually control a segment of the River of Time. This is unbelievable. If not for the Red Lotus true inheritance Stone Lotus Island, even if Feng Yuan had rank 8 battle strength and the immemorial year monkey, he would not have been able to take Lord Huangshi's life. Sigh. At this moment, the three immortals had already gotten past the Dream Realm defense line. They were in front of the tributary of the River of Time. Earlier, Feng Yuan's meticulously arranged Dream Realm had a crack because of its own circulation. The three goo immortals could easily pass through it without much effort. Even though Dream Realms could obstruct enemies for some time, they were not reliable and could not be relied on for long, especially when these Dream Realms were already corroded by Providence. The circulation of the Dream Realms was clearly leaning towards the Celestial Court's side. This was also why Feng Yuan retreated earlier. He did not want to use the Dream Realm defense line to resist. After hearing about Lord Huangshi's death, the three immortals' faces turned ugly. According to the original battle plan, Lord Huangshi would make a move in the River of Time to destroy the true inheritance of Red Lotus and force Feng Yuan and the others out. Then, the three immortals would make a move and surround Feng Yuan and the rest of the Shadow Sect. But now the strongest person, Lord Huangshi, was the first to fall. This caused Feng Jioge and the others to be in an awkward situation. Should he wait or not? If he continued to wait, would Feng Yuan and the others come out when they were no longer under pressure? The three immortals hesitated. They had made meticulous preparations and traveled thousands of miles to come here. They did not expect that their morale would drop before the battle even started. Continue to wait. At this time, Fairy Ziwei sent new instructions. I've already deduced that this is the only remaining tributary of the River of Time that Feng Yuan can grasp. Even though Lord Huangshi was sacrificed, he was extremely valuable. He investigated the details of Feng Yuan and the others. He provided a lot of valuable information, especially regarding the Red Lotus true inheritance. Our heavenly court is no longer completely ignorant about the Red Lotus true inheritance. Feng Yuan and the others cannot hide in Red Lotus true inheritance forever. They have to come out. Fairy Myrtle's tone was firm. Feng Jioge and the others were filled with fighting spirit. Fairy Myrtle was one of the few Wisdom Path great experts in the current 5 regions. Her deductions could not be wrong. Then let's keep waiting. Damned otherworldly demon. You are a disaster to all living beings. I will definitely take your life this time. I will pull out your tendons, peel off your skin, and grind your bones to ashes. The two Celestial Court goo immortals were indignant. Feng Jioge had a calm expression. He looked at the flowing tributary of the River of Time without saying a word. However, 1 day passed, 2 days passed, 5 to 6 days passed. There was no movement in the tributary of the River of Time. 10 days passed, half a month passed. The three immortals who had been waiting bitterly did not even see a trace of Feng Yuan. However, the three immortals did not waver. They were either current or future Celestial Court goo immortals. How could people like them lack patience? Especially Feng Jioge. He had fought with Feng Yuan several times. After seeing his terrifying growth, he had already viewed Feng Yuan as a huge threat to the world. This time, he was determined to get rid of Feng Yuan as soon as possible, otherwise he would not be at ease. Where is Feng Yuan? Are they still on the Stone Lotus Island? Why do I have a feeling of uneasiness? Inside Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle was perplexed. Not long after Lord Huangshi's death, she had lost all information about Feng Yuan and the others. The investigative killer moved that Feng Yuan and the others had used the self-cleansing immortal goo formation, as well as the power of Red Lotus true inheritance, and time to resolve it. Even though there was no evidence that Feng Yuan and the others had escaped the River of Time, Fairy Myrtle's emotions showed that something was amiss. This attracted Fairy Myrtle's attention. Wisdom Path Gu Immortals were not purely rational. Wisdom Path cultivation focused on three aspects: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Among them, emotions were the specialty of Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Thus, Fairy Myrtle's uneasiness was not out of nowhere. It was a form of warning. In the worst-case scenario, Feng Yuan has already escaped the River of Time? But Feng Jiuge and the others have already sealed off the exit. How did he manage to do that? Did he inherit Red Lotus True Inheritance and have some outstanding stealth method? Or did he use other tributaries of the River of Time? Fairy Myrtle suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The two tributaries of the River of Time that Feng Yuan and the others had were all exposed. This information was very accurate because it came from Spectral Soul's main body. After Spectral Soul's main body was suppressed by Duke Long, Celestial Court naturally would not let him go. They searched his soul. However, Spectral Soul was a peak expert of Soul Path. Even if there was only a fraction of his soul left after his death, how could ordinary methods easily search his soul? Celestial Court tried their best to extract information, but Spectral Soul's main body was still resisting stubbornly. Celestial Court did not obtain much information. If Feng Yuan did not use this tributary of the River of Time, where did he choose to leave? Tributaries of the River of Time were exits. Feng Jiuge and the others blocked the final exit. Even if Feng Yuan did not investigate, he would have expected it. In this situation, Feng Yuan might take the risk and go to other tributaries of the River of Time. Because rather than fighting against the well-prepared Celestial Court, it would be better to attack those forces that did not know about it. And in Western Desert, there are three forces that control tributaries of the River of Time. The first is Tiong Clan. This clan cultivates Wood Path and Earth Path. They are famous for managing immortal apertures. They even have a good reputation in the 5 regions. They are one of the super forces with the strongest foundation in Western Desert's current Gu Immortal world. The second is Gong Clan. Gong Clan's Gu Immortals specialize in long-range attacks, especially curse killer moves. They are formless and formless. They can take the enemy's life silently from a distance of 10,000 li. Gong Clan's most famous immortal killer move is called Cup Bao Shadow. It is famous in the whole of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world. They only need to absorb a trace of the target's shadow and store it. After that, they can use the killer move and kill the target no matter how far away they are. The third is Tang Clan. Tang Clan is declining. They are in the lower middle of Western Desert super forces. But Tang Clan still has an immortal Gu house. They control a tributary of the River of Time, which is near their headquarters. Thus they have a strong defense. Other forces cannot easily snatch it. If Feng Yuan wants to force his way in, which clan will he go to? If this is the case, and there are no movements from the 3 clans, I'm afraid Feng Yuan is still in the River of Time. Fairy Myrtle pondered. She knew the situation of Western Desert's Gu Immortal world like the back of her hand. The power of Celestial Court's intelligence network could be seen from this. Tang Clan. The remnant light of the immortal killer move condensed on Feng Yuan, and the rest. If this move is used, it can protect us for 3 months. Not only can it defend against Gu Immortal's deductions, it can also avoid Providence's attention. Feng Yuan slowly opened his eyes, joy flashing past his face. The other Gu Immortals were Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, Ing Wuxia, Black Tigress and Fairy Miaoyin. Fairy Myrtle's guess was only half correct. Feng Yuan indeed had no intention of going back to fight to the death with Celestial Court's ambush. He had already given up on that tributary of the River of Time. But 10 days ago, Feng Yuan's group had already left the River of Time and returned to Western Desert. Let's go. It is time to leave Western Desert. Feng Yuan led the group out. The immortals behind him followed. This was deep underground. The group went straight up and came to the surface. 2 Western Desert Gu Immortals were already waiting at the exit. Tang Fengming, Tang Longkugrit's Shadow sect leader. The 2 Gu Immortals were very young. After seeing Feng Yuan, They greeted him with a graceful demeanor. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Thank you for your trouble. These are the immortal goo lent by your clan. Saying so, Fang Yuan waved his hand. Several immortal goo flew out and landed in Tang Fangming's hands. Tang Fangming inspected them carefully. After confirming that the immortal goo were unharmed, he carefully stored them in his immortal aperture. He said with some embarrassment, Everyone from Shadow Sect, please forgive me this time. I am borrowing goo from my clan in my own name. There are many implications, I have to be careful. Fang Yuan smiled. Tang Fangming's words had deep meaning. Tang clan was a righteous path force after all. If it was exposed that they were cooperating with the demonic path Shadow Sect, it would be criticized and cause countless troubles. However, factions did not mean anything. Benefits were what everyone pursued forever. Tang clan was weak. They faced huge external pressure. Such an environment made Tang clan's goo immortals possess the spirit to work hard, take risks, endure hardships, and endure patiently. Tang clan's main goal was to develop Dream Path. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, Tang clan was at the forefront because they opened dream realms. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they made countless gains and their strength rose sharply, eventually becoming the #1 force in Western Desert's righteous path. Fang Yuan thus contacted Tang clan. He was willing to use Shadow Sect's research results on Dream Path to exchange for them opening the tributary of the River of Time, opening up a crucial path for his retreat. He was also willing to cooperate with Tang clan in the future to research dream realms and greatly support Guts Goo. Such enormous benefits made Tang clan's entire clan's hearts palpitate. Guts Goo's support, Fang Yuan's unraveled dream killer move, ending Wuxia's lead soul into dream were all things that Tang clan's goo immortals desired greatly. Of course, it would not be easy for Tang clan to obtain the latter too. 8. Chapter 1447. Supporting 20 Western Desert. Hot sunlight shone on heaven and earth, illuminating all living beings. The blue sky was cloudless. The golden desert was emitting distorted hot air. Farewell, Fang Yuan, and the rest bid farewell to the 2 Tang clan goo immortals. Shadow Sect friends, take care. Tang Longku smiled. She cultivated Time Path with rank 7 cultivation level. She was the controller of a tributary of the River of Time. This time, when Fang Yuan came out of Tang clan's tributary of the River of Time, she was the main helper. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. You two have already seen me off. There is no need to send me off anymore. Tang Longku's smile became even brighter, but she was smiling bitterly in her heart. They cooperated with Fang Yuan not only for the Guts Goo trade, but also for many Dream Path research results. But ever since Fang Yuan returned to Western Desert, he had not mentioned this. When they parted, he seemed to have completely forgotten about this matter. Even though both sides had an alliance agreement and were restricted, without any deep cooperation, Tang clan felt a little guilty. Tang Fangming had been silent along the way. Now he asked directly, Shadow sect leader, fellow immortals, how will we cooperate next? Fang Yuan looked at Tang Fangming with admiration. I am very interested in thieving Heaven's dream realm. We can deepen our cooperation in this aspect. But right now, we are being chased by several rank 8 goo immortals from Celestial Court. It is not a good time to cooperate. We can only look forward to the future. Don't worry, we have an alliance agreement, haven't we? Of course, if you insist on staying. But our identities are different. As well as Celestial Court's pursuers, there is a lot of pressure. Tang Fangming and Tang Longku looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. Fang Yuan's intention was, if they wanted to cooperate and obtain Dream Path research results, they had to help them resist Celestial Court's pursuers. Moreover, if the situation was exposed, Tang clan would collude with the demonic path, and the righteous path would lose all their reputation. This was something Tang clan could not bear. But Tang clan could not use force. Because Fang Yuan's fists were strong enough, he did not fear Tang clan, who had an immortal goo house. Then I can only wish everyone a safe journey. Tang Fangming bowed slightly. Yes, farewell. Fang Yuan nodded. his expression indifferent as he turned to leave. Behind him, the immortals followed. On the sand dune, Tang Fengming and Tang Lang did not leave. They watched as the figures of Feng Yuan and the others shrank into black dots on the horizon. Little Ming, you let them go just like that? Tang Lang frowned. Tang Fengming's expression was calm as he glanced at Tang Lang. It's not that I let them go. It's that our Tang family can't force them to stay. Tang Lang was silent for a long time. She let out a mouthful of turbid air and sighed. Sigh, I feel uneasy. I don't know if this is good or bad for our clan. Tang Fengming. I only know that everything has its pros and cons. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Moreover, this matter was decided by the supreme elders of Tang clan. They want to cooperate with Feng Yuan and the others. Tang Lang immediately corrected him with a solemn expression. Our Tang clan has nothing to do with this matter. It's just that you and I contacted Feng Yuan and the others privately. If anything happens, only you and I will bear the responsibility. Tang Fengming chuckled, feeling some disdain in his heart. In order to maintain their righteous path status, Tang clan threw out him and Tang Lang as shields. If they were exposed afterwards, they would have a cover. This was a trick of the righteous path. Tang Fengming could understand it. What kind of person is Feng Yuan? He has already seen through Tang clan's tricks. The tributary of the River of Time is near Tang clan's headquarters. It has stayed for 10 days, but even Tang clan's first supreme elder did not show up. Is there any sincerity in such a cooperation? Since we are cooperating, we should make a choice. If we hesitate on both sides, how can we succeed? Tang Fengming muttered in his heart. Tang Lang asked again. What do you think of Feng Yuan? He said that he is being chased by several rank 8 Gu immortals from the Celestial Court. Is this an exaggeration? Tang Fengming knew that Tang Lang's question had a deeper meaning. His best response was to remain silent. If he said that Feng Yuan was not good, Tang Lang could report it to Tang clan. Tang Fengming's grudge would make Shadow Sect unhappy. He could use this to push the responsibility away. If he said that Feng Yuan was good, Tang Lang could collect this evidence. If this matter was exposed in the future, Tang clan would use them as sacrificial pawns to protect the clan. Tang Lang could then present evidence and say that she was bewitched by a Gu immortal of her clan to lessen her responsibility. Tang Fengming was not a stupid person. He might not have adapted to the situation when he first returned to the clan, but now he was an expert in the righteous path. However, at this moment, Tang Fengming looked at the gradually disappearing figures of Feng Yuan and the others, complex emotions surging in his heart. He sighed, directly speaking his innermost thoughts. Although I have not seen his heroic battle, after interacting with him for a few days, I can already conclude that his reputation is not just for show. Feng Yuan is a legend of the current generation. He has a graceful demeanor and a grand spirit. He is very admirable. He is a man who goes against heaven. Just based on this point, we are far inferior to him. Joy flashed in Tang Lang's eyes, but she remained silent towards Tang Fengming's words. Feng Yuan was flying rapidly, but he was also thinking about Tang Fengming. In the 500 years of his previous life, this Tang Fengming was a legend in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. His status could almost be compared to Northern Plains Ma Hongyun back then, when Tang Fengming was young. Because Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups seized power, he was implicated and mercilessly abandoned by Tang clan. He and his sister Tang Miao roamed outside. They suffered a lot. But under the blessing of many fortuitous encounters, he became a Gu immortal, while his sister Tang Miao also became a rank 5 peak stage Gu master. In order to rope in a Gu immortal, Tang clan's supreme elders gave up on Tang clan's Gu master higher-ups in exchange for Tang Fengming's return. What happened next proved that the decision of the Tang family's supreme elders was a wise one. After Tang Fengming returned to Tang clan, not only did he help his sister Tang Miao become a Gu immortal, he even actively explored Thieving Heaven's dream realm. His exploration of dream realms had a talent and aptitude that ordinary people could not reach. He created his own dream path Gu worms and contributed greatly to the rise of Tang clan. During the 5 regions chaotic war, Dream realms appeared everywhere in the world, Dream Path flourished, and Tang Clan took the initiative. Using the power of Dream Path, they rose up and became the strongest super force in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. They had great prestige and influence. Even in the 5 regions, they were a top-tier force. Western Desert was shrouded in Tang Clan's fame. More and more people called Western Desert's Gu immortal world the Golden Age of Tang Clan. And in Tang Clan, the most eye-catching and powerful legend of the current generation was Tang Fongming, who cultivated Dream Path. Now, Ma Hongyin has already been killed by me, but Tang Fongming will grow even faster because of the upcoming cooperation. Comparing the two, it is truly impressive. However, according to the true trajectory of fate, Ma Hongyin was going to die anyway. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a dark light. On the Stone Lotus Island, Feng Yuan not only obtained the true inheritance and spectral souls ranked 9 immortal essence, he also obtained some precious information from spectral souls while using Red Lotus true inheritance to deduce. In the 500 years of Feng Yuan's previous life, Shadow Sect succeeded in defying heaven. Spectral soul revived and successfully infiltrated Celestial Court. Next, the 5 regions' chaotic war began. The Great Era began. Shadow Sect spread its influence all over the 5 regions and 2 heavens, manipulating everything in the dark. Ma Hongyin was saved by Shadow Sect many times. He eventually grew to become an iconic figure in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world, someone who resisted Celestial Court. And Tang Clan was also secretly supported by Shadow Sect. That was right. In Feng Yuan's previous life, Tang Clan also cooperated with Shadow Sect. The reason why Tang Clan could create the Tang Clan Golden Age was because Shadow Sect supported them from behind the scenes. They wanted to oppose Central Continent's Celestial Court. This was also the main reason why Feng Yuan chose to cooperate with Tang Clan. In Western Desert, Tang Clan was not the only one with a tributary of the River of Time. But compared to the other 2 super forces, Tang Clan had the foundation and sincerity to cooperate. What happened next proved that Feng Yuan's choice was a success. Using Tang Clan's tributary of the River of Time, Feng Yuan escaped from the River of Time. Feng Jioga and the rest were still waiting bitterly. But in the 500 years of my previous life, even if Shadow Sect's plan succeeded and Spectral Soul revived, he did not seem to be able to regain his position as a venerable. Moreover, Shadow Sect's strength was preserved, but Spectral Soul still chose to resist Celestial Court in the dark and supported other forces. This proves that Celestial Court's strength was something that even Spectral Soul could not face head-on. In this life, Spectral Soul's plan failed because of me. His main body was captured. Shadow Sect was battered by wind and rain. Only we are left. Compared to the 500 years of my previous life, the situation is truly terrible. Next, I will probably have to continue Spectral Soul's plan, lurking in the dark and supporting Tang Clan and other forces to find trouble with Celestial Court. But what about Fate Gu? Thinking of this problem, Feng Yuan frowned deeply. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fate Gu was not repaired. Because Zombie Alliance was still around, and Spectral Soul, the person who should have died the most, not only did he not die, he even revived. Not only did he revive, he even lurked in Celestial Court, manipulating them in the dark, plotting countless schemes and obstructing Celestial Court from repairing Fate Gu. But it was different now. The situation in front of Feng Yuan was even worse. Spectral Soul's main body was captured, Zombie Alliance was gone, a large number of fate-defying existences were destroyed. It made it easier to repair Fate Gu. Fate Immortal Gu was like a sharp blade hanging above Feng Yuan's head. Spectral Souls will reminded Feng Yuan to be careful of Fate Immortal Gu. If it was really repaired, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng Yuan remembered this warning, but he had no idea how to destroy Fate Immortal Gu. He could not think of a way. Surrender if you can't win? For Shadow Sect, there was no such thing as surrender. For Feng Yuan, it was even more so. In the 500 years of my previous life, I was constantly on the move. I was homeless and homeless. I was schemed against, tortured, and suppressed by Providence. I already had no way out. Providence chose me as a pawn, especially when I did not destroy sovereign immortal fetus Gu, and used it for myself. I was destined to go against heaven. I had no other choice. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan looked up at the sky. The boundless sky, the grand providence. Compared to it, he was so tiny. Going against heaven? Interesting. Feng Yuan smiled silently. 8. Chapter 1448. Central Continent Celestial Court. Palaces made of white marble stood tall and majestic. The silver-white sky was bright and majestic. Among these palaces, there was a pitch-black hall that was very conspicuous. The plaque in front of the hall had 3 words, Soul Suppression Hall. The aura that seeped out from the palace itself showed how extraordinary this palace was. Undeniably, this was a rank 8 immortal Gu house. At the center of Soul Suppression Hall, there were 5 huge pillars. The scarlet pillars were connected by purple gold chains, forming a huge net. And at the center of this net, there was a remnant soul. It was Spectral Soul's main body. Fairy Myrtle stood at the edge of the 5 pillars expressionlessly. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. You were a rank 9 Gu Venerable when you were alive. You were unwilling to die. You defied heaven. Today, you ended up like this. It is all because of your own actions. Do you know your wrongs? Her voice was very clear. It reverberated in the huge palace. In contrast, that remnant soul was silent, not making a sound. Fairy Myrtle continued. Back then, you slaughtered the world, harming all living beings to satisfy your selfish desires. You created your own glory. Now that you are a prisoner, are you not going to repent and repent? Do you want to strive for the welfare of the world, to atone for your sins? The remnant soul was silent. Fairy Myrtle sighed, activating the immortal Gu House Soul Suppression Hall. Immediately, the majestic aura of the Gu worms surged like a tidal wave. The 5 pillars let out bright red light and heat, as if they were made of lava. Countless purple gold chains weaved together to form a giant net. It was a dazzling sight. Spectral Soul's main body started to tremble. As time passed, his trembling became more intense. When the trembling reached a certain level, waves of information were extracted and transmitted to the soul-suppressing hall through the countless purple gold chains. Thus, images appeared on the surface of the pillars. They were like drawings of human skin, showing some scenes of Spectral Soul when he was alive. There were scenes of him cultivating, of him fighting heroically, of him talking to others, and so on and so forth. The entire soul-searching process lasted for the time it took an incense to burn before it came to a stop. Fairy Myrtle, however, was not satisfied. The information that he had obtained was superficial, and there was too little valuable information. In the next moment, her gaze turned solemn and she sneered. You Hun, since ancient times the winner takes all. Why do you have to do this? You've already lost all hope. Do you still hope that someone will be able to break into the celestial court and save you? So what if you're putting up such a stubborn resistance? Your fate has already been decided, and it can't be changed. Spectral Soul still did not speak. He was like a stubborn piece of metal or rock. Fairy Myrtle snorted coldly and turned to leave. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the soul-subduing palace slammed shut behind her. Looking at the empty celestial court and the silent palaces, Fairy Myrtle furrowed her brows. Over the past few days, the bad feeling in her heart had become more and more intense. On Feng Zhouge's side, Feng Yuan and the others had yet to appear. Not only that, in the Western Desert intelligence gathered by the Celestial Court, there was no mention of anyone forcefully entering the tributary of the River of Time. Everything was calm, but Fairy Myrtle sensed something amiss from this calmness. It is a pity that Spectral Soul has fallen to this state, and is still putting up a stubborn resistance. The information I obtained is of no help in deducing the whereabouts of Feng Yuan and the others. He was once a rank 9 venerable after all, a legend at the peak of Soul Path. Even as a remnant soul, he was able to resist the search of soul-subduing palace. He is truly amazing. If I was left with only a remnant soul, not to mention an immortal Gu house, I would not even be able to resist a rank 6 immortal Gu. Forget it. Even if spectral soul does not cooperate, soul-subduing palace can still search his soul, just that the progress is small. But as time passes, there will be a day when all the information on spectral soul's body is dug out. As for now, Fairy Myrtle looked at the sky, her lips curled up into a beautiful smile. It is time for the fame of my celestial court to spread throughout the world. Several months after the Battle of the Dream Realm, the celestial court, which was gradually becoming silent, suddenly released a shocking piece of news. The former spectral soul demon Venerable, who was now a remnant soul, was captured by the celestial court. His heaven-defying scheme was foiled by the celestial court's Gu immortals. Once this news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Gu immortal world. Countless Gu immortals were shaken. Rank 9 venerables dominated an era. They were invincible existences. To think that the celestial court actually captured a rank 9 venerable. Furthermore, it was spectral soul demon Venerable, who had the heaviest killing intent among all venerables. Even though this was only a remnant soul, it was enough to shock people. Of course, there were voices that questioned the authenticity of the news, but they soon disappeared. The celestial court naturally made ample preparations. They listed all sorts of evidence and announced Zombie Alliance Shadow Sect, as well as the Battle of Etion Mountain and the Battle of the Dream Realm. The evidence was irrefutable and convincing. At once, the whole world's attention was focused on Central Continent's celestial court. The past glory of the celestial court was dug out by countless Gu immortals. It was the #1 force in the Gu immortal world. It had always been the strongest. It was first created by primordial origin immortal Venerable. After several generations of immortal venerables, it had never fallen. Even though the 3 demon venerables had attacked the celestial court, they were unable to do anything. It was mysterious, it was strong, it was high above the masses, it was unfathomable. It was the celestial court. Northern Plains, Longevity Heaven. South Desolation Immortal was lying on his bed. His old face still had the last bit of vitality left. Sigh. To think that the great spectral soul demon Venerable would die in the hands of the celestial court after his death. South Desolation Immortal sighed deeply. In front of his bed, Yao Huang consoled softly, "Lord South Desolation, you should close your eyes and rest for a while." South Desolation Immortal smiled lightly. "I do not have much lifespan left. I only have a few days left, it is fine. Third Autumn, remember what I told you. After I die, you have to take over the position of South Desolation." "Yes, Lord." South Desolation Immortal had a worried expression on his face. Eras are changing. The 5 regions have reached an unprecedented stage. I can already feel the turbulent waves of the eras. These are not ordinary waves. They surpass the venerable eras of the past. This is an unprecedented tsunami. Even my longevity heaven, if I make a mistake, I will be destroyed by the tsunami of this era. The celestial court is so powerful. It is definitely our greatest enemy. You need to be careful. My lord, this junior will keep your words in mind. Southern Border Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian. This was a very special mountain peak. In ancient times, a Southern Border rank 8 Gu immortal turned into an immortal zombie. He was attacked by the alliance of super forces here, eventually dying in battle. As time passed, the rank 8 immortal zombie's corpse, under the nourishment of the boundless spiritual energy along the river, along with the water plants that were washed ashore by the river, it gradually grew into a corpse mountain. Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian was hundreds of meters tall. It was close to the whirlpool at the center of the red-yellow river. It had abundant primeval energy and produced huge amounts of resources. It was also a strategic location. At this moment, Wu Yong was standing at the peak of Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian, looking at the grand intersection of the red-yellow river. Behind him was Wu Clan's Gu immortal Wu Zhen. Wu Zhen looked at Wu Yong's back, not concealing the reverence in his heart. This Corpse Emperor Yuding Tian originally belonged to Wu Clan, but not long ago, it was taken away by Yao Clan. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong brought along clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and displayed super strong battle strength, intimidating Southern Border's righteous path forces. Moreover, in the following negotiations, he successfully obtained the immortal goo that Southern Border's righteous path had lost from the Celestial Court, and Wu Yong distributed most of them to the righteous path clans. Because of this, Wu Yong's reputation soared. Although Wu clan suffered heavy losses, they swept away their previous decline and sat firmly on the throne of Southern Border's #1 clan. With a stick in one hand and candy in the other, Wu Yong was successful in every endeavor. In the following days, he successfully took back the lost territories, forcing many righteous path forces to retreat. It was almost effortless. Right now, in Wu clan, there were already people who compared Wu Yong to Wu Duxiu. Wu clan's morale was high. They believed that Wu Yong was wise and could definitely lead Wu clan to continue its glory. Wu Zhen, this corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian is a strategic location. In Wu clan, only you can make me feel at ease. I will leave this place to you, Wu Yong said without turning his head, looking at the whirlpool far away. Yes, I will not disappoint First Supreme Elder. Wu Zhen's tone was slightly trembling. Lord. He paused for a moment before continuing. Corpse Emperor Yu Dingtian is the last piece of land that our Wu clan has taken back. Should we counterattack now? Wu Yong frowned. He had been secretly plotting a counterattack all this time, but after receiving the information that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul, Wu Yong decided to give up. This time, Wu clan lost many Gu immortals. Since the lost territory has been taken back, we have a huge territory. We are already lacking manpower, now we lack even more. Next, we need to recuperate and nurture Wu clan's descendants to become Gu immortals. Yes, First Supreme Elder is wise, I will remember it, Wu Zhen said respectfully. Right now, Wu Yong's reputation was extremely high. Wu clan's Gu immortals would support his decision. However, we cannot let go of the matter of them offending our Wu clan. Even though we will not expand our territory, we need to compensate them with resources. Wu Yong continued. A trace of battle intent could be heard in his voice. Wu Zhen's expression became excited. First Supreme Elder is wise. Western Desert, Tang Clan's headquarters. The might of the Celestial Court is truly shocking. Tang Clan's second Supreme Elder was deeply worried. Tang Clan's first Supreme Elder glanced at him plainly. He knew why he was here. Earlier, when they cooperated with Feng Yuan and the rest, Second Supreme Elder had objected to it. Now that the Celestial Court captured Spectral Soul was made public, Tang Clan's Gu immortals were facing huge pressure. Will the Celestial Court pursue us for cooperating with Feng Yuan and the rest? Second Supreme Elder sighed. So what if they pursue us? So what if they don't? First Supreme Elder smiled. The Second Supreme Elder frowned and paced back and forth. Of course it's a win-win situation. We can continue to work with the Shadow Sect. But if they pursue responsibility, our Tang clan is after all a super force in Western Desert's Gu immortal world. We can ally with other clans to resist the Celestial Court. Of course, it had to be kept a secret, and not a single trace of evidence could be leaked. Otherwise, the Celestial Court will force us to answer on the basis of justice, and we won't be able to borrow any reinforcements. Also, if we really can't do it, we can only abandon Tang Fongming and Tang Lank. The first Supreme Elder laughed and said, Haha, look, you already know how to deal with it. Why are you still panicking? The first Supreme Elder retracted his smile and said sternly, If my Tang family wants to rise, we must take such a risk. Riches come from danger. If we do not grab hold of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's dream realm, we would be letting down this immortal fate. As for Tang Fongming and Tang Langke, they were already prepared. Sacrificing for the family is also the best ending for the righteous path. The second elder let out a long sigh. Great Elder is wise. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.